I am late. Hopefully this is working. Hold on. Let me set everything up. Oh my goodness. I am late. I messed up the time zones. Hopefully this works. Let me get everything set up. Okay. I am so late. I thought I had another hour. My computer time zone is off. Where am I trying to put this? Okay. That off. Oh my goodness. Let's see. All correct. I'm I messed up the time zone, guys, so feel free to drop in the chat. Hope everybody could hear me. Let me see if the mic's even set up. I just threw everything together, put it on, but normally I take like 20 minutes to set up the studio. So just drop anything in the chat. Okay, this looks like it's working. Drop anything in the chat while I set up the studio. This is still set up from last week. While I get set up, I think it's Vikings Cleveland. Vikings Cleveland this morning. Let me see. Okay. Things. Yeah, no, I didn't update none of this. Whoops. Should have worked harder the other day. I thought I would have an hour this morning to set this up. I messed up my time zones. That was not the move. All right, let's see. What can I do about this? Where are those images at? You guys can still drop things in the chat if you want while I get this all set up. I'll be still looking at the chat. Just need to get my studio set up for today's game. Oh, all right, Steggy73. Good morning. Good morning. We love these early games, right? Especially if you're on the West Coast or even the East Coast is it's still, earlier. So let's see. Looking to start wide receivers can start two in a PPR league. Okay, you're down bad. Okay, so you're down bad. So I assume that means you're projected to lose, but let me know if that's not the case. So you got Devontae Smith, Trey Tucker, Smelly, Trey Tucker, fake prodigy Travis Hunter, Cooper Crab, Oh my goodness, trash Troy Franklin or bum Keon Coleman. Oh my goodness. This is a super fun team, bro. Um, hopefully you're locked and loaded at all the other positions, but that is a tough one. So I bear with me a moment as I pull my charts and stuff up as um I am a little behind this morning, but I'll just kind of start going off the top of the head, but I'm going to verify my matchups and rankings and stuff. But off the top of the head, I think I would say Devontae Smith and Troy Franklin were the ones to jump out at me, but I have to check the matchups because as I speak this out loud, I gotta kind of, you know, I I base a lot of things on matchups, especially for wide receivers, right? Because they're always not guaranteed a touch compared to a running back. So here are the matchups. Broncos are playing Eagles, but Sutton will probably get the top, but Eagles have been good. Okay, and then the other players you had were Keon Coleman. I know it's hard to trust anybody in that Buffalo besides James Cook and oh but they're playing the Patriots. The Bills are playing the Patriots, so that's a plus matchup. Okay, so sorry, I'm a little behind this morning. I thought I had one more hour based on my wrong time zone. So Devontae Smith, so Sertan will be shadowing. Sertan will be shadowing. Man, there's spam coming into. Uh, Sertan will be shadowing Brown probably. Um, so don't gotta worry about that. Um, and Travis Hunter, Cooper Crap, or Trey Tucker. Trey Tucker against the Colts. I don't trust Geno Smith after last week. I had him high and he did not come through. So I'm not high on him. I would say, man, this you're in a tough spot, bro. You're in a very tough spot. Um, with with those, but I think based on matchup, what was going through my head, right? I think I'm looking at either Devontae Smith, uh, Franklin, and who was the third one? I thought Keon Coleman. So I don't think Cooper Cup has. If you're down bad, right? I don't think Cooper Cup has upside. Travis Hunter, that's a hope and a prayer, right? That's probably no upside there, just based on over the 4 games how downfield his targets were compared to, you know, it wasn't there, right? Even though he had some targets in some games, so I don't think that's an upside. Those are upside targets, right? So Devontae Smith always has upside target potential, but then you always look at the matchup, right? But since AJ Brown is on the team, and Sertan kind of likes to shadow, I think there's some opportunity potentially for Devontae Smith if the Broncos can score, um, right? And then that leads to then the other end of that game, which is Troy Franklin, right? Um, and I know Sutton's been the one to get the targets there. Um, but maybe, he might have some potential to have upside because they will be playing most likely from behind, right? And there might be some opportunity for him to have some upside potential there, right? And then Keon Coleman playing against the Patriots, he has a plus matchup because the Patriots have not been good against the pass, right? So, um, my debate is between those three, right? And then I look at, okay, who has the highest upside out of those three? And if you're playing two, um, I then look at what they've done over the course of over the course of the year to see who's proven to have the upside, because when we look at the matchup, um, we do give +1 point to Keon Coleman for his matchup, but that doesn't override, you know, what the upside values are. So as I pull up, um, you know, these players right now, so we got, uh, sorry, this is taking me a little longer um, than normal. Devontae Smith's upside, you know, came through. So maybe in week 3, so maybe his total for full point PPR, I think it was 20. Right. So, that's his potential up upside. After that, 9 points was his next highest, I think. Right. So, um, then you look at Troy Franklin, he had a big week 2 at 24, so he has that upside there. But he's been ghost kind of besides that, similar to Devontae Smith. Coleman, let's see. Big week 1, but his other weeks look like even lower than uh the other 2. So they all have the upside. The lowest upside out of the 3 was Devontae Smith, but he carries probably the biggest name weight, right, of what he's done year over year. So you can't discount um that versus like Troy Franklin. We don't know. Keon Coleman's kind of been all over the place. So now that I've looked at things, looked at the matchup, I might take, if we're looking at these upside, Keon Coleman and Devontae Smith. But I think I'm playing Coleman because of the matchup and just hoping that he gets something. And then it just depends on what matchup you view as more plus at that point then between Franklin and uh and Smith, because both of them were kind of, like hope and a prayer. So um I would play Coleman, and I think now that I thought this through, I know I just said Smith, but I might play Coleman and Franklin, just because I see the Broncos coming from behind. But that was hopefully that helped somewhat. Let me know if that brought up even more questions or not, but that's who I'd play. You have 3 starting running backs. Okay, so you're solid there. Sounds like a two wide receiver league. So yeah, let me know if that helps or not. But I appreciate the comment. I appreciate the questions, and let me get rid of this spam. Feel free to continue to drop questions in the chat. I'm trying to get this studio set up. I apologize. I messed up the morning game with my time zone. Oh, good morning. And hockey. And 712 hockey. So you got Kraft on bye. Do you start Tremble or Mason Taylor? And you have room for a running back stash. So Jaden Blue or Brashard Smith. Okay. I know appreciate that question. Off the top, I don't have my matchups pulled up, so let me pull them up. I just kind of had to do everything on the fly. I'm a little behind, so I appreciate the patience. But I know Mason Taylor's been hot. I don't remember Tremble's performance off the top of my head right now, but I think in terms of the Panthers, I'm not so in on them. I know the matchup, now that I have it up, is against the Dolphins. I know that's juicy. I guess so that question is, for me, is to, like, I would lean Taylor, but the question is, do you believe in uh what's his name? Bryce Young turning it around? But in terms of you know, I would say where I'm at with Taylor is also, they also have they're playing what's the word? They're playing in a way where I feel like they're always from behind. Um, and we know the Cowboys are also a plus matchup. So I would lean. um, in that direction and just go with I would go with Mason just based off of that. Just because I believe in like if the matchups are the matchups, right, and you could flip a coin on them, then I'm looking at the quarterback. Do I believe in the potential to actually benefit from that matchup, right? And where I'm at with things is I'm more uh like even though he was out for a week, right? I'm more or was it a week or two? I'm more into Justin Fields being a potential person to come through versus Bryce Young. I know the matchup is juicy, but that is how I see it. But if you believe in Bryce Young, right, the matchup is there. So if you believe in Bryce Young, then go with Tremble if you want. But I just don't, right? And I would lean uh I would lean Taylor. But let me look at their exact stats too to just be sure I'm not over assuming on the targets. Um, yeah, so Mason Taylor, 6 to 7 targets, 5 and 4 catches, right? Um, and what's his name? Tremble had 8 targets last week, but before that, he had a combined 6 targets. So I think Mason Taylor, I would lean towards. Hopefully that helped on that start. Let me know if there's a question there, and then let me see your second part is talking about room for a running back stash, Jaden Blue or Brashard Smith. I, you know, I think I'm looking at okay. So what's going through my head here is I am I am anti. I hate to say this. How do I say this nicely? Isaiah Pacheco is a good running back, but I don't believe he is a starting running back. And Kareem Hunt, while amazing player over the course of time, I also don't believe he has that. So I see some movement happening there over the value of the course of the season. Jaden Blue, right? With how well um the team has been running, the only thing I see happening there is if you think it is worth having the handcuff because you don't foresee them using Javonte in the same usage as they have been, whether it be injury or them just changing things, but it's working right now, right? Um, you know, that is a high value handcuff. I personally see I don't like to bet on injury, and that's just my personal take, right? I don't like putting that energy out there of like I want this person to get injured so that my player can play personally, and I also um, see in this decision for Brashard Smith as more like the 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 coaching philosophy of how Isaiah Pacheco got to where he is, right? Is that team is willing to move things around if it's not working. And right now it's clear that, things need to happen there and they want to win. So I can foresee paths where he actually gets usage without having to hope for an injury. More so than Jaden Blue, where it's like, yes, he can be worked in more, but for him to get to that next level, you're either betting on Javonte to either get injured or not perform. And if you believe that he will not perform worse than Isaiah Pacheco and or Kareem Hunt, then that's how I will make that decision for Brashard Smith. Hopefully that was helpful or not hockey, but let me know if I'm off base here. I'm open to discussion on it if that was not helpful. I appreciate any feedback and just thanks for asking that question. Hopefully that helped. Hey Frizzle, Frizz, how are you? Feel free to drop any questions. I'm a little late right now, so appreciate your understanding while I get the studio set up correctly. As I had my time zones wrong on the start time. Um, so let's see. All very good. Makes sense. Okay. Well, appreciate that, Hockey. Appreciate you asking any questions. Let me know if you got any others for this or the future. So thanks so much. Oh my goodness. It's spilling all on camera and stuff. Okay. All right. What did I miss? Must have missed something in the game. Cleveland looks like they scored. Oh man. This is a very good lesson from the man upstairs telling me to be more prepared. Okay, okay. Here's the London Spotlight one. All right. This is London. This is London. Download. Change the old ones out. Ba-dum bum bum. Ba-dum bum bum. Okay, looks like 3rd and 7 for Minnesota as well. They completed, it looks like Jefferson, probably one of the greatest receivers of all time, as long as he continues staying healthy and has that mindset. He's a straight he's a guy, man. He's without quarterbacks able to be one of the top receivers in the game year over year. No Joe Burrow, no shot to Jamar Chase. I had Jamar Chase last year. He's phenomenal, but Jefferson's also phenomenal. Can't believe they were all on the same team at the same time at one point in time. Um, Jefferson, Chase, and Burrow. That's like, what? How is that fair? That recruiter should have got a raise. All right, where am I at? Why can't I find? Here it is. Here's this. Oh, Arthur. Arthur. Okay, there we go. There we go. Updated this thing real quick. Good morning. Good morning, Arthur. Should you trade Marv for Bowers, PPR 10 mag, 2 flex? You have Collins and Jamar, and not. I would do that. Marvin Harrison Jr. for Brock Bowers. Is that the trade I am understanding? If you are trading away Marvin Harrison Jr. for Brock Bowers, I know the injury is scary, but holy smokes, if that is the trade, I would do that. Let me just quadruple check Bowers that I'm not missing a season-ending injury, but even if he's not playing today, which I don't think he was projected to, holy smokes, that upside there. You're talking about number 1 tight end, right? Upside. Marvin Harrison, I don't foresee top number 1 upside. I don't foresee number 3 upside. I don't foresee number 5 upside. I would have a very hard time seeing top 12 upside, but like maybe for Marvin Harrison top 12 upside for the rest of the season. So, if you don't need Marv for the week, and if you're getting Bowers, I would take that trade in a heartbeat. Did I understand right, Arthur? Um, let me know. Let me know. All right. All right. Let me check. Let me see. See what was I? What was I? Okay, so I updated that template. Got one more. Okay, here's the other one. Here's the other one that I gotta get up. Here is the other one I gotta get up. Download this one. All right, drop any questions in the chat. I'm setting things up right now, so appreciate y'all understanding. All right, all right. Let's see. All right. Looks like what happened? Oh, Naylor caught something. Looks like Vikings are marching it down the field. First and 10, 3 minutes left in the first. Dang, I basically missed the whole first quarter. Oops. And the early I was supposed to be on beforehand too. Man, good job, Ryan. Solid. Okay, early game windows. Got that. Add this. Feel free to drop anything in the chat. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat while I get everything set up. Oh, who caught a touchdown? Oliver. They caught a touchdown. Wait, let me see. I will do all the cool stuff in a second after I get these things in here. All right, morning games. There we go. All right. All right. All right. There we go. Lock these. Cool. Okay. So the touchdown happened. Who was that? That was I didn't even see who that was. So it's tie game, 7-7. What happened? Cam Akers threw it to Oh my goodness. What? What? Cam Akers throwing touchdown? No way. Okay. So let me get caught up on the game itself. And hey Mando. Good morning, Mando. Let's see. Bench one, Quinton Johnston, Pickens, or Worthy. Oh man, these are awesome choices. These are so awesome. Do you have this decision to bench somebody every single week like this? Like, okay, I'll help you in a sec, but just the first thought that came to head. If you have a choice this awesome to bench one of these three guys every week, I would look. I don't know if you agree, and you can totally disagree, but I would look to package two of these guys and then turn them into one person that you're starting every week, whether it be a running back or another wide receiver. Like, if you have to make, because I'm trying to do the same, right? The reason I'm saying that is it's not apples to apples, but I have a similar situation, right? And I'm trying to be like put some of these guys together like this, right? And get to a point where it's like, oh, no hesitation, I'm starting Justin Jefferson, right? No hesitation, I'm starting, Puka Nakua, right? Whatever. I don't know if some people give up Puka, but no hesitation, I'm starting Bijan. But who would I do for this week, right? For this week specifically, I think if I remember correctly, Pickens might have the worst matchup, but let me look into these matchups real quick, because basically, in terms of uh skill slash performance slash usage in their team, for where their team dynamics are at right now, each one of these guys is uh the top player on their team, right? The top target getter. So then at that point, I'm looking at matchup, right? So who do we got for these matchups? We got the Jets with the Cowboys, which that I do remember that for Pickens this week, right? Sauce got the sauce. So that is a hesitation for me. Not necessarily a bench right away, but right, that's the first thing in my thought process. We got Quinton Johnson going against the Commanders. Now, I shared this. Let me see if I have the data right here. I think I do, because I still have this on last week. Here it is. I am not saying I am against Justin Herbert. I still believe in him for the year. I am just talking about last game and coach's mentality always having been run heavy, and where Hampton performed last week on the limited touches and the amount of usage the Chargers had in the split of passing versus not. So I'm not, again, I would play, I'm not saying Quinton Johnson. I'm just trying to tell you this information for the course of the year and for what you to be looking at over these next couple weeks, right? Is, you know, if you look in this top left, what I'm really trying to show here is where Justin Herbert has been performing versus his expectations. And he started the season high, and it's been worse and worse and worse. He is a great quarterback. I will not take that away from him. Where I see this trend happening is that shift. Is that shift to trying to bring in more of a run approach. They have a solid defense. And just based on how they lost last week, right? What I'm basically trying to communicate is this game against Washington. Let's see the usage, right? Where are they going run versus pass for rest of season? Because if they continue this pass trend, then for sure, the targets and the pass trend will continue in that direction. But because Hampton's breaking out, right, and they have always had a running mentality, I'm just looking at Justin Herbert's passing volume over the course of these games just to see, like, are these targets, right? Because there are three heads to feed on the duality of the season, right? The whole length of the season. They have three heads to feed. So if that target volume goes down, if that passing volume goes down, I'm just thinking about that for the long term of the value of Quinton, right? And hold on. Oh shoot, you posted something else. Sorry, I was going on a rant there, I guess. Let me see. And then Mando says you have been trying packages for RB. Your other two receivers are Odunze and Jefferson. Nice. Well, if you are weak at running back, then yeah, you could do that. I don't know if it's a 3 receiver league or a 1 flex or 2, but then you can also take a third receiver, right? And lock that in the flex as well. Especially, I think you said, are you PPR? If you had somebody like Odunze Jefferson and CD Lamb or something like that, like that'd be crazy, right? So Quinton Johnson, Pickens, and then Worthy's matchup this week. Let me look at that. Worthy's matchup, and I'll get to you in a second, Jason. Let me just finish this one. Oh, they're playing the Jags. So, okay. Based on that knowledge, I am like what I'm going off the top would be to play Quinton Johnson, and I would play Worthy. Just for me, the matchup with Sauce is a little tough. And the other ones I have plus matchups for both, as in, like, I don't have a problem with the defense, right? That receiver would be playing, and I see more reasonability of the Commander scoring. So I'd play Quinton for sure. And the Jags, I know it's been questionable and it might be a slug out, but Worthy's usage, like I was down on his usage coming back week 1, and they used him like crazy. So kind of like how I like see things is if they're willing to use them day 1 coming back from injury, I see them continuing to roll with it. So I would roll with those two, Worthy and Quinton. Let me know if you could see anything else in your league for maybe some packages, and we could talk some trades. All right, Jason, how are you? Good morning, early game. What tight end to start this week or rest of season? Ertz, Njoku, Mason Taylor. You got Fields or Theo Johnson? Okay. This is a good question. So where my head first goes to answering a question like this is I always look at, especially in the tight end position, right? I always look at, wow, my lighting is off. I'll fix that in a sec. So what I look at this position, right? And I look at a total roster and build up. Stacks are cool, but that is not my determination factor in do I play a stack or not. What I first look at is what is the rest of my roster build compared to this position when I look at rest of season, right? And so what is my roster build comparatively to what my league does? Okay. So for example, I went over this with somebody, I think on the Thursday game, right? Is my thought process is, is my team built up with a bunch of solid floors, right? And I need to hit upside in order to win my championship, in order to look at the top four teams, on a week to week basis on the points that they're putting out. Like, how do I compete with these people and position myself versus those teams, right? And so what is my roster build is the first thing I would ask, kind of in terms of the rest of season question, because when I look at the players that you listed, right, I really don't my heart's already going towards Mason Taylor and Ertz. Holy smokes, spam like crazy, man. Sorry, let me put these users in a timeout. Um, so that's where like my head goes automatically for those players, right? And then I Theo Johnson, I I think he's in my consideration too. I just see more potential with the other players. And how I would look at between Mason Taylor to Ertz, right? I think I would honestly hold Mason Taylor out of those fours. Now I'm kind of talking myself into this because Njoku, I don't like. There's too many mouths to feed, and the offense looks too terrible for me to want to hold Njoku. Like, yes, he's awesome, physical talent, but like, you know, I guess DK Metcalf last year is a good example where, if there's mouths to feeds, the offense doesn't look good, and they're leaning on other players, I would kind of strike him out of the question first, right? Theo Johnson, it could be interesting because he's still a mystery. And what's happening with that offense is that because of Neighbors is out, is the target's going to shift, right? So I don't want to put my rest of season on him yet until I see how that target distribution goes, right? Ertz, we kind of know what we're going to get with him, right? We're going to get a few targets every week, and on that team, a potential for a touchdown, but no real upside. The negative, quote unquote, for Mason Taylor is it's the Jets, and for some reason, it's hard, right? It's hard to trust the Jets beyond, you know, one or two players. So if I were to look at it and I just looked at Mason Taylor's stats, I think he has potential for the rest of the season. So, um, if I didn't need that security blanket of feeling like Ertz is going to potentially get me a touchdown 3 out of 4 weeks, or every other week, I would lean on Mason Taylor. And then you said start two, White, which would I assume is Rashad White, Wan'Dale Robinson, Shakir, Rico, Pollard, Spears, Amari with the Carter split. So my heart would say Rico for me as for sure out of there. Just because over the course of the games, he has had an uptick in usage, carries, and things like that, right? And it's like he wasn't bad with them. He was actually very good, yards per carry. So if I expand that volume, right, maybe the exact yards per carry doesn't get there, but I do foresee him being able to do something with those touches since he was able to do things there. So I would play him, right? And then based on where you are in your league or projected in this matchup, then that's where I would look at the second person. But personally, I would choose White just because for me, I like pass catching running backs. I also like the fact that he's already had a solidified role in that offense. And I feel like his usage can only go up. I don't think his usage would go down, right? And he has that opportunity. I trust that offense a little bit more than I trust the Arizona offense. And that's why I just lean there, because there's a little uncertainty with both of those decisions, right? And then Wandale and Shakir, right? I feel like on those, that's more like, hey, I need a guy to get 25 points. And I know most likely none of these guys are going to get 25 points, but, maybe they break free for a random broken play and a touchdown that is 60 yards, or whatever. And that is more to me of a possibility than White. So if you absolutely need to shoot for the moon, that's the only reason I would throw in those wide receivers. But if for most roster builds, I would say Rico and White is who I would lean towards. But let me know if your roster build is different. And then start one between Pittman, Rico, and Chubb. I'm playing. If this is PPR, I'm probably playing Pittman there. Pittman's just been solid, but if it's standard, then Rico. If it is half, let me look at data real quick. Carolina's playing who? I just looked at this, right? Who are they playing? They were playing. Is it Miami? Let me pull this up. We got. I love spam. Spam Musabi, not spam in the chat. All right, let's see. They're playing the Dolphins. Okay. So potentially up there. Okay. So that matchup's all right. And then this Pittman was playing the Raiders. I don't believe in the Raiders defense. Sorry, I'm a Raiders fan, but I don't like that. I would go. Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a good one. So for that start one between Pittman, Rico, and Chubb, if you're projected to be up, right, I would go Rico for the solidified touches. If you were projected to be down, I would go Pittman for the PPR upside. Abo, let me know if that didn't help. Jason, appreciate your questions. How are you? Good morning. Full PPR. Start to Wandale, Ridley, DeMercado, and Shakir. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. So I think I'm playing DeMercado out of that group. Just based on my heart or like my initial gut feeling. I am not a fan of the Tennessee offense like as a whole, so I am off Ridley. In terms of Wandale and who's the other one? Shakir. Wandale and Shakir. Ooh. I would go Shakir. Unless you are projected to be up and you're just looking for more of a security blanket and just a few catches. But Shakir has a plus matchup with the Patriots, so that's why I would lean there. There are vacated targets in the Giants offense, right? So I get the Wandale there, but I think they're more willing to lean on the run in the short term while they figure this Jackson Dart thing out yes, he can probably go off and get catches, but I think I'm willing to wait that week and just hope Shakir catches the touchdown. But if you believe the vacated targets will go to Wandale, um, then you can go with him. Hopefully that helped, but that's who I would go with, DeMarcado and Shakir. RJ45, good morning. Did I mess up by starting Mark Andrews over Harold Fannin? Uh, I mean, don't you still have time? So I don't know if you necessarily uh messed up. Let me see if I understand this right. So you're playing, you want to have Mark Andrews in instead of Harold Fannin. I mean, in that range, for me, both of those guys are a coin flip. And just based on the usage over the past few games, it does look like Mark Andrews, I know Isaiah Likely is coming. There's so many moving parts in that offense, but there's so many moving parts in oh wait, I am talking. That is dumb. I realized he's playing right now, right? I realized he's playing right now. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My head started going in a different place. For some reason, I was recalling that he was on the Broncos, which is later today, and not the Browns. Wow, that was a goof. I mean, okay, so I'm looking at it. You're saying because Fannin caught the touchdown. I mean, for both of those guys, right? You were hoping for a touchdown. I personally would have started Andrews too, just because of where the uncertainty was in the Browns offense. I know there's an uncertainty in Baltimore too, but Andrews has always been there, right? So he's he's for who would I would have flipped a coin to say a touchdown. I would have flipped the coin and my heart would have put 51% over Fannin, but I don't think you made a wrong decision, right? With the information that you had at the time. I think I would have probably done the same there. Um, so rest assured, but we all we all I think we all would have made that decision. Smitty, Smitty, good morning. Man, there we go. This is hold on, let me just close this real quick. My eyes are getting blind. Okay. That's okay. I'll fix the lighting in a sec, but let me just look at your question. Marks or White, Godwin or Diggs? Okay, not sure if it's PPR or whatnot, but I would go White just because of I just personally feel he is more like if I were on the coaching staff, right? I am pretty solid because I've used this player year over year. So for the increased touches, I would probably be okay, you know, giving it to him. I know the the community and everybody else kind of has been speaking differently. So if you know you 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 think he's gonna have the higher line share in the backfield, and that's what you're looking for, then go ahead. But if you're in a PPR or any type of league like that, White has always been able to um, provide some type of fantasy value. So I think he has a safer floor. So that's how I would kind of choose or decide that one for myself. And then in terms of Godwin or Diggs, so both of these guys came off injury, right? One person Diggs has had more time in the offense, and I think uh, Godwin over the course of the season will be a highly used wide receiver. And even though he got a bunch of targets last week, he hasn't had the proof in the pudding yet. Diggs, on the other hand, he kind of went through that phase those first couple weeks of the season, right? And then last week we saw a change of actual production and an actual connection between quarterback and wide receiver, right? And so I personally would lean in that direction just because I would want one more week for to see the solidity of where Godwin kind of starts to become used. We know he's going to be used. We don't doubt that, right? We have no doubts that he is going to eventually uh, be heavily used in that offense. But if I could, I would wait a week. It's not like that matchup is awesome in terms of uh that it's not like that matchup is awesome in terms of having Seahawks. So Patriots are probably going to be playing from behind against the Bills. So I would go with Diggs. Hopefully that helps, Smitty. Let me know if that brought up any more questions or if I can help in any other way. Good morning, Reese. Let me look at your question and kind of see what I think. PPR, Chase Brown or DeMercado? Oh, man. Also have Nico, Ibuka, and Debo. Should I swap any of those out for Waddle or Wandale? Ooh, I really like Waddle this week. I know it's not proven. I know it's not proven, but um, some people say the Panthers have a great pass defense, but I kind of like Waddle. So let me look at Nico's matchup. Who is Nico Collins playing? He's playing the Ravens. Well, the Ravens, let's see. The Ravens might take, you know, an approach of slowing the game down. Um, Trying to run the ball with Derrick Henry, maybe get some short passing opportunities across the middle with Mark Andrews and Zay Flowers, and just kind of try to control the clock. I know their defense sucks, but it's not like Texans' offense is phenomenal. So what's going through my head in that matchup is that might be, you know, mid to lower scoring potential. When I look at Ibuka, they're playing the Seahawks. A little tough of a matchup, but it's a little hard to start or sit Ibuka at this point based on how many touchdowns he's catching. And then Debo, I know he was coming off of an injury potentially. Am I right on that? Um, and then they're playing the Chargers, so the Chargers can score, but uh, I was just talking about them maybe taking a defense and run approach to slow things down. Let's see. Oh, it says he's active. Okay, it does say Debo is active. And it's kind of hard to sit him. I guess I know it doesn't sound nice. The only one I think I'd probably sit is Nico Collins, but if you want to wait a week for Waddle to play out, I think all three of those guys are fine starts, right? It's not like I don't think you're like downgrading, right? It's not like these guys all have potential. Nico Collins, one of the best wide receivers in the league. Abuka is going nuts until he stops going nuts. It's hard to bench him, right? And then Debo, similar situation of his usage and things like that. So I think Reese, I would not swap them out for Waddle and just wait a week. Wandale for sure I would not play until it's proven, right? It is we do not know what's going to happen. Waddle, we can have a pretty good idea that he's the number one, and he has proven before that without Tyreek he can still be a number one wide receiver. That's why I'm a little more up on him. But if you want to wait a week for that to prove out, just keep it. And then in terms of Chase Brown versus DeMercado, I'm just completely out on Chase Brown. It's not like the Lions have a bad run defense. They've performed well against good players like Henry. So um, maybe he'll catch some passes, but that's what you're expecting with DeMercado as well. Even though I'm not a fan of the Cardinals offense, I think I would uh, lean DeMercado until Chase Brown can show he has the upside. I just see more upside potential with DeMarcado. I know that's sad to say at this point in the season, but until the Bengals, score 20 points or something, it's hard to trust that offense. Bob Hope, good morning. Good morning, Bob. May or Hurts PPR, and then Sutton, Myers, Ibuka. Pick one. Man, that is awesome. These are fantastic decisions to have. That means your team is stacked. Many people would be loving your shoes right now. So for May or Hurts, right? I think it's very hard for me, even though Philly's playing Denver. It's so hard for me to sit Hurts just because like he's like almost guaranteed, running work. Versus May's in a great matchup, so he's projected to do well too. So, all right, let me take a step back, take myself out of this, and see what would I say here. Man, you're choosing between two great players. Oh man, I guess here's where my heart's at. I guess I would go May, unless you're just looking for a solid floor, because we know. Actually, no, Jalen Hurts doesn't have a solid floor too. That is true. Yeah, I would go May, just because here's my thought process on that. Right, I think the Bills have a higher potential to score points than the Broncos, meaning uh most likely the Patriots are going to be in the negative grain script versus the Eagles, right? So because of that fact, that leans more heavily on the pass and scoring versus the Eagles. The game script you would have to see for Hurts to get the points is to be the guy to fall into the end zone with the rushing touchdowns, right? Number one, or the Broncos to basically be able to keep pace with the Bills, right? In order to have that scoring upside, because the Eagles have only really needed to score against a few teams. So I think there's higher potential for the Patriots to need to pass, and so that's where I would lean. Oh my goodness, here comes the spam. Hold on, let me put this out, and then I'll continue with the questions in a second. I gotta put these users in a timeout. And then you said Sutton, Myers, and Ibuka in PPR. Oh man, it's very hard. So Myers is out for me. It would just be between Sutton and Ibuka. I love, Raiders fan, but Jacoby is he's a tier below those guys right now, at least. Sutton and Ibuka. So everyone, I think everyone would play Ibuka here just because of how he's been performing. I personally, I know this is gonna be contrary to what everybody else would say. So please take this with a grain of salt, because everybody else would probably tell you play Ibuka. But why I'm leaning Sutton here is, even though everybody else would tell you to play Ibuka, Ibuka's made his money on like one play a game, right? Maybe two plays a game. And I'm not saying he's not going to get the usage, because he probably will. Seahawks have a solid defense. Eagles have a solid defense. So it's not like your matchup is fantastic for either one of these guys. But I foresee the Broncos having to make a play more so than the Bucks having to do that. I would personally play Sutton just because if we and you can double check this, but just the number of targets over the year, and like catches versus yards, right? I know Ibuka has crazy upside and potential. I just feel a little better playing Sutton, but everybody else will probably tell you play Ibuka, so you could roll with that if you want. RJ45, let me know if that didn't help or not. Bob or Reese, let me know. RJ45, I also got a trade. It's Higgins and Mark Andrews for Tongus and Jamison Williams. I don't like that. And, the reason I say that is because yes, Tongus is doing well, but they say George Kittle has the potential to miss next week. I have George Kittle, so obviously I don't want that to happen, but I do believe that is going to happen. So I do believe that Tongus will give you, another week or two of value, and they might just, take their time bringing Kittle back. On the other side of things, who knows if they're lying and they're going to bring Kittle back next week? We don't know, right? But Tongus is the upgrade, right? At that point in time. Um, and uh, I just I don't know that value doesn't hold long term, right? Because as soon as Kittle comes back, it's not like Tongus performed so well that they're like, let's shut down our number one tight end, possibly the best tight end in the league, one of the best, right? They're not going to do that, right? They're going to play Kittle. So I don't think that's value there. Jameson versus Higgins. Yes, Jameson is on a better offense right now, but it's not like he's really done anything this year either. So I don't like that trade. I don't think you're winning, right? If that Jameson was somebody like, let's say, Michael Pittman, right? Where, because nobody's going to trade you like CeeDee Lamb for Higgins, maybe, but no, right? So that tier below is more so where people might be willing for Higgins. But Jameson Williams, like, yes, he has upside too, but so does Higgins. So I don't think you're winning in this trade. Bob, you were thinking, let me know if that didn't help, RJ. You were thinking Myers with Bowers out. Yeah, I know our head can go there, right? And I'm a Raiders fan, okay? And I was super high on Geno last week, and look what he did, right? And I think in terms of Bowers being out, yes, Jacoby will get more targets. And I love Jacoby. Like, don't get me wrong. I think he's a super undervalued player in fantasy, but I don't see him with the ability I don't have confidence in him being able to score me over 20 points, right? Like, yes, he can, but it doesn't make me feel good that he can. But Sutton and Ibuka, I just have more of a feeling. If you want to play Jacoby, I do think there will be vacated targets and that he can, get more targets, but it is also a possibility. And I honestly think it is a probability after what Genty did last week that they force him the ball because he was phenomenal, right? I see a game script of over 20 carries for Genty, them try to pass it to him a few more times because he did score through the passing, right? Them using Jacoby, but now he is going to be the attention of the defense, right? Colts aren't phenomenal, but it's not like they're a slouch. It's not like a doormat of like the Cowboys were, just because there's vacated targets, you're guaranteed to score the touchdown. They could double up on Jacoby, right? And in terms of then between Sutton and Ibuka, that my logic still stands there. But if you believe that those vacated targets and you believe in Geno Smith, then yeah, go for it. I'm just not a believer in that those vacated targets of Brock Bowers are going to equal a touchdown, because it's not like he was catching touchdowns before. It's not like he was catching major yards before. So, like, do they change their philosophy and all of a sudden make Jacoby a downfield threat? Completely change Geno's passing when he threw many interceptions. Are they going to trust him to throw downfield more? Right? In my head, they're going to trust more to hand it off to Genty and try to get the offense going through Genty, and take the ball out of the hands of Geno. That's what I would assume, but I could be wrong. Let me know if that did not help or not. Man, is this camera blurry or what? Let me get this. And then RJ, was saying you got CD, so you could add CD to the trade to make it better. Thanks, that helped. You're welcome, Bob. Appreciate you. Let me know if you got anything else. RJ45, let me understand what you're saying. So what is your goal in the trade? That's my main question. Like, give me a bit of dynamics of where you're at. Like, what's your record? Where are you weak versus strong / like, what are you looking to accomplish in this trade? Because CeeDee Lamb is probably going to be a top 5 wide receiver when he's back. They did not put him on IR, which gives you a signal that they believe it is not a season-ending injury and or they can bring him back before 4 weeks. So he has very high value. So I'm trying to understand a little bit what you're trying to accomplish in the trade. Yeah, like, of course you can add. You don't really got a good wide receiver core and flex. Okay, so what I would be looking to do in your trade then is, so you would be, okay, I get what you're thinking. Let's look at then people who have strong wide receivers, not necessarily Justin Jefferson capability, right? But exactly along the line value that I was kind of mentioning before, right? Which would be that Michael Pittman range. Maybe DK Metcalf, Tetairoa McMillan, where you could look to put together, let's say, like you said, CeeDee Lamb and T. Higgins, and then try to get 3 wide receivers. So let me pull up my range. And again, what you would probably be looking for is people who have on their bench usable wide receivers, right? Because they would be willing to consolidate usable wide receivers into CeeDee Lamb, right? And then they would be willing to throw T. Higgins on their bench to potentially get to a flex. So you'd be looking to probably, just get more solid depth. So let me pull up my list of receivers real quick. PPR. And see where the ranges fall. So because you're looking for depth, right? You're looking for depth at this point in the wide receiver range, and your flex is weak. So you wouldn't necessarily be wanting to go CeeDee Lamb for Justin Jefferson, but let me see where these guys are at. 2025 season. All right, so you are probably in the range of like Cortland Sutton, Michael Pittman, Zay Flowers, DK Metcalf, Marvin Harrison Jr., Chris Olave, Jaylen Waddle. Let's see. So yeah, basically, if somebody has like DK Metcalf or Jaylen Waddle on their bench, Tetairoa McMillan, Stephon Diggs, if there's people who have these type of players like on their bench or in their flex, but maybe they don't have the Amon-Ra St. Brown, the Puka Nacua, and they're looking for that you could see in their roster build that they would benefit from a CeeDee Lamb. Then I would be targeting those type of players in your league to be able to get maybe like a 2 for 3, right? Get three wide receivers for yourself, or 2 wide receivers, and have them throw in like a throwaway running back or something like that for CeeDee Lamb and T. Higgins. But I would be looking to either split CeeDee Lamb into 2 wide receivers at that lower caliber, or maybe put CeeDee Lamb and T. Higgins together to get 3 wide receivers, or 2 wide receivers and a bench running back. something like that. Yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. I I I let me think about this for just a second before I start spewing nonsense. So your best value in your trade is CeeDee Lamb, and then what you would be looking to do is gauge what the other person would want. So I think personally for me, Marvin Harrison, skill wise, I don't think he's as good as T Higgins, but just where they're at with their offense and where their offense is at this year, um, I think Marv's higher, right? So when negotiating for the trade, it's like it's not like you can package together T Higgins and Harrison Jr. and get something great in return. Nobody's really going to want that, right? But somebody will want CeeDee Lamb plus one of those guys, right? Because those guys do have upside. So I am less right. I'm more down on T Higgins. So I would offer first CeeDee Lamb and T Higgins for, like I said, 2 or 3 wide receivers. Like if somebody has, DK Metcalf and Jaylen Waller or Jacoby Myers on their bench or something like that, then I would be looking to kind of choose those teams and be like, hey, are you interested in CeeDee Lamb? This is what I'm thinking, and send them a trade. And then if they're like, nah, then you can upgrade to Marvin Harrison Jr. as well, or you could throw that out there, right? But I would be looking, if you're looking for wide receiver depth, I would try to target people who have like more solid middle of the pack wide receivers, who might be willing to consolidate to CeeDee Lamb. I hope that makes sense. Let me know if that helps or not. I'm very appreciative of that. Let me start working on some stuff for the stream, because I have not adjusted the video or nothing like that. All right, so we're in the London game. What do we got? We got, feel free everybody to drop stuff in the chat while I get things going. All right, why is this out of focus? Okay, good. Hopefully that's not too dark. Appreciate it. Yeah, of course, RJ. Let me know if I could help in any other way. All right. Let me see. Where am I at with things? All right. Let me see. So, what's going on? The game's tied 7-7. I missed basically the first whole half because I didn't set this up. And I appreciate everybody's questions. As I continue to get things set up for this morning game, it looks like it is 1 minute left in the half, so we'll be going to halftime soon. Who are the big performers so far? I have Quinshon, Judkins, and Jordan Mason. I was forced to play this roster. I did not choose to. For my running backs, Bucky Irving got hurt, and every single player on my bench is either hurt, so George Kittle and Bucky Irving, or they are on bye. So I did solid preparation in my draft of seeing how many players I have on bye. Um, all right. So who who is doing well? Who's doing well in this game? Um, what is going on? So we got what are the highlights of this game? The touchdown was by Harold Fannin on the 1 yard line. Dang, that means Quinshon just missed it. And then Josh Oliver got a 30. Oh yeah, the 32-yard pass from Cam Akers. Jeez, that's crazy. Um, and then the box score says what? Cam Akers 1 for 1 in a 32-yard touchdown. That's hilarious. Um, and then the running game going nowhere for Minnesota, which was to be expected. I just literally had no one else to play besides Jordan Mason, so that sucks. And he fumbled it. Oh my goodness. Okay. RJ, oh, someone in your league has Xavier Worthy and Cortland Sutton. So should I go for them? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. Those guys, I think I would lock in low Cortland Sutton, right? And then Xavier Worthy, I think that could be looked at for the rest of the season. Yes, it's a little bit of a limitation of Rashee Rice coming back, but um, I think somebody would move off that potentially. So yeah, that's a great idea. But continue, make sure you look through all the teams too, right? Because somebody else could be in a pinch. The people more likely to let go of things probably have assets on their bench and they're frustrated, right? So or choosing the wrong flex, right? If they're choosing a wide receiver over a running back on their bench because they thought they had a chance, whatever, right? But yeah, that's a decent target. So appreciate you sharing that. Oh man. All right, so 30 seconds left in this half. This is looking ugly for Jordan Mason. Man, I can't believe I had to start him this week. I knew Cleveland's run defense was fantastic, but I had no choice unless I would have dropped him, but I don't want to drop him, right? All right. So let's see. Cleveland's making catches with the football with David Njoku, it looks like, for what probably was a first down. Um, all right. So Browns took a timeout after connecting with Njoku. Nice athletic catch. Um, oh yeah, I gotta upload the pictures too. Boop, boop, boom. Pictures. Um, First and goal, 25 seconds left. All right. Hopefully everybody's having a good start to their fantasy day. Um, we got the first half underway. Low scoring game in London, 7-7. At the half, first and goal for the Browns on the 9 yard line. Looking to make something happen here right before the end of the half. Looks like a handoff going nowhere. Um, Call a timeout. Uh, they are looking second down, 20 seconds left, second and goal. They're running Jerome Ford. That's awesome. Uh, let's see. So Minnesota got 100 yards through the air, 64 yards on the ground. Um, they got the Browns got 100 yards through the air too, 70 yards on the ground. RJ45. Someone has Ibuka and Smith and Jigba, and they have Mike Evans on the bench. That's the one. This is the one for sure. Because this person would be willing to split Ibuka and Mike Evans. They probably don't want to play both of those guys at the same time and feel bad. If you're talking about Devontae Smith there, they're probably willing to move off that. So yes, you can, target high of obviously wanting like Njigba and Mike Evans or something like that. And then just making sure that they know, hey, open to discussion. But I think we could make something happen here, right? Because they would for sure be so down to roll out CD Lamb and Jigba. Well, if they trade him away, CD Lamb and Abuka, right? But if they want to keep it, and the more realistic thing that you might end up getting is like Smith plus Mike Evans plus something else on their bench. But yeah, this is the one for sure. I would start a conversation with this guy. I would start a conversation with both, right? Just to see, because maybe some people are just stubborn, right? Like my league doesn't trade very often. And somebody just might not want to trade. But so reach out to everybody, right? But yeah, that one I think would make the most sense for both of you because they'd be willing to split. Mike Evans and Abuka are both great, but holding both of them, like I could see that being a frustrating situation. So great job. Good trade target there, RJ. Really appreciate your thoughts on things. So third and goal for Cleveland, and it looks like they got a false start. But yeah, appreciate everybody who's dropping these questions in this early window. All right, Bet. Thanks. Of course. RJ, have a good one. Let me know if anything comes up. Rest of the day, I'll be here all day. I will be here all day. All right, everybody. So here we go. 16 seconds left. They just got backed up. So they're now on the 12-yard line. Empty backfield. Got 0 timeouts, it looks like. So 16 seconds, third down, looking for the end zone, going over the heads, going to kick a field goal to end the half. Okay. That was probably a very boring half for the people watching. These London, I'm gonna just go on a little rant here. These London games, these international games, I don't know. Like, I'm curious to know what the world thinks of this, right? Because football is such an interesting sport because you're gonna get a game where it's like 7-7 or 7-10 for the final score, or you can get a game where it's like 40-45, right? And if you only get like one game a year, right? You got one game a year and you're in London, and then you get a matchup like this. Is I wonder if that puts a sour taste in trying to expand the market, right? Trying to expand the market into these, or if they're just so excited to watch a football game in person that it doesn't matter. But yeah, I'm curious to know what the experience is like for international versus America, where it's like yeah, your games are happening every week or every other week, and you're gonna have chances again next year, or I don't know. That's just I'm not sure how they feel, because I've seen a lot of these international games end up slugfest like these because both teams are tired or whatever, um, jet lagged, uh, or they just aren't. They're both not comfortable because nobody's at home, you know. Um, so yeah, versus like I know they can't do a basketball or hockey game, but it's like those games are typically more consistent with what the output game to game is. All right, let's start uploading this stuff. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat while I set this up. I set this up. Oh, good morning, Bradley. Let's see. PPR, pick one. Tucker, Hunter, Washington, likely. I can't even think who's Washington. Why can't I think of who that is off the top of my head in this scenario? Man, that's a thin. That's a tough one. I'm not a fan of Hunter, but oh, Malik Washington on the Dolphins. Oh, okay. That's right. That's right. All right. So I'm not a fan of Hunter. There's vacated targets in Miami. I do think most of them are going to go to Waddle, but there is going to be some type of split. And then there's vacated targets for Tucker, right? With this is, I assume this is Tucker from the Raiders, right? But if not, please correct me. If not, please correct me if it's a different player. But then for me it comes down to who is the offense you trust more. And I know trusting the Raiders versus Miami, like who are we going to trust more there, right? But I and the reason I'm also not saying likely is I think there's uncertainty in that offense too, but it's with the quarterback rather than receivers, right? And so I'm just not as sold on that one until he's proven coming back from injury, and he they prove something in that offense essentially, right? So my choice is basically between Tucker and Washington. I trust, man, this is going to sound terrible as a Raiders fan, so please no one screenshot this and put it to everyone. I trust Tua a little more than Geno this week. Ew, I hated saying that out loud. That was, oh man, that didn't feel good. Um, so I would go Washington, but if you believe in the Raiders, maybe I'm not a hardcore fan and I'm looking too much at the numbers, then go Tucker. But that's where my logic goes. Let me know if that helped or that did not help, Bradley. But I appreciate the question. Okay, RJ, you sent Higgins, CD, and Caleb Williams because he needs a quarterback because of Lamar for Njigba and Ibuka. Ooh, I love it. That's a great trade. I'll be honest, he's probably not going to take it, right? But at least you target at high and just let him know, like, hey, I'm willing to negotiate, but this is what I'm thinking, because you just want to make sure that this person doesn't feel like they're just getting shafted for nothing, right? So be willing to negotiate, right? Know what you prefer to settle for, right? I prefer to settle for Mike Evans and Njigba for this trade. If you want Marvin Harrison instead of T. Higgins, I'm willing to do this and that. Willing to negotiate, right? If they say no right off the bat. But I like that target. I think you target it high, right? And now just know, like, in the art of negotiation, that he's going to want to target high for himself. So be willing to make moves to compromise and get it done if you need that depth. All right, Evan, good morning. Let me know if that didn't help, RJ, but I appreciate that. Evan, flex help, half point PPR, Travis Hunter. Man, everybody's talking about Travis Hunter today. Holy smokes. Maybe because I said no so many times he's going to go off, but I'm not a believer right now. Travis Hunter, Bashal Tootin, or Kendre Miller. These options are awful. Trey Tucker is available to be picked up, but you don't want to drop anybody. Oh, man, these options are so fun. Man, you're giving me great options here. Oh my God. What do I do? What do we do? This is disgusting. Sorry. I should not be saying bad things about your team like that, but holy smokes. Okay, so where my head is going right here, right, is yes, Kendre Miller's uh usage is going up, but I don't know if I trust that offense right now. If I'm being honest, I have a piece of that offense too, but I think he's I think he's kind of set for 10 touches, so at least he's serviceable. Tootin ETN just looks so good, right? Like, pause. Not in that way. ETN is looking very productive for where he's been. Um, I don't know if Tootin is going to get the usage that Miller gets, but let me just double check to make sure I'm not talking out. Yeah, so he's only got 4 carries in that last game. And it's not like he's being used in the passing game. So I would lean Miller over Tootin. And then it just becomes Travis Hunter versus Miller. Oh man, bro. It's like looking hairs. I would lean Kendre Miller, if I'm being honest. Um, I know Jacksonville's at home. I don't trust Trevor Lawrence. I don't trust the Saints offense either. But I do trust Kansas City to be playing hard in this game. Um, I would lean Kendre Miller. Could this be the week Hunter shows out during prime time? It's possible. Is it likely? I don't think so, but it's possible. I mean, the reason I say that though is just because like there is so much pressure to fix that offense, right? And if I'm looking at this, you know, can you fix all the pieces at one time? No, right? Possible, but no. Where am I going to focus my efforts in fixing that offense if I'm the coach? I'm going to fix that connection between Brian Thomas Jr. and Trevor Lawrence cuz I don't foresee you wanting to gamble on fixing that connection with Hunter in terms of the type of targets that Hunter gets. I don't know if it's breakaway potential. So I think, he's where he was at last week is easy to match and maybe even a little bit more, maybe one or two more catches and 20 more yards. And that's about where Kendre Miller kind of is too, right? Um, but Kendre, so then it just becomes, what do you think Kendre Miller has the ability to fall in the end zone again like he did uh last week? Um, so I guess if you want to play Hunter in prime time, just because it's prime time, you can. I'm just not a believer in Trevor Lawrence fixing things this week against Kansas City, who probably wants to smash their opponents from a terrible start. I don't see them letting up on the gas. So that's where I'll lean. Hopefully that helped. Let me know if that did not, um, or if that brought up any other thoughts. But I appreciate that question, Evan. Um, while it's halftime, I'm gonna keep setting up. Gonna use the bathroom though, so setting up BRB. Setting up. Be right back during halftime. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Thanks for the quick bathroom break. Let's see. RJ, you also sent that CD Higgins for Sutton and Worthy, by the way. Yeah, so I'll be praying for you to get one of those two trades through, RJ. I believe you'll get one. I believe in you. You'll get one. So appreciate that. Anybody who drops a like, I appreciate things. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat. Every single like helps when it's getting started right now like this. So let's see. You're 1-3. Well, any given Sunday. So I'll I wish you the best this week. You can turn around. You can turn around. Definitely like your thought process though to get a trade going while CD's out, right? Because you can't wait if you're in a negative win script right now for CD to come back and try to hope to make playoffs. You got to make a move. So I like what you're doing. Get some of that energy drink going. Okay. Feel free to drop anything in the chat, anybody, while I continue to get things set up. Hopefully, we can have something besides a fumble for Jordan Mason in the second half. Had to play him. Not my choice. When your full bench has people on buys and you can't drop any of them, and Bucky Irving gets injured, unfortunately, you have to play Jordan Mason. So that's where I'm at with that one. Whew. Let's get this going. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Let's put Jordan Mason in the spotlight so he feels this extra pressure to perform well. Just kidding. Hopefully he could do something. This is a tragic first half start. I knew the Browns defense is good. Like, don't get me wrong. I didn't expect much, but 0.3, geez, bro. All right, we got Jordan Mason at a whole 0.3 points. Nice. Got Jordan Mason at 0.3 points. That's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Let's get this updated. Anyone feel free to drop any questions in the chat. I know we're waiting for the game to get going. We are waiting. Start sits. Trade questions. We just had some good trade questions going. Let's see. Where is this thing? Here it is. We got this spotlight. We gonna change it to this one. How I feel about Hunter Henry. I'm up on Hunter Henry. Here, let me pull it up for you, bro. Let me pull it up. Is it this one? Is it this one? No, it's not this one. I'm up on him. I think yeah, look, okay, it's this one. So look in the bottom left for the tight end. Right. And what I'm showing here is, there's always experts, right? There's always experts, and they take these consensus rankings, right? The average consensus, essentially. And that's where, when you go into your app, ESPN, Sleeper, whatever it is, projected points, right? What do they actually score that week, right? Comparing those two values to see what's some of the difference. And over the course of the year, Hunter Henry has had a positive sum of difference, a positive comparatively to where he was projected to be week over week, he's outperforming it more weeks than not. Drake May is looking fire, right? That offense, you know, is looking decent. And I'm not saying Hunter Henry is going to be your Brock Bowers, right? But if you look at the targets he's got over the course of the year for the tight end position and how many touchdowns he has, right? That is all you can ask for over the course of these 4 weeks. Yes, we all want to find the Jake Ferguson, right? Or the Brock Bowers or the Tucker Kraft, but at that position, if you can lock and load somebody where you really shouldn't have to think about it, I would say that is a very good player to have in your roster. Game's getting started again, so let me know what you're thinking though about Hunter Henry, RJ, and maybe we can share some thoughts on that. Appreciate it though, RJ. Hey Drew, Chase Brown or Michael Carter or DeMercado? Can you guys believe that at this point in the season we are debating like the third string running back of the Arizona Cardinals and the one of the top projected offenses, Chase Brown, top projected running backs, and you're not wrong. You are not wrong to ask these questions. That is where we are at in this season of things, man. Jeez, bro. I think man. Okay, so what's going through my head, right, is I'm Lions, their defense for the running back position has been pretty good, right? Like been able to stop decent players. So how Chase Brown would make anything probably out of that game is catches out of the backfield, but it's not like he's shown amazing talent there. Now, I do think the Cardinals backfield is a mess. All the experts have said that Michael Carter is supposed to be the man, right? That's what the experts have said. It's just very interesting for me to believe that. And I don't know, like if we look back at last week, right, on DeMercado's usage, it wasn't that high, so it is possible that they split them. So I don't know. It's just like if I were to just follow the experts, I would say Michael Carter in this situation. I just have so much uncertainty on the game script of the Bengals, but on the positive side, not to just trash talk Chase Brown, he has been, getting some usage in both. Like he had 70 yards last week. I just pulled it up and with 40 yards on the ground, 30 yards through the air, 3 catches. So in PPR, that gets you 10 points. That's his best performance. I don't know if I'm reaching for the upside on those other 2 players yet, just until it splits, because if you choose the wrong one, you get the wrong one, right? So honestly, even though I don't like Chase Brown, I might end up choosing him in this situation, and just pray. But I have no problem if you choose any of the other 2 guys. I just like the experts say Michael Carter is supposed to get things, right? So, trust the experts, I guess. If you're gonna choose between one of those other 2, Michael Carter, yeah, bro, he gets cooked by losing Burrow. I know. Burrow, it just shows how good Burrow is, right? Like how good he is. Like you see how terrible that what's it called? That offensive line is, and it's like, oh snaps, Burrow was making that look a little better than it was. no wonder they struggled the whole season, right? Okay. All right, so it looks like the Vikings are making a march down the field. The score, it looks like Carson Wentz is in. Something about him going in early. Uh, hopefully that helped, Drew. Appreciate any likes, any comments, anybody uh drops. All right, Jordan Mason finally breaking free for something. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. You're going with Carter because he has a better matchup and more upside. Yeah, he does have a better matchup for sure. And okay, yeah, I don't disagree. You know, Chase Brown has not had upside, so I'm definitely not going to disagree there. So appreciate you, Drew. Appreciate the feedback. Let me know any more thoughts. Tune in. I'll be here all day. If any other questions come up for start sits, appreciate a like or anything that you could do. All right, Wentz throws first and goal, gets about half. But you could totally get screwed. I agree with you on Chase Brown. Yeah, I mean, any given Sunday though, right? Whoever falls into the end zone between those three is probably going to be the high man on the day, and somebody between those three will probably fall into end zone. We just don't know who it is. So I appreciate that, Drew. Let me know any other thoughts. So we got on the 3-yard line, we got Jordan Mason in the backfield, second and goal. We need this man to fall into the end zone. This is his one and only shot. And he did it. He did it. Let's go. Let's go. Touchdown. Touchdown. Oh man, I don't have them uploaded. Okay, that's my next task right now. I'll do that right now. Here we go. Man, I wish I had everything set up for you guys, but bear with me while I get this set up quickly. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so we got the Vikings. Feel free to drop questions, anybody. All right. Bear with me. There's the Jordan Mason thing. You guys aren't really supposed to see this because I should have had this all set up beforehand, but let's go. Let's see. Just for the size, bring up this guy. Bring this down just like this. Then go there. Boom. All right. There we go. So you got Drew said you woke up and saw Bowers is out. Yes. And you picked up Waller, so hopefully he does something. Dude, what? You got to pick up Waller today? That means your team, nobody in your league picked him up. Dude, roll with him. Roll with him for sure. No problem starting no problem starting Darren Waller this week without what's his name? Tyreek Hill. It's fair game for anybody. It's fair game. So no problem with that one. You had Fannin on your bench, but you overslept the game, and he has a TD. Yeah, he got a TD real early, but I didn't feel comfortable about that touchdown. If I'm being honest, I don't think I think I would have played Waller over Fannin if I were in your shoes. So we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Ryan, good morning. Nice name there, too. My name's Ryan as well. Good morning. Marks or Henderson? Woody Marks, I would assume. And if so, I would go Woody Marks. Henderson until, he's proven that he's going to be great, but it's just right now, you're limited to probably 10 touches in the game. And if he breaks away for that 60-yard touchdown, bam, you got it, right? Or that 20-yard touchdown. Marks, it pretty much looks like, I don't want to say he's completely taking over that backfield, but I think his guaranteed touches are at least 50% higher than Henderson. So I like Marks in that position. But let me know what you think, Ryan. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Any questions, any likes that anybody drops, very helpful. Thank you so much. Of course, Drew. Good luck to you with things this week. Let me know if anything else. All right. So where are we at, guys? We just got saved. We got saved by Jordan Mason falling into the end zone because he was at a total of 0.3 points for the first half. Put him in the spotlight right away for this London game, and yes, let's go. He scored the touchdown. He scored the touchdown. So that made me happy. We will upload all the other players' pictures as we go along, but Jordan Mason scored that touchdown. All right, so he got 8.3 points now. All right. Share, download this, upload right here. Let's upload this, browse this. Hopefully that goes there. And Ryan, you're welcome. You're welcome, Ryan. Let me know if anything else. Appreciate any feedback, any likes, or any other questions, whether it be trades, other rest of the season. But thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate you. All right, so we got that updated. Let us go to the London game again. All right, and we got to start getting together these groups. We got the Vikings. All right, we got the Vikings playing with All right, so Cleveland at the 31. Hound off. Let's go, Judkins. Break it free, but there's a flag. It's probably going to be a hold, right? It's always a hold on the offense when it comes out that early. Yep. Yep. Perfect. It was a hold. Is Diggs a trustable flex, Drew? Yes. I think. Well. Let me not speak out without asking a clarifying question first. Who are you benching that you would be thinking of playing instead? But I would trust Diggs if over some of these. I would have played Diggs probably over the other guys that you asked me about. But I depending on who you're benching it for, I think Diggs is definitely a startable flex for sure. He's performed well last week. It's not like he's unproven. Oh my God, Judkins broke free again. Nice. It's not like he's unproven in previous years, right? I think he just needed some time to get his legs going back at game speed, get that connection with Drake May at game speed. But so you're screwed by buys right now. Yeah, you got the best. Diggs is the best there, and I would fire him up. So I don't think Chase Brown has upside past what. And this is PPR or some type of PPR too, right? But I'm just asking as a clarifying question. But yeah, Diggs in that with those people is definitely a startable option, 100%. But let me know. Oh yeah, full PPR. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure I would take him. For sure. 100%. Lock and load Diggs this week. Drake May, I think he'll finish well this week. So praying for you, Drew. You got this. Let me know any other questions. You got it. But first and 10 for Cleveland, handing off to Judkins and getting some football yards, running up that field. Hopefully this second half will be more interesting than that first half, because that first half was a little bit of a drag. It looks like I was not able to tune in, but it definitely looks like it was slower paced, just kind of based on the score and the box scores and what I imagine Cleveland was doing. But hopefully it picks up. Second and 3, Got a guy in motion. Looks like another delayed handoff. And Ford making some yards. All right. So gonna continue. Feel free to drop any questions, anybody. Any questions in the chat. Every like helps, so appreciate every like. And as I get this set up, thank you for bearing with me on being a little bit slower, but feel free to drop any questions in the chat while I get this set up. All right. Boom. 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 It's all supposed to be set up beforehand. Oh, he caught Judkins in the pass. Let's go. Let's go. Man, I am so happy I was able to get Judkins off the waiver. I just happened to see the news at the right time and got him once they had a contract signed for the guy. All right, so we got under center, Cleveland at the 20, faked handoff, pass into the tight end. Looks like Njoku leaping over a guy. Woo! Athletic play. Athletic play. This man plays football. This man plays football. Plays football well, too. All right. Let's see. What are we hoping for now? What are we hoping for now? Be nice to get a Judkins touchdown, or is that too greedy? He's been putting in some yards this drive. 2nd and 4, guy in motion on the 14-yard line. Handoff up the middle, close to a first down, pushing the pile. Looks like a yard short of the first down. Maybe half a yard short. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat. Appreciate everybody's participation in this community. While I continue to get all of these things set up. Let's see. So, third down. We got 5 minutes left in the third quarter, 3rd and 1. Shotgun formation. Judkins in the backfield, guy in motion. Handoff. Ooh, looks like they're short. Looks like they got stuff short. All right, let's upload some more stuff while we wait for this. Image. Ben. Judkins got the first down. They went for it on 4th down, and Judkins got it. It was like 4th and 1. They ended up getting the first down. All right. Let's see where we're at here. How can we spice things up a little bit? So we'll commentate on this, and then I'll make some early game call outs. So we got 1st and goal. 1st and goal on the 9-yard line. They got Judkins running for maybe 1. Very minimal gain there. All right. Here we go. Here we go. We got second and goal. We got looks like Jerome Ford in the back, shotgun formation, stepping back. Everybody covered, just throwing it out of bounds. Well, I guess that's the one positive thing that I could say that I've seen from Gabriel. Is it does look like he, is throwing it away more in the sense, of course, you don't want to see that over the course of the season, but it's good to see willing to throw over the middle of the end zone, out of bounds, um, to give people a shot rather than just, you know, out of the side and or get sacked. So third and goal, backing up, throwing up the middle. Looks like it's caught. David Njoku catching a football. David Njoku catching footballs. Touchdown, Dylan Gabriel. Let's go. Let's go, Cleveland. Oh man. All right. Let's see. That was a good pass. That was a great pass. All right. Let's see. Let's go. So we got what do we got? What do we got? How did it work last time? Bear with me while I get everything set up, everybody. Let's kind of spice things up a bit. So this is Vikings versus Browns. All right. Let's see if that spices things up a little bit. All right. 4, 6, 8, 0. All right. All right. All right. All right. We are live. Um, let's see. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat. All right. Here we go. Let's see. All right. So now this is going to be Minnesota's turn to do some damage. Let's see what they end up doing. Master, how are you? Juwan or Waller? Oh man. Well, I have Juwan and he was injured. Um he was definitely injured. So um let me check because the kickoff should be happening soon, right? He was injured, so I don't know if they undesignated him. Uh it looks like there's no update. He's active. Okay, sorry, I was trying to see that real quick. Um, you know, I think it depends on what you're looking for in your roster build this week. And what I mean by that is you know, I I have Juwan, so I can say this with some honesty, is that he's been getting a little more shaky usage compared to the beginning, but I still see them needing him for the next few games. With this injury, I don't know if they're going to pull back a little bit. And Darren Waller has caught 2 touchdowns in his first game, so they're definitely looking for him uh, in the end zone. I personally think there's a little more scoring opportunity in Miami. So if you're looking for, I think, a little more upside, I would go with Darren Waller. Um, I don't even know if Juwan's safe with his injury. So I'm kind of leaning Waller. I'm playing Juwan, so of course I'm gonna root for him. It's just with that injury and then the negative usage recently, I'm just a little more cautious. I'm not giving up. Like I didn't drop him right for Darren Waller when waivers ran and we didn't know he wasn't injured. So I would have played Juwan fully healthy over Waller. Um, it's just there's a little uncertainty right now for me on his health. Um, but I have to play Juwan, so that's who I'm playing. Um, if I had your shoes, I think I would play Waller though. If I had both in a vacuum, hopefully that helps. But if you're completely winning positive game script, I think uh Juwan will still probably get his his like 4 targets for 40 yards or whatever. Or sorry, 4 receptions. As long as he's healthy. Still has a potential upside for a touchdown. Um, but that's where I'm at with it. Let me know if that was helpful or not. All right. Let's see what else I could update. Curious to hear your guys' opinion on who is going to win this London game. Um, we shall see. It's been a boring first half, but an interesting second half. Um, so hopefully that momentum continues. But feel free to drop any start sit questions. I think I'm done setting up, so let me change that. Go. Wow, it's all off center and stuff now too. All right, so drop anything in the chat. Let's see if we can. Let's see. Can Cleveland pull off the upset? Let me see. Where's the studio? Money games. There are morning games. All right. So we got 3rd and 17. Thank you so much to for everybody who has asked questions so far. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat. Um, looks like Minnesota is 3-and-out, so Cleveland will get the ball back, being up in this first half, or sorry, in this second half. Um, but feel free to drop any start sit questions, rankings questions, trade questions. We've had some good ones today. It seems like everybody's debating whether to start Travis Hunter. He seems to be a name on a lot of people's rosters who are having some trouble starting him with confidence, which is understandable, which is very understandable. Oh my goodness. It's rolling all the way down to the 2-yard line. That was a great punt by the Vikings. All right. Holding on the receiving team, though. So that made it even worse. That made it even worse. All right. 8.9 yards for Jordan Mason. So there's very little happening on that side of the football. .9 yards for Jordan Mason. Let's see. We got an exciting slew of games today. Exciting slew of games. Let's see. Ooh. Everybody's thankful for that Jordan Mason touchdown, probably who started him. Nobody expected him to do well or them to do well. So, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We got, let's recap some of the uh stats for today. Real McCoy, good day to you, sir. DJ Moore and Trey Tucker shit the bed. Ooh, I wasn't probably supposed to cuss live, but yeah. Yeah, DJ Moore is not the truth. Trey Tucker, somebody asked about Trey Tucker earlier today too because of the what's it called? The vacated targets of Brock Bowers. But I don't trust Gino. I'm not sure if Trey Tucker didn't play well or Gino, man, those interceptions were not the business. So I don't believe in that either. So going for somebody else, nobody nobody's gonna blame you for playing that. But looks like you went for the swing for the fences with Isaiah Vaughn though. So that was an interesting play, but we got to do what we got to do, right? We got to do what we got to do. We can't just keep praying over people who have not performed. So I don't blame you at all. It's a line in Gino. I know Gino. The line, yeah, the line is not great. The line is definitely not great. One play in the third quarter, you drop Kendre Miller. Somebody else was trying to play Kendre Miller. Was thinking of playing Kendre Miller this week. You wanted to start Rondale Robinson. A lot of people do. But I'm under the notion that they may just kind of try to run the ball a little bit in these first few weeks, and kind of figure that out with the new quarterback. But the vacated targets is definitely something to look for. Let me look at your stats. So you played Isaiah Bond, 1 reception for 7 yards. Oh shoot, bro. Well, we're driving here, so since Quinshon already is racking up some yards, I can hope for you for a long touchdown or a big 50-yard pass or something. So I will pray for you um on that 50-yard pass or that long touchdown. Um how do you link your lineup for Yahoo? I don't have, let me think. You're right, because you can't drop links here on YouTube, right? I can send you I don't have Discord. I could send you my email or something. For you to try there. Because you want to get a question, one streamer to another. Definitely got to get a Discord. I did have Discord, but what's the word? That's something I don't want right now. But yeah, the Discord I've cut out of my life. I used to be on Discord a lot because of all the groups back when. But I just right now don't have it. So let me drop an email in the chat. You could use that one if you want to send your what's it called, a screenshot or something. But if you're not comfortable, I totally understand. I just don't have Discord, so because I don't know, can you send? No, you can't send a message, huh? I guess you could drop a comment, right? On a different video or something as well. If you want to try that. But you are right. No sponsorships for now. But I didn't know you stream. What do you stream? What do you stream? What was I looking up? Oh yeah, Isaiah Bond had 1 reception for 7 yards. What or maybe you could copy and paste your lineup too. I'm not sure if that was possible. Where am I at with things? I got distracted. Okay, so Cleveland is driving. I will be rooting for you to get an Isaiah Bond touchdown. Or maybe Isaiah Bond could pass a touchdown to Quinshon Judkins, or Quinshon Judkins could pass a touchdown to Isaiah Bond, and we could both win. Hopefully that's helpful. But feel free to drop any starter sit questions. Anybody in the chat? We're watching Cleveland make a drive that stalled out on 4th and 1, so we'll have to see what happens on the return. No fair catch. They're running it back, and they're across midfield, so they have good field position after a good punt and a 3 and out. So Minnesota's down. They do got to score here to keep it competitive, but they're across midfields, and so they can kick a field goal if they stall out. Everybody feel free to drop any start and sit questions. Appreciate every single like, appreciate every single comment that you guys bring. Here we go. All right, so 17-14. So Minnesota can kick a field goal here to tie. And there is empty backfield. Guy in motion. Oh no, there's another fumble. Are you serious? Are you serious? There is a fumble. Scott fumbled it on the first carry for Oh man, he did fumble it. Jeez, bro. Come on, Vikings. That's 2 fumbles this game. Great job, Cleveland defense. Okay, let me see. Bro McCoy sent be coming from the email. You're 0-4 in the league. You got to swing for the fences. Yes. You played the safe the first 2 weeks and it got me losses. Yeah, I did the same thing. I feel like when we play scared, um, you know, it ends up like that. So let me check the email real quick. Um, to see what you got going. I'm still praying for your Isaiah Bond touchdown though, so don't think I gave up for you on that one. Let me see. Let me see. All right, here we go. Busted fantasy lineup. All right, let's see. So you got your lineups here. Um, did you drop your question too? The Bond just isn't any undrafted kid on the street either. I know. I know. Wait, so what's the I have the images pulled up. What's your thoughts or your questions? Are we talking trades? Are we talking rest of season? Or you just want my thoughts on the roster in general? So while you type this out, I'll start just kind of giving an overall overview. Jalen Hurts, Justin Jefferson, you're never touching. Right. So those guys are for sure locks. Your running back position, you got Breece Hall, who will probably be a starter. Hopefully, Travion Henderson picks things up over the course of the year, and you got Darren Waller locked in there. This is a 3 wide receiver league. It doesn't look like there's a flex. Is there no flex in this league? And then you got Wan'Dale Robinson, DJ Moore, Tucker Kraft, Jaylen Warren. Okay, so when Jaylen Warren is back off the bye, probably won't be injured. Looks like you could slot him between him and Henderson, right? So there's your running back depth there. You got Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who's a good hold on to candidate for that, but you are struggling for wide receiver, and it's a 3 wide receiver league. Okay, I see where we're at with this, but you got a locked and loaded Tucker Kraft, Darren Waller. You don't got a flex, right? So that's where I'm at there. So okay, so let's see what you said. Who do you think I should drop with what you have? I can't see who's available in the league. Well, okay. If I am being honest, right? If you're 0-4, and you're trying to swing for the fences, I went over this with somebody else, and this is gonna be contradictory. Someone is trading right now in my league for Deebo Samuel, and they are offering Stafford and another wide receiver for Deebo. I don't think I understand that. Your wide receiver is so bare. So yeah. So the problem is you're in a 3. It looks like 3 wide receiver league, right? This is not a flex league, right? So it looks like it's set at 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a tight end. If that is correct, then this is what my thought process is. But feel free to drop any corrections where I'm off base here. Because it's a 3 wide receiver league, and I imagine this looks like it's probably a 12 person league as well, with how thin everything looks. But everybody's wide receivers are more valuable. If you're 0-4, you need to make some changes, right? 100% you need to make some changes. So where my head is going at this is how do you maximize that value? And the people who you have on your team, you're gonna have to be willing to let go of somebody good and package it to try to get 2 locked and loaded wide receivers, right? And so the value on your team with what you have is gonna be either Jalen Hurts, Justin Jefferson, or Tucker Kraft, right? And the reason I even included those quarterbacks and that tight end is because you have Jared Goff, right? You have Darren Waller. And I know those aren't, the most awesome plays, but if somebody sees high value in those and you can turn them into package them to get 2 wide receivers, like just throwing in DJ Moore with the Jalen Hurts or something to get 2 solid wide receivers, I would do it. If I could turn Justin Jefferson into 2 solid wide receivers, I would do it. Just because I know it's going to be hard to be like, man, I have to give up, Justin Jefferson, or I have to give up Jalen Hurts. I am just saying these are options I would explore based off the other teams in your league. And what I'm thinking about, or what I'm looking at, is you're in a 3 wide receiver league. So wide receivers are at a premium here, right? So with the stress that you have is you're playing roulette every week with the team that you have, or even if you pick somebody off of waivers, right? You're playing roulette with just who is going to score the touchdown. And what would probably feel better for you is if you could in a sense lock and load a couple wide receivers, right? And then play roulette with only 1 wide receiver rather than 2. So I know it's not fun to think about giving up Justin Jefferson or Jalen Hurts, right? But just the reason I say that is just because that's where, with what your team is, where the value is at. So let me pull this up. I just help someone else. Let me pull this up real quick. And let me know if I'm off base here, if this is not helping, right? But so here it is. PPR. I think you said it was PPR too, right? We have, let's see. You're looking for somebody who may be willing to split things, right? That's what was one of the scenarios with somebody else earlier today, was like somebody else had like Ibuka and Evans, right? So if somebody is like constantly trying to flip their wide receiver 3, and maybe they'll be willing to split, right? If they have 2 of the same players, or if they have a stack load of wide receivers and they're benching somebody like Tetairoa, McMillan, Michael Pittman. Let me go a little deeper. Sorry, I got to think a little deeper because you're in a deeper league. Chris Olave, right? If you can turn, Justin Jefferson into 2 of those guys, right? Or the Chargers wide receivers, right? There's a lot of teams that have somebody like Quinton Johnston plus Keenan Allen, and they'd probably be willing to split that. Jacoby Myers, guys in this range, I would be looking to turn, a lock and load it at another position. Even Justin Jefferson. I know it's not awesome to think that, but right now you're playing roulette with 2. See, I know you're willing to trade Goff and Moore, but like on the receiving end of that, like there's no value in that as somebody who is receiving the trade, right? So I know when we look at trades, we a lot of times look through the lens of like who do I not want on my team? Right. That's how we kind of look. It's like, oh, I don't really use Goff. I don't really use Moore. And in your build, you might be like, oh, I don't really use maybe Travion Henderson, or I don't know. Maybe you want to keep those. Maybe it's like, I don't need Wandale, but it's like when you're receiving that, like think about it, from the other end of things. Like, let's say you were targeting Puka Nacua. It's like, am I going to give up Puka Nacua off my team to receive Jared Goff plus DJ Moore? No, right? I'm not gonna really want that. So you have to look at what other people would want, and maybe somebody else has only 1 running back, right? Because they had so many running back injuries, and even though you're going to be thin giving up Jaylen Warren, there's still value there, and you have to figure out the running back position later. But you could flip that to a wide receiver or something like that, right? I don't know the makeup and build of every other team in your league, but you got to figure out what niche can you fit into their rosters to get some value. yes, we can try to hope to pick a wide receiver up off of the waiver wire, but it's just every week you are searching for two. So you got to think about it in terms of like hit or miss over the two positions, right? So it's like hit miss. Like if you draw it into a box of four, right? What are the possible outcomes? Hit miss hit, miss, right? For doing it. And in order for you to win your league, you're probably going to have to hit both of them, or Justin Jefferson's going to have to go off for 30 points in order to make up for one of those other misses, right? Since it's a 3 wide receiver league, in order for you to win on a weekly basis. And so if you're going to keep your roster build, that's basically what you're hoping for. But rather than maybe, locking and loading Jalen Hurts every week, maybe if you could throw Goff in there and then somebody's willing to take Hurts to give you a receiver that you could play with Justin Jefferson, that's going to do you a lot more value. You think you could get DK Metcalf straight up for DJ Moore? If you could do that, I would do that in a heartbeat. So yeah, if you can do that, because then Metcalf you can leave in your lineup, because I would not leave more in my lineup, right? Okay, so if you could make a move like that, then that can help you too. Is there any other targets that you're looking at? And while you kind of decide, or let me know, and I appreciate every single question, McCoy. Appreciate you sending me those screenshots so I could see. 3rd and 5 real quick with the Vikings. They're marching down the field. They had a play to Jefferson, I believe. Wentz was trying to escape, got tackled, so they're probably going to go for a field goal to tie the game. 4th quarter. Wide receiver is your weakest position. Yeah. I know. It's tough. And it kind of, it looks like your league is pretty deep, McCoy, and I made I made this mistake. I'm not saying you made this mistake, because maybe you did draft well, but I made a mistake like my first time I played a 3 wide receiver league. Like I've always come from like, the idea of drafting running backs and, being solid there, but in 3 wide receiver, it's really helpful to have 2 of those 3 wide receiver positions locked and loaded, so that you're not like, oh man, start 2 of these 4. Instead, you're like, start one, like, who do I start for this one? So I pray for you, bro. Hopefully you can get either a trade or a good pickup going. Let me know if any other thoughts will I answer. Grant, how are you? Grant, Juwan Johnson or stream Evan Ingram full PPR? I would not stream Evan Ingram. The only one I would think of streaming there is Mason Taylor. Theo Johnson is nice, but it's just I don't trust that. I think that's Bryce Young, right? I trust Fields over that. I'm playing Juwan Johnson, so I'm hoping for him to have a good week. I'm a little nervous with the injury, if I'm being honest, that late injury. So, if I were to stream anybody, I would stream Mason Taylor there. The Jets are playing, I think, Miami, so they probably have the script, but I'm personally playing Johnson in my league, and I just kind of wrote out that injury just because I do believe in that usage. I'm just very scared on that injury. I know with the Theo Johnson's with the Giants. Sorry, I was thinking of what's his name. And the other thing I was talking about on the Giants earlier. Sorry, somebody asked me a similar tight end question before, and I got them all mixed up. is that the Giants, you know, they may rely on the run with for a little bit, not only the run with Scatterboo, but with the legs of Dart. And I just wonder if they take a slower approach to the passing game. I know there's vacated targets there without Malik Neighbors. Um, Tremble, yeah, Tremble was the guy. Sorry, that's who I flipped in my head, right? Theo Johnson and Tremble, but Tremble was my lowest out of those options when I discussed, just because I didn't like uh Bryce Young, but I do like that matchup, so I do understand the desire there. If you're worried about Juwan, I would go Mason Taylor personally, just because he has 2 weeks in a row of, I think it was over 5 targets and catches in the games. So I do foresee him as being a usable option. They need a second option, right? You can't just have Brees Hall and Garrett Wilson. You need another option. So I believe they're going to start looking for, you know, for Taylor a bit more. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. I hope that helps, uh, Grant. Let me know if that brings up any other thoughts or questions. I appreciate you too, Grant. Appreciate every like, every comment you guys can give. It helps a lot. So thanks so much, Grant. We'll be rooting for your team uh for today's games. Let me know any other questions. We got Cleveland 1st and 20. Looks like Minnesota either missed things or what? Let's see. Real McCoy, Rice doesn't come back till week 8. Uh Rashid Rice doesn't come back till week 8. Yeah, or 6 game suspension, was it? I thought it was 6. Yeah, 6 games. Six game suspension. And then I think their bye week is later. Um, when's their bye week? Uh, because it was a 6 game suspension. One, two, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah. Their bye week is later, right? So he's out this week and next week. He he's out this week and next week. Why are you thinking of targeting him in a trade or something? Um, Somebody else targeted him too. Let me see. When is his bye week? Why can't I find this off the top? Uh, Game log. His bye week is week 10. Yeah. So you'll get him. You'll get him what, week 7, 8, and 9 before the bye. It might be too little, too late. See if the homie bites. DJ Moore for Metcalf. He's also 1-3. Yeah. So as a DK Metcalf um, holder myself, I've been frustrated with him. So I could see somebody being frustrated. He is coming off a huge week though, so I don't know if this person will bite necessarily um, on it this week. I don't know if he has um, another person that interests you, but I have both Jaylen Warren and Metcalf. So personally, I would have flipped DK for Jaylen Warren. Um, if that's a need in that position and you could pick up another running back if he says no to the trade. But I think DK Metcalf's a pretty good candidate target. I think Chris Olave, some people might be frustrated with too. Let me think of who else people might be frustrated with that could maybe help you make that trade, right? Um, Let me see. Wide receiver, PPR. This is who else might people. I'm frustrated with with Tetairoa. If he has another down week, 2, people might be willing to move off that. Jacoby Myers, long-term season, I think is good. People might be frustrated with him. Talked about Chris Olave. We go a little farther down. I don't think anybody's downgrading from like a Brian Thomas, but there might be something there, but I doubt people are willing to go negative for that. Jerry Judy maybe. With Mike Evans being injured, maybe there. Lad McConkey, people are probably frustrated there. Juwan Jennings, people might be frustrated there. Maybe you're hoping for something with T. Higgins. Maybe you could play roulette with some of the Green Bay. No, don't do that. Terry McLaurin. Somebody might be frustrated with that. Now we're getting in that questionable range. Oh no, here comes the spam. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat. Just trying to look at anything else for the real McCoy that could be possible targets. Oh, is Brandon Ayuk on waivers for you guys? You might as well just check some of these guys coming off of IR, potentially coming off of IR too, for a stash. Let's see. Yeah, this is all terrible. Yeah, that's who I would think. Maybe that helped. I don't know if that helped or not. That's who I'm looking at. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat. Anyone? Appreciate every single ask. All right, close that. Can you get Deebo Samuel? Possibly. What if is the person thin at quarterback? They might take the quarterback. Yeah, you might as well throw out the offers and start the conversations, right? But Deebo would be a lock and load pretty much every week for you, at least in a 3 wide receiver for sure. For sure. Yeah, you might as well put as many trades out as you can, and see who bites, right? Or at least is willing to start a conversation. So Minnesota's down 3, marching towards midfield, 2nd and 5. Mason broke free. Let's go. Let's go. Look like a gain of about 20, maybe. All right. So we got this morning game coming to a close. It's the score. Oh, flag holding. Oh man, wipe that. Oh, it sucks. It sucks to be an offensive lineman because every time your number gets called, it's always negative, right? It's always bad. You never hear like, "Oh my goodness, awesome play by this offensive lineman. He really held the line real well." Like they never say that, right? So tough to be an offensive lineman. Hardest position ever. You got to be smart, you got to be quick. You got to be able to have a mental game and a physical game, and you get no credit every week. You get no credit at the Vikings. Or sorry, not the Vikings, at the wide receiver, the offensive line position. Um all right, so we got 5 minutes left in the game. Minnesota's down by 3. They got backed up, so they are 2nd and 8. Empty backfield, passing play, nowhere to go. They went backwards. The Browns defense has them good. Browns defense got them good there. All right. So we got 3rd and 11. Empty backfield. All right. Dropping back. And Wentz eating the sack. Eating the sack. Goff or Samuel straight up. Think he takes that? No. He does not take that for sure. If because this is just the one quarterback league too, right? No, I don't think he takes that. For Samuel in your roster build, maybe he'll take let me pull back up your roster build. I forgot uh what you said, but uh I do not think he takes that straight up. But if you offer it and you let him know you're willing to negotiate, you know, I think that's fine. But I don't think he takes that. I think something more reasonable would have been like Wandale plus Goff to get Debo. Like he might take that. Or if you like Wandale more than Malik Washington, Wandale plus Malik Washington or DJ Moore or something, I think he might take a 2-for-1 with a lesser wide receiver that you don't want plus Goff. That might be good. I think Luther Burden is a decent player. But if you're giving these guys a chance, even with Darren Wall, yeah. Like if you're giving these guys a chance, I think you know, I think Luther Burden's in that same range. I don't think you're necessarily getting any more safe. In your roster build, I'm looking for how the heck am I going to plug somebody in wide receiver 2 every week? Um, it's just not fun to try to rotate those two positions every single week. I know you don't like starting same players. No, I wouldn't either, but I think it's fine to give Malik Washington a chance, you know. Um, Wandale's probably the only other one you can play, right? So fine. I think it's fine with your roster build. Um, just gotta believe in Tua. All right, so 2nd and 10 for Cleveland, trying to run the clock out. 3:24 left. Handoff to Judkins. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go on 2nd down. Second timeout taken. Looks like Minnesota will have another chance if they can stop this last down right here. That dude is playing with scrambled. I know. I know. Everything is this has been a weird season. I like if I'm being honest, like I think you're in a tough position. Like I don't think normally the wide receiver field is this shaky as or like this upside down as it has been this year. Which is very interesting. Very interesting. Bond has the ball thrown at him 6 times and only caught one. Oh my god. I know. Oh my goodness. They just threw it over Bond's head right now, and it wasn't even close. Was not even close. Oh man. Well, we'll see what happens here. Maybe we can. Well, this is what we got to hope for you, right, McCoy? We got to hope Minnesota gets just enough yards to get the field goal, and then it go to overtime so that you can have Bond catch the touchdown in overtime. I guess that's what has to happen, right? We don't have much of a choice at this point. All right. Or TD out of bounds. OTTD out of bond. Yeah, right? Exactly. Manifest it. Manifest it. Pray for it. Well, first we gotta get the Vikings into field goal territory. So that's what we gotta hope for first. Because this is pretty much their last drive. They have to get it. Cleveland's defense is pretty solid, so let's see. Let's see. Oh, it would be nice for you, or you could take a Justin Jefferson touchdown to the house, right? I think you have Jefferson on your team. You could ask for Justin Jefferson to get a 150-yard game and a touchdown. That's possible too. So we'll manifest one of these for you. We will manifest one of these. Hopefully, I'm not playing any of these guys. Guy in motion, takes low snap, delay handoff up the middle, and Mason gets about 9. Yeah, give him to make up for lack of, yeah, right? You can either get, one player to score 30 or 2 players to score 15. So hopefully we get something nice for you here. Shotgun snap, dropping back, passing, first down, caught. Naylor barely gets the first down. Clock is still rolling though, so they got to hurry up. They got 1 timeout left. 2 minutes and 26 seconds left. Probably try to get one more play off before the 2-minute warning to allow the 2-minute warning to be a touchdown. Shotgun formation. Takes a snap. Wentz firing. It's caught to his tight end, Hawkinson, as a pressure relief valve. Let's see what we got here. We got almost 2 minutes left in the game. 2-minute warning. So we shall see what can happen here. Can Carson Wentz pull through? We got potential upset happening here. Potential upset. But let's see. Let's summarize the game with what's going on. Dylan Gabriel only has 145 yards. 146 to be exact. But he does have 2 touchdowns. So Cleveland is probably going to roll with him next game, regardless of what happens this game. It's better than what's his name's been doing, right? Quinshon Judkins got 110 yards rushing and 23 carries. David Njoku, man, because I said I was down on him, look what he did. 6 receptions, 67 yards, and a touchdown. Versus on the other end, Hillard Fannin still got 4 receptions, but only 13 yards, and a touchdown. Looks like it's still split between these guys. It's just whoever's going to get the play that the defense gives. So both of those guys are still kind of balanced, and they're looking like the best receivers because Jerry Jeudy only has 2 receptions for 15 yards. Yes, the secondary of the Vikings is good, so they might have just been giving it, in the mid-range game for Njoku and Fannin this game, but I think Quinshon Judkins is the Engine's offense here. So even though Njoku and Fannin scored this week, you might be looking to play them next week just to roll with that momentum. Just keep an eye out on how those targets are spread and what the offense is looking like, but they both caught a touchdown this week. That's all you can ask for at the tight end position. On the other side of the field, the Vikings, Carson Wentz has 174 yards. But Cam Akers, the one who threw the touchdown for this game, 1 touchdown thrown for Cam Akers and 32 yards. Jordan Mason, 13 carries, 52 yards for a touchdown. And he did have a fumble, I think, but I think Xavier Scott also fumbled the ball. And then in terms of the receiving, Jefferson has 100 yards, 6 receptions. Oliver has the touchdown, receiving touchdown. So as they march down the field right now, Minnesota is on a 2nd and 4, just had the 2-minute warning. They have one timeout, and it is 14-17. So they only need a field goal to tie. So 2nd and 4, they're on their own 38-yard line. Dropping back in the shotgun is Carson Wentz, who's taking the snap, dropping back, firing up the middle, found his man. Looks like Hawkinson, who got past midfield. So they are getting close to field goal range. Would you say Malik also has potential for a day? And Waller, fingers crossed. Yeah, I'm going to be highlighting that game too because I'm playing Waddle and McMillan. So both my running backs are in this morning game right now. Both my wide receivers are. Jefferson with the catch. Look at him coming through, playing big football, Justin Jefferson. But yeah, I'm going to be rooting for a high scoring game there. So I will be with you in that one. I'll be with you. Man, Justin Jefferson is a professional at this game. He catches footballs. This man catches footballs. No one can take that away from him. Just wish some of those caught footballs are in the end zone a little bit more probably over the course of his career. But this man catches over 100 footballs every year. And he gets like 1,300 yards every single year with whoever is at quarterback. This man is a legend. He is a fantastic wide receiver. So we are now in field goal range. So we have 1:10 left. We got one timeout left by Minnesota. So what they're probably going to be doing is just taking some. They'll probably take. They have all the downs, right? They may take one shot down the sideline or for the end zone, but they'll probably keep it conservative because they do have the ability to tie it. So empty backfield right now. Wentz took the snap, drop it back, swings it to the outside for Naylor, who gets out of bounds for about 5 yards. So Real McCoy, they'll either line it up with the stab at the easy. Yeah. So thinking we'll see what they do here, but that was a pretty conservative play, right? But Cleveland's defense is pretty good, so I don't know how greedy they get trying to go for an end zone, but they do have a timeout, so they can throw something across the middle of the field if they want, and try to make 2 plays out of it to get a first down, another shot at the end zone. Here they go. Out to Mason, pass, got one guy to beat. Oh, does he get out of bounds? I think he did. It's going to be like 3rd and 1 or something, 3rd and 3. The NFL script, wait, what would you say? But with the way the world's going, the NFL script has a lot of comebacks and overtimes already. Dude, I know. And they had there was a tie game this year too, right? Already so far. And there's 30 minutes left before the next set of games come off. So if you were the NFL lords, you'd be like, send this game to overtime. Send this game to overtime. Let's rack up some views right now while we wait for these other games to start. Milk the most out of the London game. Let's make these people happy. They had a terrible first half. Let's give them overtime so they feel their ticket value is worth something. So they're 3rd down right now. Cleveland's got 2 timeouts left. So, the runner's knee was down inbounds, they're saying. Okay, so Cleveland is calling the timeout then to stop the clock, which is interesting. Think about that. Vikings were trying to get out of bounds to save time. But Cleveland is taking a timeout to save the clock at this point in the game. So that's interesting, right? Interesting gameplay. They almost wished they got out of bounds on that one. All right, so I guess the goal here for Minnesota would be to get that first down because they do have a timeout. So they may end up passing it here, but it looks like they're signaling run with a man under center. Okay, man in motion. Oh, play action fake. He got the first down. He got the first down. That looked like Addison, but I think he was tackled inbounds. Wow. What a play. What a play. Tackled inbounds, held onto the football. That was a hard hit. Good catch. Good catch, Addison. So, new set of downs. 54 seconds left on the clock. And we got one timeout remaining for Minnesota. No timeouts for Cleveland. Cleveland's trying to get Minnesota, to either save the clock or make a stop here, but it's looking like they can tie it. It's looking like they can tie it. So Minnesota will probably just run it through 2 times and maybe pass it once here, or because they do have one timeout. Pass into the end zone, empty backfield, quick pass to Addison. He's got a couple juke moves, got tackled inbounds, so the clock is going to run here. They are not taking the timeout at this point, so they're running down the clock. They are 12 yards out. Looks like they're taking a quick play here. So second down, took the snap, looking up the middle of the field, passing to the end zone. They got it. Touchdown. And I'm so sorry, McCoy, if you are watching right now, but that was not to your man. That was to Addison. Oh my goodness. What a play. What a play. Oh no. That was exactly what you didn't want. Addison always just like flies under the radar, He's just like always like, nah, I don't think he's gonna do well. And then he just magically gets 100 yards last week and catches a touchdown this week. Like, who would have thought he would have caught a touchdown against the Browns? So the kick is good. So now what do we have to hope for you, dude? We got to hope for a broken play for a bomb touchdown. Oh. Is DK Metcalf hurt? I don't think so. They're on bye right now. Why do you ask if he hurts? That was a good one, bro. That was a good one. You can't trade for Samuel until he denies the other trade. Oh, because it's the same person? Oh. I guess you just mentioned to him then if it's the same person, just be like, yo, I'm good with either of these. And I say that because if somebody says when somebody says no, and if they're short with their no, like you want to soften them a little bit, right? Because I feel like some people, like if they feel like it was a terrible trade, they're just like, no, I never want to trade with this guy ever because he doesn't give value. So just make sure the person feels valued, right? Because otherwise, if you just finesse, they might not be open to negotiation. Oh man. All right, so we gotta hope a broken play here for you to get something for your team. I mean, we could pray for this touchdown. Pray for this touchdown. Oh man. All right. So we got Ford in the backfield. probably just as a pass blocker. And we got everybody running down the field. He's throwing across the middle. Who does he got? He's got Bond. There you go. There's a catch. There's a catch. Oh man. You're gonna do more homework for next year? Yeah. Yeah. You're is this your first year playing fantasy? Or it was just a year you didn't pay attention? I don't want to over mansplain if you already know how to do your homework and stuff like that. You been on corn husker mode. You're a funny guy. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Dropping back. All right, this is looking like their last play. They're going for the end zone. Do it. Let's get it. Oh, and it's picked off. And it's picked off. It was a whistle, though, so we'll see what they say prior to the snap. What they say. Not just years. I was living in Chicago. Those guys who didn't like ball at the extent I did, so they would always take stats and stuff. You played semi-pro ball till you were 25. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Here you're all Bloomington. In those years I was playing, they were doing fantasy, so talking stats was awkward. But now you're old. You're not old, bro. Oh man. Oh yeah. So you're gonna talk up the stats. So it figured be me active for my years. Your team sat dormant, just auto draft. Wait, so when you played semi pro, that was football? Even came second year after being FAK. Hello, but when you got involved, dead last. Oh, bro, you can't take the Sacco. You can't take the Sacco. Should have let the AI overlord draft your team. Oh, you played football? So I guess coming from football, do you look at the stats differently? Or is it the same? I'm curious at what position you play too. Dang, tackled inbounds. They were trying to get one more play. You're trying to get one more play, but they didn't get it. When you see the game, you see schemes and reads. Were you defense or offense, or what did you play? You slot, running back, safety, returner, and you punted. Damn, you did a lot, bro. Okay, so you do see the schemes. Yeah. I think is your team always 3 wide receiver? 3 wide receiver and no flex? Because if your team is always 3 wide receiver, no flex, like straight up, I think there's so much more value in drafting wide receiver early in a 3 wide receiver league. Especially in those PPR, because like it's very rare that there's like, guaranteed 15 good more than 15 good wide receivers in a year. So like in doing the homework and here's a story I could share, right? Doing the homework for your specific league or leagues is important. And what I mean by that is like, I played in multiple leagues, and the league I care about most, like you said, where most of the smack talking goes, we always played standard before, no PPRs, right? No half point, no PPR. It was always standard. And so last year on an auto draft, when I didn't have time in this league, I ended up making some moves during the year, getting second, and that sat really salty in my mouth. That sat really salty in my mouth. So this year I was like, I'm gonna do a lot of research, and it was like 2 weeks or a week before our draft. I did all this research for standard, and then everybody was like, how about PPR? And I was like, whatever, I'm down. And we ended up changing to half point PPR, which then kind of changed everything in my like rankings and stuff. So the reason I say that is to say, like, if your team is always 3 wide receiver and PPR, just make sure you do your research accordingly to that buildup of that league. Because if you're listening to people who give advice and they're playing to dramatize for effect, right? They're playing 3 running back leagues and it's standard, and only 2 wide receiver, then it's going to be different value, right? So just make sure if you're always that 3 wide receiver league and it's PPR, to do those stats accordingly, because those wide receivers get real thin, right? After those first like 24 to 30 wide receivers who would be auto starts, it always gets really thin there. What did you say? You yanked a extra quarterback early, kicker, grab Philly defense a little early. You're 6th in the draft every round, and some assholes jumped in order and had last back to back a few times. Most you did or have been doing is checking some stats with the depth of the position, looking at raw highlights because stats lie. What happened in a blown up play is having having effort. What was the defense in? Was it a double type motion, read spider, YZ banana, or what was going right? So Korski Merrick looked explosive paired with stats, so I had to have and but then that was Korski Merrick was coaching, right? That was just coaching choice. That I don't think that had anything to do with talent or anything like that. That was just like I don't know why. They're just choosing not. And maybe that's something you would potentially see as a previous player yourself that I don't see right on the field. And like the only guesses I could have at why they wouldn't trust Corsi, it's like, I don't know, is he bad at blocking or something like that, where they don't trust him to be able to protect, in the long term, and that's why they've been playing these other guys. But like on the offensive side of the ball, in terms of like touching the ball, he looked great, like you said, explosive, right? And everything. Jaylen Warren was great. I took him too, and I think that was a great pick. It does look like they're gonna, do something with him. A lot of coaches, you don't block, you don't get the rock. That's more incentives effort. Yeah. So that's something I personally have a hard time, seeing, and I only hear it through other people who speak of football is that blocking capability. And it's hard for me to tell like what is considered a good blocker in the running back position. I only hear things like, oh, Stevenson looks good at blocking, but Travion Henderson was whiffing blocks, things like that. So yeah, I don't know if that was blocking scheme or what was going on, and why they're not playing Krosky Merritt. Because just from a skill point of view, from what I see, I'm like, I don't know why you would not be using this guy. And then as soon as I say that, Rodriguez and them just end up breaking free for 50-yard touchdowns. It's freaking crazy. It is hilarious. Yeah, so I don't know. I just don't know what's going on in that backfield. But let me see what you said. What did you say? Having Goff early and Hurts was like, man, I got a leg and arm threat with that good wide receivers. See, in terms of fantasy, though, how I look at things, when you draft the quarterback early, a guy like Hurts, I don't think you're sitting him, right? And in fantasy football, even though on a normal football field, the guys like Jalen Hurts are like, oh my God, this is ugly, right? Even maybe Justin Fields or Caleb Williams, right? You're like, this is terribly ugly. But because that rushing upside, if your league is a 4-point passing touchdown and 25 yards per pass, those guys who get like 5 rushes for 40 yards, and a potential touchdown every third game or something like that, it weighs so much heavier. And even a guy like Goff who has an arm, an offensive scheme at times just ends up like he may get 300 yards, but then he may not get any touchdowns just because of how the game script runs. But for some reason in fantasy value, those guys who are running quarterbacks year over year, they always end up, you know, at the end of the year with more points, even though it's an ugly like football game, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, you focus on the wide receivers, especially in that 3 wide receiver league. You will, if you look back at stats year over year, there's always like a solid, like let's call it 5 wide receivers or 3 that are fantastic. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, whatever it is, right? Then there's that solid like 12 who can fit into 10 to 12 that could fit in that wide receiver one. And then there's up to maybe like 30 players who are like, okay, I could lock and load them into a wide receiver too. But there's a steep drop off between that range to the following range. And especially in a wide receiver, 3 wide receiver, that's tough, right? Denver's defense, it is good. And the thing that, and then when you look at wide receivers, right, and you look at like the matchups, you're also looking at like, so for example, in Denver, Patrick Surtain is known to shut down people. Sauce Gardner is known to shut down people. So maybe within the first couple weeks of a season, you might be like, oh man, this player missed. But if you look at the matchup, it could be reasonable, right, on why they missed. So that's something, especially in those, like the first 4 weeks of the season, for me are always data gathering time, right? Is the when like you have your data gathering preseason and then you look at those rankings and be like, how does this compare then to what actually happens in those first 4 weeks? But then sometimes there's a blip because like Sauce Gardner or somebody is guarding your guy. And you just have to take that with a grain of salt. But hold on, let me see what you said before I keep going. Cincy D's been kind of, no Burrow D, that's going to be tired. Would I start Hurts or Goff? I would start Hurts. I would never bench Hurts, if I'm being honest, unless it's just like a very terrible matchup. It is not fun how he scores his points to physically watch, but in terms of a fantasy perspective, he's very consistent. Goff has a very good plus matchup, but the thing is like when you look at throwing quarterbacks, you have to look, you don't have to. I look at, does that other team have potential to keep up, right? Because in order for a throwing quarterback to make his money, he has to be able to have the other team competing. Otherwise, they just hand off 70% of plays. Right. So that's what I would look at. Don't leave too. I'm going to give you another thought on your wide receiver range this year so you can look at stats. But let me just answer Deshaun's question real quick. And I appreciate you dropping a question, Deshaun. Let me pull your question up and see what you need some help with. You got flex one, Chase Brown, Josh Downs, or Trey Tucker. Oh my God. This is tough. Is this PPR? Is this or what is this? Honestly, it is not a nice play, but I think I would go Chase Brown there. I'm down on Chase Brown, but I just have a hard time seeing any of those other guys, having a consistent floor. Now, if you are trying to shoot for the fences, right? If you're trying to shoot for the fences, then you can choose Trey Tucker. But, that is going to be a 1 point or a 15 point swing or whatever. So if you just need a safe floor and you're just hoping for somebody in this flex position to get you 10 points, I think it's reasonable to assume that Chase Brown might be able to get you 10 points at a pretty safe floor. Even though the Lions defense is good, they are still guaranteed going to use him throughout the game. Sorry to hear that you're dealing with injuries and bye. I had every single player on my team was on bye or injured. It was Bucky Irving, and then everybody else was on bye. So I feel you there. Hopefully that helps. If that does not help or that does not sound like solid advice, let me know, Deshaun. Let me know. But will Hurts get one with his legs and one with his arms? 100%. Yeah. Um, yeah, so I think I would go with Hurts in that position. And let me pull up the 2025 season stats for you just to kind of show you where my thought process is on why I am saying it is, especially in a three wide receiver league, you need to draft uh wide receivers early, right? So on the course of the season, um, when you're in a PPR league, if we draw the cutoff at, let's say, 12 PPR points per game over these first 4 games, that means you need what, 48 points. So let's say around 50 points in order to be a person you would be comfortable starting, right? And so in this range of 50 points is like guys like Marvin Harrison Jr., Chris Olave, Wandale Robinson, Jaylen Waddle, Khalil Shakir, Jacoby Myers, Tyquan Thornton, Tetairoa McMillan, up to 45, right? After this 45 points, it starts to drop off. Like rather than 2 players having 4, and you can look this up yourself, right? Having points themselves, it starts to skip, you know? So now we're into this range of, well, Stephon Diggs had a slow start, but it's like Alec Eilmanor, Devontae Smith, DJ Moore, Jameson Williams, Brian Thomas. Right now we're in that shaky range, right? And these are, how many names is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 23, 24. Now, yeah, now we're in that range where it starts to get real shaky, right? So, you know, in this draft, you'd rather have hit um like let's say what you were number 6, I think you said in the draft, right? So you would have rather landed on guys like um who could you have gotten in that range? You could have gotten in that range like Garrett Wilson, right? Jackson Smith, um and on your let's say you take a running back in your second round, in that third round you can still be getting people, like Michael Pittman, um, Pickens, and these guys, or you could have went wide receiver, and then been locked and loaded there. Because when you're in a 3 wide receiver range, if you wait to that like 5th to 6th round, now you're picking between guys like DJ Moore, right, Jameson Williams, um, deeper into these ranges where uh it's just not as confident, and you'd rather have those guys as a wide receiver 3. So that's my thought on things. Um, I hope that helps or not. Real McCoy. This wide receiver class was so new to me. Yeah. Um, there were some good young guys, and that is something to take a deep shot on, later in drafts. But I would just make sure I would have my core first, at least 2 starting wide receivers, and like like 2 starting running backs or a starting running back, and 3 receivers or something like that in those first few rounds, first 5 rounds. All right. Ezekiel Ruiz, should you drop DeMarcado for Daniel Jones? You have Hurts. Is this a super flex league or something, or what are you thinking for picking up Jones? Just let me know what your thought process is on this. Hurts, like, it's hard to sit him, right? And I think you're looking at the same type of player in the same type of offense there. So, I'm not sure what you would be looking for Daniel Jones for. I think DeMarcado has some value right now. So like, unless you're trying to look ahead early, and I don't know exactly what you're prepping for, but I don't think I would want necessarily a second receiver unless I had to, or second, not second receiver, a second quarterback there, unless I had to, um, because I'm looking for depth at the position or something like that in order uh to get it there. I am going to take a quick break. I see your comment there, the real McCoy, but I just need to use the restroom real quick. So let me take a very quick break, and I will be right back as kickoff is happening. So be right back. All right, I am back. Let's go with these morning games. Let's see. Let's switch this all up, and I'll get back to the questions in just 1 second. Let's get these morning games going. Where I got Tet McMillan and Jaylen Waddle playing in the same game. All right, so where we at? Where did I leave off? Real McCoy drafted poorly with wide receivers and running backs. Yeah, it's all right, man. I mean, just next year. Next year you got you know the knowledge on how to draft like again, and sorry if I sound like a broken record, but I just made that mistake before, so and it hurt me, so I just want to share that thought, right, of how what's it called, how important it is to draft wide receivers early in a 3 wide receiver league that's PPR, and then there's no flex. All right, let's see. Hafsa, good day to you. If you want to watch the, nah, you are a spam comment. I thought that was a question. I thought that was a question. Oh man. All right, Malik over Wandale. You wanna call that? Let's put that energy out there. Let us put that energy out there. For you. We need to get you a touchdown to make up for the missed touchdown earlier. So I feel you on that one. Where is my spotlight one? So um let's see. Let's see. You got a feeling Hill being gone that the locker room is vibing. Yeah, that's so unfortunate, because I'm sure as a professional semi-pro player, it's like if you got a disruptive thing, it can really throw off the energy. So maybe everybody's locked and loaded now, right? Maybe everybody's like is not only wanting to win because he got injured, but maybe it'll let things flow a little bit better just in terms of team chemistry. So that Trump baby mama drama in that room, right? Yeah. So Darren Waller being back, catching those 2 touchdowns, being a veteran, I'm sure he could bring some, if that's the case, maybe we should put, who should we put in the spotlight then? Who should I put in the spotlight? I think I will put, let's see. I'll put somebody on the opposite side of the ball for you so that Miami has to score, right? So I will be putting Tetairoa in the spotlight then, so that way hopefully you get a high scoring game on the week. That's what we'll be looking for, right? Let's see. What you got? You got start Ja'Cory Merritt over Henderson. Ooh. Hmm. How do I feel about that? I don't know how I feel about that. I think you're looking for a breakaway. Are you thinking to do the opposite of what you would normally do because every decision has been questionable for you so far? Then go for it. I think Henderson has a little bit bigger upside potential though, since they both are not necessarily like a full bell cow starting. It's just whoever you think is going to break free for a big play at this point, right? Reaching. Oh man. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah, they both can do work. It's just like who the hell is gonna get it there. So I guess the biggest first play that I'm seeing so far is Garrett Wilson caught something. So let's wait for all of these games to get going. While we do that, I'm gonna update this thing right here. So we all got high hopes for a big game between the Panthers and the Miami Dolphins. All right, here we go. So we'll put King Tet in the spotlight to maybe hopefully get you some points with your team too. You might have to kick Bond to the curb. Just his story being undrafted and big money means like they believe in the guy. The problem is there's so much quarterback tension in that locker room, which is bad liquidity for what was on that team. Yeah, and there's a lot of mouths to feed on that offense. So right now, Tillman's out, but he's gonna come back because I think he is coming back, right, this season. Uh, you know, what's his name? Judy's always there. And then this game, the highest catches were both tight ends. So it looks like they want to keep using both tight ends. I think they're gonna roll with Gabriel rest of season. Or at least the foreseeable future. He didn't look great, right? Like there wasn't like wow, like this guy's amazing. But the I think the more telling thing is he didn't look bad, and Flacco has looked extremely bad. I love Flacco for fantasy. He's always been one of the people that throws 40 times a game, and you can count on him to throw 2 touchdowns and 250 yards a game, even if he throws an interception. But he's not been throwing 250 yards and 2 touchdowns every game. So with Gabriel throwing a couple touchdowns and not turning the ball over 17 times, I think they're going to try to roll with him and just try to get this young blood going through. Flacco's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. Flacco and Rodgers will be Hall of Famers. Flacco won a Super Bowl, right? And Rodgers did too. But I think they will both get it. Brady to be that old. So Tua's throwing over. It looks like he caught Darren Waller. He caught Darren Waller for a big one. So there you go. There you go. Get some water. So they got a 20-yard catch. So who do we got? We got the Texans marching close. We got the Texans very close. We got Miami trudging down thanks to that shout out Darren Waller catch. We got what else do we got? We got too late now. Malik is in the hot seat. Oh man. All right, so let's see. The Texans second and goal. Passing play, they got it. Touchdown. Touchdown. Houston. Touchdown, Houston. All right, let's get this going. Touchdown. Wandale, you're sorry, buddy. Malik is in the hot seat, so you got Malik that you're looking for. All right. So we got 3rd and 11 for the Dolphins. This is our highlight game. They are in the red zone, so they are looking to convert on this 3rd and 11 so that they can continue to score on their opponent's 15. Let's not settle for a field goal here. Oh, but Tua is eating the sack, bro. You're eating the sack. Can't be doing that. All right, so that's going to be a field goal there. Oh, Wandale has 2 catches already? Oh, Malik wants some yards, though. Malik wants some yards. Well, he had a chance for a touchdown there. They're in the red zone, but what's his name? Who would be eating the sack? We got the Giants, who are looking 3rd and 2. Jackson Dart under center, marching towards the red zone on like the 23-yard line. So what is he gonna do? Shotgun formation, taking the snap, looking for his man, batted down, nowhere to go, looking for a flag, and they threw in a late flag there. They threw in the late flag. That was not fun. All right. And we got a field goal that is good for field goal. That is good for the Dolphins. So even though it wasn't a touchdown, they at least scored the points. All right. And the Saints got called for a foul, a hold probably, or illegal contact or something, and I think they just gave the Giants a new fresh set of downs. The Jets are trying to score, but they're getting stuffed with Breece Hall at the line. The Raiders were making moves. The Raiders are making moves with Genty. The Giants are just short of the goal line. They got 2 on the 2-yard line. So the Giants looking like they're about to score. Justin Fields and team coming off. Looks like Dallas held up. Batted ball. Here come the Giants. Shotgun. Oh, nope. Called the timeout. So we got the Giants, who are 1st and goal on the line in a timeout. We got the Raiders. Hopefully scoring here. 2nd and 2 on the 12-yard line. Shotgun formation, taking the snap, dropping back. Geno firing. Ball batted down. 3rd down. This will be 3rd down. And we got all right, so we got a field goal that is good for the Jets. So no touchdowns yet today during this early window. We got 3rd and 2 for the Raiders. Let's see if they can do something. Guy in motion. Quarterback sneak. I think he gets it. I think he got the first down. Oh, there's a challenge in the Saints game, and that is why we are holding off on this. They got a challenge going in that game. All right. So first and goal for the Raiders. Shotgun formation, takes the snap, handoff Genty, running up the middle. He's got a gain of about 5, it looks like. He should be down on like the 3-yard line, which should allow them to potentially score. Hopefully we can punch this in. Let's go, Raiders. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. All right. All right. So they got the Raiders on the 3.5 yard line. Shotgun formation. He's got Genty on his side. Guy in motion. Snap is off. Dropping back. Looking to fire. And instead, Eden the sack. Geno Smith, Eden sacks. Oh my goodness. Third and goal for the Raiders, who dropped back like 10 yards after that sack. Jeez, bro. Oh no. So now we got let's see. We got first and goal for the Giants, third and goal for the Raiders. The Raiders are taking the snap, firing to Genty, running up and getting back to about the 5-yard line. All right, we got first and goal for the Giants. Fakes the handoff to Scatterboo, firing, man, wide open. Touchdown. Touchdown. Let me see if I can copy over this thing right now. I know. Let me see if I can copy that and then paste it here. There you go. All right, Cleveland game's over. All right. So all right. All right. All right. Let's see. This one's down. We're not using this one no more. Okay. Sorry for that delay. We found Tetairoa McMillan today. Is that a 29-yard catch for King Tet? All right. And they're showing the Ravens 3rd and 5. And they're finding Mark Andrews for a first down. They found Mark Andrews for the first down. Let's see. Oh, Philadelphia defense batting down footballs against Bo Nix. And it looks like he got hit with the fumble. It looks like. Hippo, how are you? Do you think you should drop Likely since he's not getting playtime? Well, the question is, who are you dropping him for, right? I always want to ask, who are you dropping him for? And, Likely's coming off an injury, okay? So they're going to work him in slowly. And especially with Lamar Jackson hurt, there's like no real reason for them to rush him back with Mark Andrews there. Over the course of the season, what I foresee is backing off Mark Andrews' usage a bit, using Isaiah Likely a bit more, and then them just kind of like use Mark Andrews in those like I must catch the football situations, right? Like 3rd down or in the end zone. But over the course of time, I see Likely getting more usage. So the question becomes, who are you dropping him for, right? Because if you're dropping him for a nobody, then and it's just like this player or that player, then I'm not sure if I would do it, but if there's somebody worth value, then yeah, you can drop, but I wouldn't necessarily be completely discouraged, unlikely, just because he's coming off an injury where they do want to use him over the course of time. I do believe. All right, DeAndre Hopkins catching footballs, but there was a flag. Looks like the Cowboys and Dak Prescott are moving it down the field against the Jets, but they're 3rd and 6, so they have to convert here. They are in the red zone. Let's see what they do. Empty backfield, dropping back over the middle, just over Jake Ferguson. Not able to connect, but that looked really good. So will probably be a field goal there. So that will be a. Dang, they had Ferguson. Everything was close. It was just literally 3 inches too far. He probably could have almost fingertip caught that if it was just slightly in. Hopefully that helped you, Hippo, but let me know otherwise if that did not. But I'd be curious to hear who you are trying to pick up instead. All right, so Dallas kicking the field goal, and it is good. So Dallas kicked the field goal to tie up the game there. And we got the Ravens down 7-0 versus the Houston Texans. So we'll see what they do here. They're 2nd and 4, the Ravens on the 10-yard line. Oh, they gave it to Bo Nix. They said that he did not fumble, and instead it was a forward pass. Questionable. That kind of looked like a fumble. Kind of did. All right, 3rd and 4 for the 3rd and 4 for the. Why can't I speak right now? The Ravens. 3rd and 4. Um. All right, shotgun formation. High snap, but they did a quick pass. Nowhere to go. 4th down. It's probably going to be a field goal. All right. Carolina. Oh my goodness. Bryce Young fumbling the football. Bryce Young fumbling the football, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? Bryce Young fumbling the football. Jeez, bro. What are you doing? Fumble. Oh, man. All right, so that field goal was good for Baltimore. A lot of field goals this morning so far. 55-yard attempt now for the Broncos, who kick it up. And that field goal is good as well. All right. All right. All right. All right. Daniel Jones taking a shotgun snap, throwing the ball, getting the 1st down. Who's that? Michael Pittman? All right. Tua's on the field, 3rd and 8. It's got to convert. 3rd and 8 for Tua in the shotgun. Takes the snap, drops back, throws, finds his man. Uh-oh, someone's hurt. Oh man, non-contact injury, that's not good. Oh man. That hit Waddle, but it looks like he's injured. Oh, okay, he's jogging off though. Slow to get up, but he's jogging off. So we shall see what that turns out to be. We got Tua marching down. But Slow play there, slow for him to get up. So we'll see how Waddle gets. Maybe the other guys can step up. They cannot lose Tyreek Hill and Jaylen Waddle in back-to-back weeks. That would be terrible. That would be terrible for them. But feel free to drop any questions in the chat. Answering any questions we got. Appreciate everybody who has dropped questions so far. All right. So the Jets, Brees Hall running up that middle. Big play. The Colts are down 3-0 against the Raiders, but they have the ball marching up the field. We'll see what happens there. Jonathan Taylor getting about 5 yards up the middle. 2nd and 5 for the Colts. 2nd and 5 for the Colts. And Brees Hall running again up the middle for about 5 this time. I think while there's a little bit of slow time, I might take a little MAGU. Just a little boost for the second game since we watched that morning game. Cheers. Oh boy, Miami not looking good. Turned the ball over after Bryce Young fumbled it. All right. Man, I was hoping for a quick start in that Carolina game. Maybe they could turn it around and get some quick scoring, but can't always get what I want, right? Can't always get what I want. So 4th and 5, 2 of them are going for it. And they got the first down. Interesting. Darren Waller getting the first down. He's looking like a key part of their offense at this point, especially after Tyreek getting hurt. Man, there you go. Darren Waller looks like a startable option for the foreseeable future. The Jets, they're showing the Jets. Justin Fields going deep. No one home. He had Garrett Wilson open, but just overthrew him by like 10 feet. That was not the move. So they are going to Darren Waller quite a bit here. So hopefully the real McCoy gets his touchdown here for Darren Waller or something. But he's got 3 catches already for 50 yards, 53 yards. All right, running up the middle with Ollie Gordon, nowhere to go, 2 or 3 yards. Malik is basically the same size as Tyreek, just not as fast. I don't think anybody's as fast as Tyreek in his prime, right? So also after New York scored a touchdown, it looks like the Saints are marching it down. So we got both the Saints and the Dolphins in position here for potential score. So let's hope for some fantasy football points to players that help us all. So shotgun formation for Tua, stepping back, firing in the end zone. Oh, just over too long. All right, here we go for the Saints. Taysom Hill in motion, handing it off to Taysom Hill, who goes backwards for 5 yards, and that looks like a terrible play. No good. No good there. Now we got Jalen Hurts pitching to Saquon Barkley, who is good at running that football. He is very fast and hard to tackle. He is past midfield after that. So we got third down for Tua, third and 7. Come on. Let's get some scores going. We don't want just field goals, right? Dropping back, passing. He found his man. Jaylen Waddle caught first down. They are on about the 5-yard line. All right, McCoy, here is your chance, my boy. Ooh, that rhymed. Let's see if there can be a catch there. All right, let's see. Let's see. Who do I need to upload my next guys too. Let's see. So they're handing it off. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go for Miami. Got third and 14 for. Looks like they're just going to kick a field goal for the Saints. Colts are in the red zone too. Handing it off. Up the middle, first down. First and goal for the Colts. All right, 4 games in the red zone. And it looks like Saints are kicking a field goal. 28-yard attempt, chip shot. Field goal is good. Field goal is good for them. All right. Field goal is good. Josh Downs is up for grabs in your league. Yeah, I mean, I think, you're a deep league. You got 3 wide receivers. I think he's a stash. If you're over what's his name, I think Josh Downs is potential there. Let's see what happens in that game. They just put that game up, so 2nd and 12 for the Colts. Dropping back, passing, no good. No good. Tried to pass to the running back, and that just did not work out. Yeah, but Josh Downs, I think so. I think so. Let's see. Let's get some of these cards uploaded in the meantime. Let's see. Josh Downs got a first down. Josh Downs got a first down. Oh, that's funny. Oh, man. Let's see. Bryce Young, we gotta shrink you down a bit, my guy. It's taking up way too much space. All right. There you go, Bryce Young. Let's lock you up. And then let's get King Tet. Tyler Warren, they're trying to throw with Tyler Warren. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Why not just throw it to him in the end zone like how he's good for catching footballs? All right, so we got King Ted up, and then who is the other guy I got? I got Waddle. All right, what's exciting that's going on? What is exciting that's going on? I guess the most exciting thing is we got both. All right, we got the Philadelphia dropping back, down 3-0. Looking for Brown, it looked like. No good. And then Tyler Warren catching footballs in the end zone. So you got a touchdown for Tyler Warren, who has looked awesome this year. If you have Tyler Warren, you're probably extremely happy. Oh, and then they got a touchdown for Devon Achane as well. So there you go. Touchdown for Devon Achan. Wow, catching it like a wide receiver. Oh, Miami got that touchdown. All right. Devon Achan looking like a wide receiver out there. Let me get him. Let me get him going. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So who that was here, let me shout you out, bro. You got to get your shout out. You got your touchdown. You got your touchdown there, Devon Achan. So we got Achan catching footballs in the end zone, just like how Tyreek Hill or all them. He's basically a wide receiver in the running back position, which gives you a lot of fantasy points when these guys catch the ball so much like this. Christian McCaffrey, Devon Achan, these guys, Jameer Gibbs, these guys are great. Great at catching footballs as a running back. Uh, who was that? That was Tua, right? That was Tua. That was Tua who threw him that football, so you gotta give him the credit. All right, there's there's who there's the credit due, right? That's who gets the credit there, I would say. Tua and Devon Achan for that touchdown. All right. All right. Drop any questions you got in the chat. Drop any questions you got in the chat. Start, sit, trades, rankings, rest of season. Thank you so much to everybody who be dropping questions and comments and what you guys are praying for. I will pray for you as well if you need a player on your team. We got Jackson Dart running around and breaking free for a 20-yard rush. Wow. Nice. Looking like he was about to get sacked, broke a couple tackles, and got that 20 yards. Man, scrambling for 20 in fantasy football, we like it when players can scramble like that because those running yards count way more than throwing yards. So we prefer them to scramble like that in fantasy football. I know we. All right. So let's see. Rename. This is Carolina. All right. Oh man. So who's that? Jaden Blue getting tackled for no gain. Rico Dowdle's playing this game. I did not make a card for him because I did not know Chuba was going to be out. I did not know that. I did not know that. Miami as a group. All right. Who do we got? We got. Okay. Oh man. Oh man. Let's check things out. Where are we at? Man, Dak Prescott going nowhere against the Jets. 3rd and 10. 3rd and 10. All right, 3rd and 10. They're taking a timeout. All right. So Tet's got 4.3. Okay. Anybody have hopes for their players? Who are we trying to root for to catch some footballs, to catch some touchdowns? Who is going to catch the next touchdown? Which team is going to score next? Which team is going to score next? Let's get no more field goals. Field goals make no one happy, right? Um, besides, I guess when you have like 23 points from your kicker, but nobody likes that. So let's hope for something nice. All right, Slayton catching footballs, running towards the end zone. He is in the red zone. All right, we got Bryce Young under center, play action, throws it over the middle. Man, this guy's trash, bro. Oh my goodness. Threw another interception. Bryce Young, bro. What are you doing? Those like 2 or 3 games were just pure luck, I guess, right? Jeez, bro. Bryce Young's look extremely terrible. All right, 3rd and 10. Dak Prescott throwing to his outside. Oh, and they get a first down. They get a first down. Wow. Okay. So 2nd down, Dallas marching towards the red zone. You got 3rd down for New York, who is also in scoring position. All right. Drop any start sit questions, any thoughts on rankings or rest of season trades. We've gone over some great stuff in these morning games, and I appreciate everybody who's dropped any questions. Dropped a like. Just appreciate you. As we continue to navigate these morning games, we got the Giants in the red zone on the 15-yard line. It's 3rd and 7, so they need to convert here. Otherwise, they'll be kicking a field goal, dropping back. Jackson Dart throwing up the middle, finds his man. Finds his man. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That looks terrible on me because I said Theo Johnson was not high on him, and he's already caught 2 touchdowns. That's crazy. That is crazy. Wow. Oh wow. And the Raiders, my team, just muffed the punt, and oh my goodness, they just turned it over. That was basically like a fumble. So even though it was a kick, that was blocked punt. That was terrible. Heart to Heart Ministries. Good day to you. Should you start Stevenson or RJ Harvey? Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. I think how I look at this, so let me see if I could pull this up for you. Here it is. So if you look at the bottom right, RJ Harvey, how I look at him, right, is if you look at the bottom right, we're comparing projections versus rest of season. When he started the season, he was projected to get a lot of usage, and it didn't happen that way, right? But over the past few games, he's been upping that. And I'm not saying he's gonna have as big of a breakout game as this last game. But what I am saying is if you compare that to Stevenson, you know, it seems like they're working in opposite directions. So for this week only, right? What I would ask you to clarify is, are you projected to win, or are you wait, how can you make this choice? Isn't RJ Harvey already started and playing? Um, but it would basically be for me in a decision like this is am I trying to get upside or am I trying to get the floor? I'm not saying Stevenson is a safe option, but in terms of his usage, right? It seems like they're still trying to use him. And then RJ Harvey is more like his usage is going up, but it is not guaranteed yet. So he has a higher upside. So if I'm playing from behind or I need the upside, I would go with him. Oh yeah, so he has started. No, it's all good. It's all good. I think it was still good to go through the exercise though. But did you end up playing RJ Harvey or Stevenson? I'm curious to know who you ended up starting. Um, but let me know. Let me know if there's anything else I could help. You're projected to win, but same question moving forward for the season. Okay, so for the season, this is what I am looking at, right? For the rest of the season, I personally think I'm leaning towards RJ Harvey. And here's a couple reasons why. Kind of like I mentioned, RJ Harvey's trending upwards. I don't have Stevenson on here, but his usage was not in that direction. While I've been talking, we just missed a touchdown for Jonathan Taylor. But I think Stevenson's usage is going to start going down over time, and RJ's might go up. In terms of what we're looking at for what's it called? Coaching staff, usage, things like that. Sean Payton has been able to keep two successful running backs. How I see that backfield is like how Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara worked together very well for the years they were together, where J.K. Dobbins is kind of like that Mark Ingram, going to be that 1-2 punch, right, on first and second down, and then rotate in Harvey on second and third downs when the play style is right. And they were both able to be viable fantasy options back then. And I see Harvey starting to make progressions. When Alvin Kamara had his rookie year, his first few games were not really usable, but towards the end of the year, he started to be usable. And I see New England, them wanting to use Stevenson, but he keeps fumbling. And all it's going to take is Henderson to get little bit better at pass blocking, them to trust him up the middle a little bit more. And I think rest of the season, I would be leaning towards RJ Harvey. So I appreciate your question. You're welcome so much. I appreciate it. Any comment, any like you could leave. I'm here before every game, 30 minutes before to talk any start sit. So hopefully you could leave a like and see you next time. How about Coleman versus Higgins? Oh man, oh man. So I need to look at their matchups. I remember Cincinnati. I'm just not sold on their offense right now. I think Coleman is playing the Patriots, which is a plus matchup for me, because New England's defense is known to be bad. And then Cincinnati, they're playing Detroit. They're going to be playing from behind, most likely against Detroit, right? Let me double check just to make sure that is who they're playing. Okay. Man. So I guess, over the course of multiple seasons, T. Higgins has shown 20-point potential. But with what we got right now, that's not proven. Coleman's hit that before. So if I'm taking a coin flip on these guys and I needed the upside, I think I would go Coleman. I think I would go Coleman, but I know T. Higgins hasn't been the most consistent guy over the course of the year. He did catch 3 passes last time, so I'm leaning Coleman on this one. Thank you so much for the like and the subscribe. Really appreciate it. Be here for you before games, Monday, Thursday, Sunday. So appreciate it. Let me know if I can help in any other way. Heart to Heart Ministries. Appreciate you. Let me see, where am I at? All right, so we're showing the Saints game. Looks like they're trying to get down. Alvin Kamara spoke of him earlier, running up the middle, short of the first down. Oh man, somebody got hurt on the Colts. Was that Daniel Jones? That is not good. Oh no, that's the kicker. Okay, phew. Well, I shouldn't say few because I should not wish injury upon anybody. But that would have been bad if it was Daniel Jones. All right. Saints taking the snap, trying to find the first down. Ooh, barely get it with Taysom Hill. All right, we got the Ravens down 10-3 trying to make something happen, but we got CJ Stroud scrambling, and it looks like he got... Ooh, did he get the touchdown? No, they said he was just short. Wow, he almost made it all the way for the touchdown. So first and goal for the Texans. First and goal for the Texans. Chubb could not go anywhere, stuffed up the middle, so it's going to be second down. It's going to be second down for the Texans. And we shall see. Everybody I know is wanting Woody Marks to get... I almost said Woody Smalls. To get some usage, so we'll see what happens here with the Houston Texans up 10-3 on the edge of scoring a touchdown here. I don't know if Real McCoy's here, but I think his man Darren Waller caught a touchdown. All right, we got, oh man, too easy. But a flag is out. A flag is out. We have to see who that flag is on. But if so, oh, pass interference on the offense? Is that what they're telling us? Pass interference on the offense. Wipe away that touchdown. Oh, the Rip McCoy is here. Yeah, he got it, right? Darren Waller, I think, caught the touchdown. Man, if so, man, his usage is looking amazing value for whoever picked him up. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, and it looks like Justin Fields is eating sacks in the backfield. Oh, man. All right, Jalen Hurts taking the snap, finding A.J. Brown. Oh, thank goodness. Hopefully A.J. Brown stays happy because he's not been happy recently. All right, so empty backfield. C.J. Stroud on the 10-yard, 15-yard line. Finds his man, gets about 3. But, man, they had a golden opportunity, but offensive pass interference that backs them up. All right, and it looks like the Saints are settling for a field goal, 43-yard field goal. And it is good. Field goal is good for them Saints. All right. So third and goal for the Texans. Let's see if the Baltimore Ravens can hold up their defense. Looks like they're getting out there quickly. Looking a little confused for the Ravens. They call a timeout. All right. Third and 11 for the Raiders, it looks like, who are down 3-14. Man. Geno Smith taking the snap. The pitch to Gentry. He's got open field. All right. And he gets the first down. Dang, this man is just so explosive. He just goes he looks so fast out there. He just looks like he's accelerating so fast. All right, and Philly just false started. Great job. Backing them up. Backing them up. We got 3rd and 4 for the Panthers. Bryce Young has looked pathetic so far. Fumble and a interception. Throwing the ball into the dirt. Nowhere to go. 3rd and goal for the Texans. Taking the snap. Throwing over the middle. Found his man. Nico Collins catching the touchdown from CJ Stroud. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. CJ Stroud. Touchdown. Bam. Wow. Nico Collins catching the football. All right. Baltimore making the Houston Texans look like a professional football team, even though they've been getting stomped on this season. That must be how bad the Ravens are. Shows you how good Lamar Jackson is. Third and 17. Wow, they found Devontae Smith for a deep ball. And then Jalen Hurts going quickly. Oh, trying to hit A.J. Brown. There's a flag. Looks like a pass interference on Patrick Surtain. Oh, Patrick Surtain did get docked with that pass interference. It's going to be 1st and goal on like the 2-yard line or something like that. Man, that's so hard. How do you guard A.J. Brown? Man, guy's so big and strong, fast. 4th and 4. Here comes Bryce Young. Looking like he's about to eat a sack. Breaks free. Nowhere to go. Throws the ball. And he caught it. Ted McMillan. No way. Oh my goodness. That was lucky. That was super lucky. All right. So we got Philly taking the snap on the goal line. Touchdown for the Eagles. To Dallas Goedert. Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts. Touchdown. Man, Dallas Goedert has like a total of like 6 catches this season, but like almost all of them are touchdowns. That is so crazy how the Eagles play. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 for Carolina. Handing off, nowhere to go. Waddle wrapped up. All right. Wow. All right. That was a good little touchdown there by the Eagles. Bryce Young on 4th and 4. Scrambled like a madman and barely found Tetairoa McMillan to catch this 1st down to get this ball into the red zone. And they are down 17-0. The Panthers are down 17-0 to Miami. So 2nd and 11. They got to score something here. Hopefully they can come away with 7 to keep this point competitive going into the half. They pass to Dowdle, who gets about 8, maybe about 3 yards left. Drop any questions you got, any comments in the chat, anybody you're rooting for. Oh man, the Raiders punter on that blocked punt got injured, and it looks like he is not coming back in the game. My Raiders eating it yet again. Eating it yet again today. Come on. Here we go. Let's see. 3rd and 4 for the Panthers. Let's see. Shotgun formation. Looking right. Found his man to the end zone. It is caught. It is caught. Xavier Legette. Everybody was talking mad smack about Xavier Legette, and he caught a touchdown. And Ted McMillan didn't catch it. No. Malik, breakout game. You want a breakout game for Malik, hopefully. But with Carolina catching the touchdown, at least keeps that game competitive. Keeps that game serviceable. Let's see. We got Tet at 8.5. All right. Let's get this Tet score updated. Let's get this score updated. All right. The Jets, Brees Hall breaking free midfield, dropped the ball. Hopefully that's not a fumble. I don't think it was. But everybody's swarming like it was. Let's see. No, the ground caused the fumble. So, nope. It was down with the elbow down that caused the fumble. So, the Jets are safe there to keep marching the ball down the field. They are down 10-3 to the Cowboys. They should be able to score. I mean, the Cowboys defense has let everybody score. So what's going on with these Jets, yo? I mean, it is the Jets, though. Tucker catching for the Raiders. Did not make it to the end zone, but down the sideline, big gain for the Raiders to put them in scoring position. Tucker did catch maybe like a 40-yard pass, 35-yard pass or something like that. His defender just tripped and fell, and luckily there was a safety playing deep coverage. Otherwise, that would have been a touchdown. Oh man. So there we go on that one. So 33 yards for Tucker on that one. It's got 50 yards in the game. Shotgun. It's looking no good. Incomplete. Looking for Tucker again. No good on that one. All right. Off the hands of Tucker, but second down for the Raiders. On the 11-yard line are the Raiders. Come on, can we score here? Let's keep this game competitive. Oh, the line moved early, but no call. Batted in the air. Ow! Just when I got excited. Ball batted at the line of scrimmage. Raiders intercepted. Oh, no. Oh, Raiders. Geno Smith. Oh, man. It is. Why do I do this to myself to be a Raiders fan? I'm from LA. I could just be a Rams fan. I could even be a Chargers fan. But I choose to stick it out with the Raiders. And I don't know if you could see these tears coming, but oh man. All right. Shake it off, I guess. Shake it off. They were right there. They were right there. 3rd and 7 for the Jets. 43-yard line. Justin Fields throwing, finding his man. First down. They keep marching the ball down the field. That's good. So they're on the 33-yard line, man in motion. Jets fake the handoff, play action. Finds his man. Ooh, shakes his man. There is a flag. Ooh. What happened with that flag, though? All right, and we got the Saints way back in their own territory. Play action. Throwing deep. And he's got him. Touchdown. Whoa. Rashid Shaheed for the touchdown from Spencer Rattler. That was like a 90-yard touchdown. Holy smokes. What was that? Just a blown coverage or something? That was crazy. What happened here? Oh my goodness. He just got that was just a great route and the defensive back played on the wrong end of the help coverage. He just played the wrong side of that. Oh man. Rashid Shaheed with the touchdown. Wow. Wow, that was a good play call. That was a good route run. And then just blown coverage. Wow. That is crazy. That was crazy. Drop any questions, anything you want to talk about in the chat. Trades, rankings. You don't agree with me? That's fine. That's fine. All right. Let's see. Let's put back up these morning games to see if anything is going on for these afternoon games. While I wait for this, let me talk out some of the late window callouts if you have these players or what you're looking for. The first thing is Ibuka targets. I'm very curious to see his targets here. If Chris Godwin is a week healthier, does Ibuka keep gain a target share? It seems like even with the rotating players of Godwin and Evans, for some reason, he's getting high value targets, but it's just like the quantity. It's like, only 4 to 6 targets a game. Is that really sustainable for the course of the year to catch touchdowns? Maybe it is. So that's what I'm looking at um, in that game window because I know a lot of people have a Buka and are trying to figure things out there. So that's what I'd be looking at this game is just to see, even if he catches the touchdown, um, does he get good usage of targets or not? Especially with Godwin and then Mike Evans coming back, Bucky Irving out. Like, do they absorb those targets into Ibuka or are they going to just spread them out again? All right, we got the Jets marching towards the red zone. They're a little short of it. Wonder if they go for it on 4th down or if they're going to kick a field goal. Uh, looks like there's. Oh no, it's 3rd down now, so they got one more down. So 3rd down, and it looks like they quarterback sneak it to get the 1st down. It's going to be close if they got it. I think they did. In the Cardinals, everybody probably spent up either fab or their waiver wire position for the Cardinals backfield. So everybody's excited to see how that split happens. But remember on this backfield that they did put Trey Benson on IR, but it was not declared a season-ending injury. So if you get, good usage in this backfield and you get some points and you could sell, I would sell. I would not. I don't think there's long-term value in holding any of these guys unless just randomly, you know, they go for like 15 carries, 150 yards, and a touchdown, and I don't foresee that, right? But that's what you would be hoping for, um, if you were holding one of these guys just to see if they get usage. But since Trey Benson is going to come back, I don't like that backfield long term for these pickups. I think it's a couple weeks usage, 4 weeks, right? That's good usage. And if you need it, hold on to it. But, if you could flip it for something that could help your team, go ahead. And we got Breece Hall fumbling the football out here in the red zone. Got hit hard, but geez, come on. That was a high value carry. If he turned it over right there on like the 10-yard line, that would suck. That would really suck for them. Um
All right, so we got Jackson Dart trying to make some moves, handing the ball off, and he was just short. Just short. That was Devin Singletary trying to get a first down, but he was just short. So it's third down now. They're up 14-13 against the Saints, so we'll see what the Giants end up wanting to do here. They got 3rd and 2. 3 minutes left in the game. Clock is live. 15 seconds left on the clock. Jackson Dart under center. Let's see if they continue this trend of rushing a little bit with him. And it's a play at. Oh, it's a flea flicker. He's going deep. He's got his man. Oh, it's broken up. That was such a good play. It was slightly underthrown. If Jackson Dart would have had just a few more yards on that, that would have been a touchdown. 100%. Because the receiver had to slow down in order to catch the ball there. He didn't catch him in stride. If he just... Oh, that fooled me. I honestly thought they were going to just go for the first down there. So that was a great play call. They just slightly missed. Can you say hi to Heather and Weston? They are new fans as well. Well, thank you so much, Heart to Heart Ministries, for sharing it. Hello, Heather and Weston. I hope y'all are well on this Sunday, this blessed day. Hope y'all are having a good day, and hope Heart to Heart Ministries ends up winning the matchup. So appreciate that comment. And yes, Heather and Weston, thank you so much for being fans. Wish you the best with your fantasy football teams, and if you have a home team like the Raiders, hopefully you don't have to root for a team like this who just is not having a season. Hopefully your team is doing better than the Raiders. We shall say that. So thank you so much, Heart to Heart Ministries, for that comment and for those questions earlier. Let's pick up the action with where everybody's at. Tua looking like he's taking some mad sacks in the backfield. Not good for the Dolphins there. The Philadelphia Eagles throwing deep, which is what people want to see, right? And it's caught. It is caught too. Who was that? Was that Devontae Smith? Oh, they're saying he was out of bounds. What? Oh, no, he was out. They didn't get it. They're going to call that one back. He was just out. Half a foot on the line, half a foot off the line for that second line. He bobbled it a bit. If he didn't bobble it, he would have had it because he had his other foot in down, but he bobbled it so that second foot or that first step, didn't count. And then his next step, he stepped halfway out of bounds. So close. So close, but they're gonna challenge that. Oh, Philly challenged it though, so it was ruled an incomplete pass. Philly's gonna challenge it and say he did have possession. To me, he bobbles it. He does not have possession. I don't know what they're talking about. All right, so we got the Colts dropping back. And shotgun, man, wide open. Ooh, that was a hard hit. And he held on to it. Who was that? That was a hard hit that he held on to the ball. That's what you call a real receiver there, man. Holy smokes. He got knocked and he kept that. Ooh, that was a hard hit. Oh my goodness. All right, so Indianapolis is marching down towards the red zone. We got the ball in the hands of Carolina running the ball. Breaking tackles. Who's that? Rico Dowdle? Rico Dowdle for a 25-yard rush. So the people who picked him up for Chuba's injury probably happy there. We got an end around for Carolina. It was exciting, but it was a total of like 3 yards. So looked like they're going to get tackled in the backfield, broke free, and got maybe about three yards. Yeah, of course. Heather and Weston, of course I could say hi. Hopefully everybody's enjoying this football game, these football games. But hello, Heather and Weston. What's this Sunday look like for all of you out there, heart to heart? And Heather and Weston, hope y'all are having a good day. Let me know what you're looking forward to the rest of the day. But we got Carolina dropping back with shotgun Bryce Young, throwing to nobody. Nobody home. It looks like he was trying to target Xavier Legette, but did not get anything. There is a flag, so maybe they'll get bailed out. And we got Houston dropping back up 17-3 against the Ravens. And whoa, they got a first down. Dalton Schultz catching footballs. What do we got? Oh, we got a defensive hold on the Ravens. Man, the Ravens. I'm so sorry. Losing Lamar Jackson. You guys are toast right now. They're 1-3. They might not make playoffs. Holy smokes. Lamar Jackson's probably going to come back next week, regardless of where they're at. Oh, touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown for Houston. There you go. You got a touchdown for Houston. And that was thrown by Mr. CJ Stroud, throwing the touchdown. There you go. There you go. Touchdown to CJ Stroud. The Ravens are getting run over by CJ Stroud and the Texans, which we know the Texans are not legit. So that's just so what this tells me, right? When you think about the next game, if Lamar Jackson is out, that defense cannot hold nobody. So as long as he's out, it's looking like anybody can run over them. All right, they're moving to the Dallas game, 2nd and 10 on their own 10-yard line. They're finding their man for close to a first down. Gets them off the back end of their own end zone. It's under the 2-minute warning, so it's the 2-minute drill right now. 1 minute 40 seconds left. We got Dak directing everybody. They got 2 timeouts, so this is a possible 2-minute drill. Dak dropping back in shotgun formation. Ooh, missing his man. Clock is stopped. He was aiming for Dalton Schultz, who is catching more footballs than anybody else. It is crazy how many footballs this man is catching this year. Hold on, let me grab some water. Hopefully, heart to heart, you, Heather, and Weston are having a good day. Appreciate you allowing me to shout out your friends or family. All right, Eagles dropping back. Jalen Hurts trying to run himself, but tackled in the backfield. 4th down. And here comes more spam. Let me get the spam out of the chat. Let me put the user in a timeout. All right. So what do we got next? All right, we are in with Bryce Young and team. 28 seconds left before the half. They are down 17-7. So a score here would be quite nice. They have 0 timeouts. So everything is just the play clock. So they're going to be guarding the sideline since they're on the 25-yard line. Oh, somebody stepped over the line. Free play. Oh, but they called it dead. Oh, but they're calling a false start? It's going against Carolina then. False start. They called a false start. They called a false start. Oh, man. And then it looks like Jonathan Taylor's made some yards on a play for the Colts. They got him a screen pass on the side, and he gained about maybe 15, putting them in the red zone. So pass batted down for Jones and the Colts. It'll be 2nd down and 10. I think that was Max Crosby who brought it back. Yeah, it was Max Crosby causing that chaos. Man, he is playing excellent football this year, Max Crosby. It's just a shame that the rest of the Raiders cannot play football. I guess it's mainly on Geno, right? It's mainly on Geno. Tough part about being a quarterback, you gotta take the weight of the team on your shoulders. All right. It looks like the Panthers are closer to the end zone and they're just gonna kick a field goal, maybe. No, they're not. Just kidding. Just kidding. So 2nd and 4 for the Panthers, 24 seconds left. I don't know why they showed the kicker like that. Maybe because they're prepping. All right, Bryce Young takes the snap, finds his man, Tetairoa McMillan, for like a yard. But he got out of bounds, so at least Bryce Young tried to take a timeout with any timeouts. Man, I want to believe in this guy, but geez, man, like the small fundamental things, like knowing how many timeouts you have, he's just throwing really bad interceptions. Hopefully he could pull this together for his team, but that's tough. All right, we got Javonte Williams running into the end zone for a touchdown. Javonte Williams getting the touchdown. We got what else happening? Colts getting the first down. Michael Pittman catching footballs. Michael Pittman catching footballs. And the Jets are getting destroyed. Which I guess was not, to me, not expected. I just thought they would be able to keep it a little more competitive because Dallas's defense has been so bad, you know? 17-3, they are up. Heart to heart. Oh, you have a luncheon at your church? Well, praise God to you and your church. Have a blessed luncheon, and appreciate you keeping me in the background to keep you updated on the scores. Of course, here for you. You made my day too for allowing me to be part of your day. So thank you so much to you and your loved ones. Have a great luncheon. Praise God. Be praying for you. All right, it looks like touchdown is there for Michael Pittman. Man, this guy is one of the best values in that draft, yo. This guy is a great value. Daniel Jones throwing touchdowns to Michael Pittman right now. And Michael Pittman, man, oh man. He's looking like that solid wide receiver too that has so much upside. He's catching touchdowns. And the place that you drafted Michael Pittman at, you are so happy with the value he is returning this year. He's just doing so good. All right, Baltimore missing the field goal to end the half. It is not looking good for Baltimore. Maybe they try to suit Lamar Jackson up at halftime or something, but geez. Oh my goodness. All right. So what's going on? So we are looking 7 seconds left in the game for the Panthers. They're looking to score before the half. They're on 2nd down, so they're probably going to try to get a quick pass, maybe 2 looks at the end zone, most likely only 1, and then have to kick a field goal. Delay of game, bro. This is what I'm talking about. This guy. How are the Panthers? Did Bryce Young really just try to call a touchdown? Or not a touchdown, a timeout again when he had no timeouts? And then just gets the delay of game? That is I don't know what to even think about that. That is so tough. It's like, God, you're down. This is your best opportunity to get a touchdown right now, and you just keep squandering it away. So frustrating. So frustrating. And it looks like they're going to just settle for a field goal. Congratulations. You played yourself. You played yourself, Bryce Young. Wow. And the field goal is no good for the Saints. So they're still down 13-14. It looks like they're going to kick a field goal here for Panthers. All right. Panthers caught a field goal. It's good. Man, they just ruined their chance. They just ruined their chance going into that half for the touchdown. But it's all right. They came away with some points. The Raiders have 15 seconds left for the half. They're down 3-20. So just a underneath pass gets them to midfield. Probably a timeout called. Trying to get in field goal range or something. It is tough being a Raiders fan right now. It is very tough. All right, so most games are going into the half right now, but been some very interesting football so far. Not for the Raiders. It has not been interesting for the Raiders. It has been getting smacked. That's what it's been. So let's see. Pets at 10.3. Share. Let's get this updated. 1 yard, 1 second left for the Raiders. They're gonna try a field goal with the time that they got left. All right, there you go. All right, so we got the Giants marching down. Cam Scattaboo just being the bruiser that he is, pushing people away for a 14-yard gain for a first down. Okay, can we score any points, Raiders? We're down 3-20. We're kicking a field goal here with 2 seconds left. Snap is off. Snap is good. Kick is up. And kick is no good. Kick is no good for these Raiders. Oh, no. What just happened? Was that an interception? Oh, no, it was a fumble. Sorry, guys. Fumble by the Giants. Saints pick it up. Darius Slayton fumbling the football. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, so Spencer Rattler running himself. 20 seconds left in this game. It was looking like New York was going to be able to do something, but Slayton ends up fumbling the ball, and now the Saints are in a position to not only take the lead, but they still have 20 seconds left nearing the red zone, so they have a chance to get a touchdown. They're down 13-14, so I imagine with 2 timeouts left, they're just going to play safe and go for the field goal and maybe take one shot at the end zone. But let's see if they end up going for it. So passing play, Juwan Johnson dropping the football. That is not good. All right. And Javonte Williams just breaking free. And he's probably going to score a touchdown here. Oh, no, he got shoved out of bounds at the 1-yard line. Holy smokes. Drop any questions, comments in the chat. I appreciate it. We got a couple last-minute potential scores before this half. And we got Alvin Kamara catching the ball up the middle of the field, bringing it inside the 10. Timeout is probably going to be called with 10 seconds left. But Alvin Kamara got hit pretty hard there, a little shaken up. 1st and goal for the Dallas, throwing, touchdown, Dak. And looks like, did he get his man Ferguson again? Oh my goodness, it was Ferguson. No way. Wow, Ferguson, is he going to be the number 1 tight end this year? Drop down below if you think he is not going to be the number 1 tight end. It is amazing how much usage he is getting. It's really looking like he's going to be the number 1 tight end on the year. I don't really know how anyone is going to catch him. All right, so we got 1st and goal for the Saints, but they call a timeout. You started both Waller and Ferguson. Dude, Christian, let's go. Let's go. Everyone probably looked at you crazy and was like, why are you starting 2 tight ends? But my man, trusting his gut. Let's go. Oh my goodness. You were probably having a good week. You're probably having a good week there. You winning? I hope you're winning. Appreciate that, Christian. Let's go. That's first half. Let's see what you can get in the second. Connor, how are you? Connor, hope you are well. Your running back room is Chase Brown, Jaylen Warren, and Rico Dowdle. Do you make a trade involving Brown? If somebody will take them, yes, I would. If somebody would take Chase Brown, I don't know who is taking Chase Brown, though. So give me the rest of your roster and what you're looking for the trade. You're definitely going to probably want some running back depth, right? So what I would look at is how you could package Chase Brown to somebody. Oh, you lost Connor and Bucky. I have Bucky too, so I feel your pain on there. But what I would think is like, so if you have Bucky, then Bucky and Jaylen are probably your running backs that you would start, right? And then oh my goodness, let me stop this spam real quick. So this is what I would be thinking about, right? If you could move Chase Brown and get somebody else to play with Warren, right? That would be great. So if Chase Brown has some type of game today, I'm not looking to be hopeful to be like, oh man, this is going to be something I'm going to roll out for the rest of the year. I'd be hoping somebody else is thinking that and be looking to move for, another running back or something like that I could confidently play. So yes, I'd be looking to move that. It's unfortunate you got James Conner hurt. So yeah, I would be looking to do something if I could. Do you have any potential trade targets in your league? Let me know if you want to talk that out or not. But Christian, so you're the one, Christian, that had Connor and Bucky out. So you had to play. Well, sometimes fantasy's funny, right? Just like that, and you end up getting uh the benefit. I don't think any, anybody will you'll send your team, Connor, yeah, for sure. I don't think anybody would have thought, Waller and Ferguson would be a great play like that, but just how it works out, you got it. So happy for you. While Connor sends that RJ45, how are you? So I know Fields had an advantage today, but I feel like it was risky to start him over Daniels. Um, yeah, yes and no. I would say because what happens the rest, we don't know what's going to happen the rest of this game, right now. So at this point in time, yes, that decision looks like that, right? Moving forward into the second half, though, you got to let the whole game of football play out, because now where are we at? The Jets have to score, right? The Jets absolutely have to score. So I foresee Fields, getting some the rest of this game. Whereas now you guys are playing my team and you guys are spanking my team in terms of, oh no, sorry. Um yeah, they're spanking, right? They're what are they up? They're up 20-3. So you can foresee a game script, RJ, the rest of the game where now I'm just handing the ball off to Jonathan Taylor for the rest of the game, right? The only time I'm passing is on third downs, uh, to try to potentially, milk the clock more with the first down. But what that game script is going to look like more is the Colts just milking out the clock for the rest of the game, kicking field goals here and there and just playing defense on the Raiders, right? So I wouldn't give up. Yeah, I wouldn't give up yet, because you're with where Fields is at. You're in the position that you want to be in that game. Holding Justin Fields is down 20 points, where he has to score. Right? They're not. So I wouldn't give up just yet. I wouldn't give up just yet, is what I'm saying. Um, yeah, Connor, send your team. Let me know. So you have to start Woody Marks too. So hopefully he goes off in the second half. Yeah, a lot of people played Woody Marks, so it's not like I don't think you made a bad choice there, right? Just because like you project that usage, and similarly to what I was just talking about now, uh now the Texans are in a game script where you can foresee um um more rushing, right? Um so I think it's possible for him to get some, is maybe a 20-point game, maybe not, but you know, get some usage in the second half. I think that's definitely possible. So I'll be hoping for you there too, for him to go off in that second half. I don't have any players in that game, so definitely wish you the best there. Everybody, appreciate you dropping any comments, any likes. Everything helps. So thank you so much uh, for any questions, any comments, even rest of season or rankings. I have a couple other things to show. So I'm gonna take a quick 2-second bathroom break, and I will be right back. So feel free to continue to drop any questions in the chat, and I will be right back. All right. Let's see. Some water. Games are starting again. All right. Locked and loaded for a second half. Second half action. Let's go, everybody. All right, Connor, let's see. You dropped your team. Quarterback, Lamar Jackson and Drake May. Awesome. Nothing needed there. Wide receivers, Jamar Chase, George Pickens, Tetairoa McMillan, DJ Moore, Juwan Jennings. High end, Tyler Warren. You are freaking awesome there. Okay, so I'm just missing your running backs then. I'll give you some time. Don't feel pressure. And let me know also once you drop that. Is this PPR, non-PPR, half PPR, or what? But with what I see so far, you're locked and loaded at quarterback. You have, and I don't know how many wide receivers to your league is, if it's like 2 wide receivers and a flex or 3 wide receivers and a flex, but you got solid wide receivers. I know Chase is very disappointing at this point in time, but it's not like he has 0 value. And George Pickens and Tetairoa look good. DJ Moore is a little weak. Juwan Jennings has been hurt, so we don't know there, but DJ Moore looks like the weakest there. Your running backs are Chase Brown, Rico Dowdle, Jaylen Moore. Okay, so you need to make. You're in a 10-man league. Okay. So Connor, what are you're looking to accomplish a trade here, is what I would assume. Right? And this is for Chase Brown, right? That you would want. So if it's a 10-man league, it's a little deeper, right? So I think what I'm thinking about here is, yeah, exactly. You need to strengthen your RB room. And it's just, what are you going to be willing to give versus what you need, right? So is this PPR also, by the way? Just to confirm, and then what's your record? So when you're looking to trade this right now, your highest trade value in your wide receivers is George Pickens, right? And I mean, Jamar Chase for the name, if you want to shop around that name, maybe you could get like a lower wide receiver and a running back, or flip to, a RB2 for Chase, maybe a low end RB1. But right now, I think it's going to be hard to just flip, like, let's say Chase Brown for, let me pull up the rankings, but there's less value in, like, what people want Chase Brown, is essentially what I'm saying, and the answer is not really, right? So I would have to be looking at you know like, what are they what is your PPR and your 1 and 3? Yeah, so you should make a trade here, right? You should want to make a trade here, so it's good that you're trying to do that. Let's see some targets. So when you're looking at trading, you're looking at, or I'm looking at, right? What is the value that I can provide to another team that would fulfill someone else's needs, where they then have excess of what I want, right? So since you want running backs, right? Here's an example, right? If somebody has, let's say, guys like either like Jamar Gibbs and Bucky Irving, right? Or Bijan Robinson and and Jonathan Taylor, right? And they're locked at their running backs, and on their bench they got guys. I think you said you have Jaylen Warren, right? But they have guys like of that caliber, right? Like that running back around 20. And so uh I I I would be looking for those type of players that have that extra running back, right, sitting on their bench. And it's like, okay, well, what value can I provide this person, right? And let's say they are starting, like streamer quarterbacks, like they're starting, uh, guys like that, and you have Lamar Jackson, right, as value, and you can offer that for somebody, I don't think anybody's going to give you Jonathan Taylor for it, but you can offer, right, a number one quarterback to somebody who is streaming quarterbacks, and you're okay rolling with Drake May rest of season, um, then that's what you're targeting. So some teams have 4 running backs that have good value. Yes, exactly. So those are the types of teams that you would be targeting, right? And then you're looking at those teams, especially the teams who are either 0-4, 1-3, who are also unsatisfied, right? Or like I said, like maybe they're missing the quarterback or something like that, and they're looking to upgrade that position and then willing to give away one of their depth running backs, and then you throw them Chase Brown so that they can sit on their bench. I really don't think anyone is going to trade like somebody that has high value for Chase Brown. Like I just think the market is very out on Chase Brown right now, unless they're a just hardcore believer, but that's very rare to have like a Cincinnati player. So that's what I would be looking at, is those teams like you said that have that 4 team running back depth. What can you provide to them? Where is their pain point, so that both of you can win on the trade, right? Both of you can quote unquote win. You got offered earlier Bo Nix, Mark Andrews, AJ Brown for Lamar Jackson, and the guy is 4-0. Yeah, see, like that doesn't help you, right? Because you don't really need another wide receiver, right? So you're just basically losing the best player in the trade for nothing. Because you're giving away Lamar Jackson for what, like AJ Brown, but you're like, you don't want AJ Brown when you have Jamar Chase right now, right? You're trying to figure that part out probably. So yeah, I agree to not accept that trade. So let's look at those teams that have those 4 running backs, right? That have the good value, and let's see where are they weak, versus what you have, and I know this may not be a happy thing to think about, but I know you probably want to hold on to Tyler Warren, but he has value too. So let's find those 4 running backs teams, and then what are they weak at that you can provide the value. It's kind of tough for me to say hold out for this 1-3 record for Jamar Chase to come through and stuff like that, right? It just I don't think that's a smart decision. All right. While we did this, we just missed a touchdown. Saquon Barkley catching footballs, or getting into the end zone. So Eagles are now up 16-3. So touchdown there for those Eagles. Did that help, Connor? Hopefully that helped. Yeah. Hopefully you have a target trade there. I appreciate you too. Appreciate all the questions. Appreciate any likes or things. I'll be here for you for help if you need it later. So appreciate you, Connor. The real McCoy said Henderson or Krosky Merritt. Definitely need points out of one of them. I would go Henderson. Personally, I don't have a problem with Merritt, but what's it called? They're playing they're playing Buffalo, right? Who typically always scores points. They'll probably be playing from behind, so maybe that's more pass opportunity for Henderson to get one of his breakaway runs. Krosky Merritt, I think what you'd be hoping for there is a breakaway up the middle kind of thing, right? Which, if I were to choose one, I'd prefer the breakaway receiving potential because I mean Henderson could still run it up the gut and get the upside, but I think Henderson has just a little bit more upside. So that's who I would go with. Feel free to drop any start sit questions, anything anybody is going through. Rest of season rankings, trades. This is a good period of time for trades. We are 4 weeks into the season, so we know exactly, not exactly, right? But we have a good idea of who is who. And if you are 0-4 or 1-3, this is the time to really think about making some moves. Like you kind of know what you got, right? And if you're waiting on a CeeDee Lamb or somebody like that to pop off, you can't put yourself in a hole like 1-5 or 1-6 and be hoping to make the playoffs. So let's see there. So Jacob, how are you, sir? Flex Cooper Kupp or Michael Carter? I would say Michael Carter. I know that is a complete shot in the dark, right? But at this point in time, we kind of know what Kupp is, what that offense is, and that offense or that team wants to more so run the football, play defense, drain out the clock. When we pass it, we're passing it to JSN. And there's the upside of Kupp is like only there if there's more volume, right? Tampa Bay can score. Like, don't get me wrong, Bucky's hurt, but this is not a Dallas where like you're like, oh snaps, they're gonna be running, or it's not like a Buffalo where it's like, man, for sure they're gonna score a lot. So I know it's a gamble, but I would take the coin flip on if Carter's gonna get the usage or not. At this point, I don't know what to think about Kupp at this point. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if it does not. If you disagree, that's totally fine. Um, appreciate any thoughts or things here. Let's see where we at with these games. So it looks like they're fumbling the football in the Giants game, so they just fumbled the football there. The Colts with Jonathan Taylor are running the football against my Raiders, which is a little saddening, but I think it's expected at this point. I think we're just waiting for Jonathan Taylor to run this in. So they pitch it to Jonathan Taylor. He's got a couple blocks. Oh, he got stood up at the 1 yard line. So it will be 2nd and goal there. All right, Jacob, you could see Carter falling in the end zone. He should get the work at the goal line. And it's not like Tennessee's the toughest opponent. Yeah, exactly. So I appreciate that. I think, he'll be guaranteed some touches, right? I just don't know if Cooper Kupp is guaranteed a touch or not, right? So appreciate you too. Thank you for your questions. Appreciate that. If you could drop a like, appreciate that as well. But I'll be here for longer if you got another question or any days before games. So appreciate your feedback, Jacob. All right. And Jonathan Taylor just got into the end zone. So touchdown, Jonathan Taylor. Touchdown, Jonathan Taylor. All right. So there you go. Hand off to Jonathan Taylor. This man is playing at the level of basically the best running back in the league at this point in time. And it does not look like that usage is going to stop. That offense is great. Him and Bijan are looking freaking awesome. Really, really awesome. 2-point conversion in the shotgun right now. They're going for 2 points. Why are they just trying to run this on us Raiders, man? This is terrible. Tyler Warren caught the 2-point conversion. There you go. He got that. All right, Jacob. Who would I rather roster rest of the season, Tootin or Spears? Ah, that's a good question. I think Tootin, you're basically a handcuff, right? I do not foresee them moving away from not JSN. What's his name? Travis Etienne, right? I don't see he's just playing too well. Like I wouldn't risk that if I were their team and just you know Etienne is a injury risk. Um so he's a high value handcuff because Tootin does look very good when he has the opportunities. In terms of Spears, right? I think that's more of like a what happens this week. I don't know if you have to drop somebody right now, but it will be interesting. I think he's active this week, right? So I think it'll be interesting to see if he starts to take some touches and what he does with them. And I think that backfield is more of a potential split in usage than ETN giving up usage. Now, in the terms of the offense, just like how you said Tennessee is not tough, that offense is not good right now. So I don't foresee many upside opportunities. I see Jacksonville kind of shaky, but it looks a little bit better than Tennessee. So if I could hold them this week, I would hold to watch Spears' usage here. And if he does get thrown in there really quickly and used, I would be okay using him. I think Tootin is just more of like you're gonna handcuff and just if ETN gets hurt or for whatever reason he can't play, then you have an automatic start, right? But I think in terms of the split, Spears has a better chance to start getting usage. So if you could hold this week, I would kind of see how that split works out. If I had to drop one of those two today, I'll probably drop Tootin. Really, McCoy, negative yardage for Malik? No, I didn't see that. I did not see that. Oh no. And I think they're up, right? So they might be in a run game script. Dang. So Houston's up 31-3. They kicked a 57-yard field goal and it was good. Wow. Nice. Nice. All right, Broncos are down 3-17. Philly's defense is phenomenally holding them down. And it's nice to see Philly throwing, even though the score is 3-17. It was good to see them airing it out a bit. So that can give some people some confidence. Maybe. All right. So that was an interesting play. They just showed Spencer Rattler trying to throw the ball. Ball gets batted down. He caught it again, and he was getting chased down, so he tried to throw it again. But you're only allowed to throw one time, so that was not good. Handoff up the middle. All right, first down for Denver. First down for Denver. Hopefully they can score or something, keep this game competitive against the Eagles. Otherwise, Saquon Barkley is just going to be running out the clock. All right. Let's see. What do we got? We got J.K. Dobbins has 43 yards on 9 rushes. Oh, that's not bad against the Eagles. They hand it off again. Gets like 3, maybe 2. All right. Quarterback sneak for the Cowboys. They're up 23-3. Um, Dak Prescott got a first down. All right. Denver's marching it down. They're on the 35-yard line of Philly. So they're past midfield. 2nd and 7. Shotgun formation. Bo Nix directing. Steps back. Philly adjusts. Snap is off. Nix looking, throws the ball away. That was that intentional grounding? And when you got Spencer Rattler dropping back on 3rd and 7, throwing downfield, finding his man, Chris Olave for a 17-yard catch. The Saints are up 16-14 against the Giants. So Chris Olave got one. All right, we got oh my goodness. We got an interception for a touchdown. Holy smokes. Defensive touchdown for the Colts against the Raiders. Geno Smith is looking like he's about to get benched, yo. Oh my goodness. Geno Smith, bro. What are you doing? Oh man, Geno Smith, you might get benched, dude. Oof. That is so tough. That is so tough. Oh, no, they were short. The guy ran out of bounds. Oh man. So that is so lucky for All right, so Juwan Johnson caught a football from Taysom Hill, I believe. Um all right. It looks like oh my goodness, and Mir Abdullah out of who played him? Nobody. But he got a touchdown for for the Colts. Man, Geno Smith, dude, you are yikes. This is looking like a real bad season. That is not good. Las Vegas, our Raiders, we are getting trampled on. We are getting trampled on. It is so fun to be a Raiders fan at this point. This is tough. All right, 1st and goal for the Saints. Man in motion. Handing off. Why are we handing off to Kamara? Oh, because they're up 16-14. I was like, this is so predictable. All right. 2nd and goal. 7 minutes, 15 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. The Saints are in shotgun formation, taking the snap. Spencer Rattler, ball batted down at the line of scrimmage. Ball batted down at the line of scrimmage. So 3rd and goal. It's wow, they're going for the 2nd point, 2-point again. Colts went for the 2-point again, but nope, no good. All right, so 3rd and goal for the Saints. Spencer Rattler and team. 3rd and goal. They are up 16-14. So a field goal would put them up by 5 since they're up by 2. So even if they miss this conversion, they'll be able to get a field goal here. So let's see what kind of play they try to run. They got a guy in motion, shotgun formation. It's taking the snap. Rattler scrambling, looking for the end zone over his man, over Juwan Johnson. Oh man, Giants defense held up. Will the Saints get their first win today against the Giants? Oh, man. 4th and goal for the Saints. They are up 16-14. 28-yard field goal. And kick is good. The kick is good. So they're up by 5 now. 34-3. Baltimore is down. Oh, and he's caught it. Defensive back fell down, and Zay Flowers trying to get into the end zone, but tackled just short. And then what do they do here? Derrick Henry for a 1-yard touchdown. All right. So touchdown, Baltimore. They finally got a touchdown on the board after a very tough start. Very, very, very tough start. Oh, man. Without Lamar Jackson, they're looking real tough. It's looking real bad. All right. So we're back to Philadelphia. 2nd and 2. Guy in motion. Shotgun formation. Takes a snap. Fakes the handoff. Pass to looks like Goddard, who gets the first down. All right. And then what's going on? 17-13 in the Panthers game. They're at their own end zone. Oh, man. All right. So what are they saying? They are saying Jalen Hurts every single year of his career had a different offensive play caller. That's crazy. I forgot about that. Took the snap. Scrambling. He's gonna run it himself for maybe like 3 yards. Jalen Hurts is gonna be a second down there. All right, 2nd and 8 on their own like 3-yard line are the Panthers. 2nd and 8. Bryce Young, empty backfield, shotgun formation. Taking the snap, dropping back, passing over the middle, hits his man, who gets maybe 6. They might be a yard or 2 short of that first down. We got Jalen Hurts, 2nd and 6. And we shall see what they do. They're doing nothing. The Jets are 4th and 1 around midfield. Looks like they might take a quarterback sneak here. They got a guy in motion. Nope. Fake it. Not caught. Oh, man. Turnover on downs for the Jets. They only needed half a yard. That was a weird play call. I did not like that play call. Like, I don't know why they wouldn't either sneak it or what, but they did some fancy stuff and it didn't look good. It did not look good. All right, Jalen Hurts knocked down, 3rd down, 4th down. All right, nowhere to go there. 20-yard line for the Panthers. 1st and 10, under center, guy in motion, end around. Receiver gets about 4 or 5 yards. Kind of weak. Kind of weak. Drop any questions you got in the chat, comments. Anybody you're looking forward to in these afternoon slot games? Any questions you got? Any trades you want to discuss? Talked about some good trades earlier, especially for the people who need to make some moves. 2nd and 5 for the Panthers. Looking for, I think be looking for a score here so that Miami could come back, right? Rico Dowdle goes up the middle for about 3. Man, I don't know. That's why the play callers for the professional teams are the play callers. But man, I do not like some of these play calls for where they're at. Kendrick Bourne available, put up 19 points.
came out of nowhere. That was a Thursday, I thought. No? All right. Snap, drop back for the Giants. Jackson trying to run forward. That was ill advised, but he tried to run it and gain it himself. Nowhere to go. All right. Empty backfield for Carolina. 3rd and 2. Bryce Young, nowhere to go. Looking to scramble. Looking to scramble and goes nowhere. Oh my God. All right. Punt team is going to come on for Bryce Young. That, man, I don't know. No smack talking. Kendrick Bourne. Your man came out of nowhere. You're saying. Yeah, he did play. He did. I thought so. He did play on Thursday. He he did come out of nowhere. Um what? Kendrick Bourne? Wait, are we talking about the same thing here? Am I tripping? Yeah, he played Thursday. Kendrick Bourne played Thursday. That's how he got those 142 yards. That was a terrible call by me. I uh I I I did not think that on a short week the 49ers could put together an offense when their quarterback went out and their top 2 wide receivers went out. It just shows you how good of a coach and system SF has to be able to slot in. And Mac Jones he looked fantastic. He looked like he should be a starting quarterback on some team. And then the Rams they could not. They were just Swiss cheese all game on Thursday. So Kendrick Bourne ate like crazy. But yeah, he played on Thursday. Scattaboo going nowhere, couple yards. All they're back to Fields in Dallas. Dak dropping back, going deep. Hit him. Hit him. He's got Pickens. Look at that. Boom. Touchdown, George Pickens. Holy smokes. What a throw that was. Holy crap. What a catch. Touchdown, Dak Prescott. Oh, that was mean. They were not looking for that. They were definitely not looking for that. They did not expect them to be throwing into the end zone, but George Pickens, man, showing that he could play the game of football. That was against Sauce Gardner draped all over him, too. That ball was just perfectly fit into that window, and Pickens just held on. That was crazy. That was a great play. That shows Pickens' value right there. Could hold a number 1 cornerback, Sauce Gardner, without CeeDee Lamb, still score the touchdown. That was crazy. That was a big Pickens value. Malik needs a sneaky touchdown. Return yards, no, they only count if your league counts them, but most standard leagues, as in like, they just fire up the settings. They do not count return yards. It can count as a return touchdown though, right? So if it's like return for a touchdown, they'll count that, but most leagues don't count the yards returned. No. Man, George Pickens right there. That was crazy. That was crazy. Jackson Dart marching on the red zone, taking the snap. It's looking like Devin Singletary. Gain of about 4, maybe. Um, oh my goodness. Touchdown, Jonathan Taylor. He has 3 touchdowns against my Raiders. What the heck, dude? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. Jackson Dart passing to Cam Scattaboo, who gets the first down. Man, Cam Scattaboo's looking real good. Pause. Wow.
This is disrespectful. It's 40-3. Colts versus the Raiders. I did not expect us to be able to win, but holy crap. 40-3. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. That is crazy. All right. Where are we at? Where are we at with things? All right. So 2nd and 7 for Jackson Dart. They're taking it to the end of the third quarter. They are down 14-19, but they're in the red zone, so they can score. Kendrick Bourne played Thursday and went off. Return yards only count if your league did special rules. You for all question. All right, so Miami is looking like they're giving the ball back to Carolina on a punt, fair catch, but there was a flag. So we'll see what that flag turns out to be. So we're entering what they call the witching hour, which means this is the fourth quarter and all the close games. What they say is, the teams that are winning, wins can become losses and losses can become wins. And this is like the last hour of these early morning games. So we're headed right here into the fourth quarter of a lot of games. A lot of these games are out of control. Like the Ravens are not going to have a chance against the Texans, but the Texans are. All right, touchdown for the Houston Texans. Jaylen Noel, where CJ Stroud is having his resurgence game against the Ravens. He has 4 touchdowns. CJ Stroud has 4 touchdowns. I don't think that's gonna continue, forever. But it is what it is right now with how bad the Ravens are. So he got his on it. So the close games are Miami and Panthers. Every other game is pretty much out of contention unless the Broncos can score real quickly here. But Philly has the ball. So it's really only one close game. Malik only has 5 targets, 4 receptions, 0 yards. Dude, what kind of stat line is that? Only Tua can do something like that. Holy crap. 5 targets, 4 receptions, 0 yards. On the positive end, we like 5 targets and 4 reception and 80% catch rate. But that is not going to win you a fantasy league for sure. Oh no. Oh no. They just showed a touchdown for the Saints on a defensive touchdown. But we got to see if Scadaboo was down or if he turned it over. What the heck happened? So Scadaboo had the ball. Oh, and the ball's just punched out early. Oh, man. Okay. That was not the move. That was a fumble. Fumble for Scadaboo to a touchdown for the Saints defense. So now the Saints are up 26-14 against the Giants. The Saints could get their first win of the season. Oh man. It was literally looking like the Giants were about to score and go up. And oh my goodness. Nope. And we got Jalen Hurts going deep, overshooting A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown was wide open. That would have been a walk-in touchdown. And then we got the Jets, for some reason, kicking field goals when they're down 30-3. So they got a field goal. Now we got the Panthers, 2nd and 10, down 13-17 to Miami. And so my friend here, the real McCoy, wants them to score a touchdown. So it forces Miami to throw and score. All right, so Eagles having Jalen Hurts getting sacked. Hopefully Carolina can score for you, the real McCoy. All right, so we got shotgun formation, 3rd and 6 for Carolina. Drops back. Bryce Young always looking like he's running for his life, throwing the ball out of bounds. Jeez, bro. What is going on? 4th and 6. They were hoping for a late hit flag, but no flag called. Oh man. Yeah. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. So 4th down, Carolina punting. Hopefully you get something more. More of the real McCoy. I hope for you. So they're fielding the return. All right, he's got like 25-yard line. All right. Good job, Miami's defense. Bryce Young's looking like a scrub right now. Oh man. A little pushing and shoving going on in this Houston Baltimore game. Baltimore is probably very frustrated that they're in the position that they're in. They're showing the Denver game. Denver's down 2 scores to Philly. Oh man. Mims, so close, but no cigar. So we got Bo Nix and the Broncos trying to make something happen. Motion, pitch backwards. RJ Harvey getting about 7 or 8 yards. All right, back with the Giants. Whoa, found a hole, and he gets to about midfield, so maybe he could keep the game competitive here with the quick score. Shotgun formation for Dart. Hands it off the middle. And no, Scattaboo fumbled, but they went straight back to him. Shows you their confidence in Scattaboo. All right. And then the Ravens, they're trying to show some garbage time here to see if they could do anything. Oh my God. No way. Fumble. I think that was Mark Andrews. So he catches the football, bobbles it. Or maybe that's not a fumble. Maybe that's technically an interception because he was bobbling it. So maybe I think that was technically an interception, probably. It looked like he had possession of it. He like bobbled it as he turned around. Defender came, gets the ball. So I think that's technically gonna be ruled an interception and not a fumble. But we'll have to see. Regardless, it was a turnover. Regardless, it was a clean turnover. All right. So 4th and 1 for the Giants. They got a guy in motion. Handed it off. They get the first down. They get the first down. All right, so first down for the Giants, who are down 14-26 after the Scatterboo fumble that led a defensive touchdown for the Saints. Maybe they will get their first win. Who knows? Drop any questions in the chat. I know the afternoon games are coming up. Start, sit, trade, whatever it may be. We got Jackson Dart in the shotgun right now. Trying to come back a bit. So here we go. Oh, they drew it over. So I think who had Wan'Dale Robinson? Was that you, McCoy? What a interesting stat that I just saw come up, right? Is so they're losing right now, and their split is 24 pass attempts versus 26 run attempts, which, as hoping for more targets because Malik Neighbors is going out, it doesn't look like they're passing as much. So that's just something to note if you're looking at him long term to see what if that shifts, because like I was thinking, it does look like they're okay running the ball with like Scatterboo and Dart and stuff like that, and just having like a 50-50 split between pass and run, which kind of limits the target potential upside, right? All right, so where are we at? We are saying right now that the Dolphins are projected to win for this game. Hey Juan, how are you? Let's see. Who for running back 2? You got Travion Henderson and Zach Charbonnet. Jonathan Taylor is number 1. Jacobs is on a bye. I mean, I would play Henderson here. You're splitting touches with Charbonnet. I haven't seen much explosive upside, so you're just hoping for him to fall in the end zone there. Travion Henderson is playing the Bills. They're going to be in a negative game script, and it looks like they use Henderson more in the pass catching role. So I think he has, the better upside potential for things, unless you're just looking for like a solid floor of like 7 points or something like that, and you're just hoping Charbonnet gets, like 40 yards and 2 catches or something like that. But I would lean Henderson just because I feel like they're going to be in the negative game script and going to need to be passing. So I think they'll be using Henderson more so than Stevenson in that split this game. But looks like on a normal week, you would be locked and loaded with Jonathan Taylor and Josh Jacobs. So, hopefully this is just the 1 week thing, but that's what I would do. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if not, Juan, or if you have any more questions, comments, or thoughts on that. But right now, where we're at is the Broncos are down 14 points, so they're looking to score. They're getting close to the red zone against the Philadelphia Eagles to try to bring it to 1 score and make that game competitive. Right now, we got Tua on a 3rd down, and there's 10 minutes left in the game, so plenty of time. But they're looking to convert a 1st down here. To try to keep milking the clock against the Panthers. Shotgun formation, low snap. Tua holds on to the ball. Oh, he almost connects with Waddle, which would have basically been a breakaway touchdown. Oh, okay, going back to Carolina though. And right now we got J.K. Dobbins running up the middle for like 4 yards. 2nd and goal, gonna be for those throws. Man, Jaylen Waddle beat his man too. That would have been a touchdown. Just slightly off. If that snap was more on center, that probably would have been a touchdown. But right now they're on 2nd and goal. I don't know what's going on with Denver, but there's a delay of game, so somebody must be injured or not. Right now, I know it doesn't mean much, but the Texans just kicked a field goal. Up like 44-10. All right, Juan, let's see. Who for wide receiver and 3 flex? Devontae Adams at wide receiver 1. Jay Addison at wide receiver 2. You got Deebo Samuel, Quentin Johnson, Hollywood Krosky, or Travion Henderson. I would play Deebo Samuel and Quentin Johnson. If I were you. You said because you got wide receiver 3 and flex, right? Like, it's not like Krosky Merritt has a solid floor. So you're kind of chasing there. Travion Henderson does have upside, but you're playing Deebo Samuel and Quentin Johnston, right? Like, I'm not sitting either of those guys for a potential versus what is already proven. So I would play Deebo Samuel and Quentin Johnston there, especially if it's any type of PPR or anything like that. Hollywood Brown, I'm not going to play him over any of those guys. So Krosky or Henderson would have been your only potential, but you're not sitting Deebo Samuel or Quentin Johnston, unless I'm missing something and overthinking. But yeah, that's what I would do. And right now, we just had a interception thrown by Jackson Dart. It looks like the Saints are going to get their first win of the season. Let me know if that was helpful or not, Juan. But that's what I would have done. So I would have played Deebo Samuel and Q Johnston in that situation. Oh, man. All right, so where are we at? We are at it looked like an offensive line that got injured for Denver. So we're on the 5-yard line right now. They are down 3-17, the Broncos are, versus the Eagles. And they are on the 5-yard line. So they need to score here because it's 2nd and goal with 13 minutes left, right? Snap is off. Bo Nix dropping back, firing over the middle. Ooh, that was a dangerous pass. But it looks like the foul was on the the foul was on the Eagles, so hold gives first down to the Broncos. They got bailed out there. And now we are showing my Raiders, who are down 3-40, and we're for some reason deciding to kick field goals. So we get 3 points. Now we're only down 6-40. Yeah. All right. So 1st and goal for the Broncos, and they're on like the 2-yard line. I imagine they're just going to force it up the middle with J.K. Dobbins to try to get a touchdown. Guy in motion. There you go, Dobbins. He's got a hole, and he's got the touchdown. All right, so J.K. Dobbins finding pay dirt. Finding pay dirt on that touchdown. All right. So if they kick the extra point in, they're only down 1 touchdown, only 7 points. And right now we got what would be the Carolina Panthers down 4 with 10 minutes left, trying to take a lead. Flips a pass. Bryce Young gets about 5. Thanks, bro. You're gonna go with Henderson. I hope they use Homie a lot. Yeah, I have a feeling they'll have to. I mean, they're playing the Bills. I'm pretty sure the Bills will score some points, right? So, I think that was your best upside play. So appreciate you, Juan. Appreciate your questions. Let me know any of your thoughts. If you have a minute to drop a like, would appreciate that. But no worries if not. And we got Rico Dowdle breaking tackles. Woo! All right. Putting a spark of life into the Panthers here, who are down 13-17. Wow. All right. Rico Dowdle making a play. This is going to be interesting to see usage for when he's healthy, when Chuba is healthy, because Rico Dowdle's playing very well this game. Maybe they start splitting touches to try to preserve the health of Chuba, or they just bring him back slower to try to let him recover. But we got shotgun, handoff again to Dowdle, who's getting like 4 or 5 more yards. He's probably tired now. He's probably gassed. Hope he get usage with Henderson. Yeah. Hoping for you, Juan. Let's go. All right, we got 8 minutes left in this game. Dowdle's on the sideline now after bringing them close to the red zone. We got the Panthers, who've looked like dust this second half, able to bring it here thanks to Rico Dowdle. Bryce Young going backwards, almost getting sacked. Dude, this guy, Bryce Young, come on, man. Come on. I know your line is letting these guys through, but holy crap. There's a flag too. So we'll see. Maybe oh, late hit. Okay. So they're gonna take a late hit on Bryce Young. All right, Juan, what do you say? Do you hold any of these players or drop? Kenneth Gainwell, Hollywood, Nick Chubb, and Krosky Merritt. I'm holding Kenneth Gainwell and I am holding Krosky Merritt. I am willing to drop Nick Chubb and Hollywood Brown if you can find somebody better. But again, the question then becomes, who are you dropping these players for, right? Because if you're dropping these players for a nobody, I would still hold Hollywood or Nick. But if there's somebody who has value on your waiver wire, I am okay dropping those guys. Let me know who you're thinking of dropping them for to let's see if they have any value, right, Juan? So go ahead and drop that. Early Bird 78, how are you doing today? You need to Rodriguez, Gadsden, and Tucker. I'm glad you found it too, bro. Wait, isn't Tucker already playing though? If this Trey Tucker from the Raiders? Because if so, he's already playing. And just let me know if I understanding that one. Because if it's Trey Tucker, he's already playing. And then well, who are the other two? Who's Gadsden? Who are you talking about for Gadsden? Because right. Oh, Sean Tucker. Okay. Sean Tucker, because of what's his name? Rashard White, right? Split in the backfield with Rashard White. And who's Gadsden? Why don't I know this off the top of my head? Yeah, who's Gadsden, early bird? Maybe am I misinterpreting this? But oh, Chargers. Okay. You know, I don't like I did not like Rodriguez. But he's just kind of somehow got some value, right? And I assume this is Chris Rodriguez, right, with the with Washington, right? That's who I'm assuming this is. I think I'm gonna play Tucker just to see, right? I don't think they're gonna use Rashard White as a bell cow, so I think for sure I'm playing him. And then it just comes down to me, Rodriguez versus and I think let's see. Let me see his touches in these past games. So Chris Rodriguez coming off 7 touches. And we got yeah, so for sure I think I'm gonna take the stab on Tucker. Let me look at Gadsden's usage. Man, I don't really like it if the targets were there a little more, maybe I would do Gadsden, but I don't trust it. Um, so I think I would go with the 2 running backs there. Um, is it PPR? What are you thinking about Gadsden? I would just say that there's so many mouths to feed in that offense, and it's not like he's week over week getting more targets, right? So I think that's touchdown or bust um, for him. Rodriguez, I know he's not getting an insane amount of touches. Um, so it's kind of just like who's going to fall into the end zone between those guys, I guess. So I like that safety of like knowing I'm going to get at least get a few touches, right? Versus like, am I going to even get a chance to catch half point PPR? Yeah, so it's not even like the catches are getting you the full point benefit. So I think I would go with the 2 running backs. You're projected to win, or are you shooting for the fence? But and while we were out, we missed a touchdown from Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle getting his touchdown, so everybody is happy who started him, and now Miami has to score, right? So there's going to be some potential usage there. Did that help you, early bird? Are you gonna, or you still thinking of playing Gadsden? Um, just let me know if hopefully that was somewhat helpful. Sounds like you have a deep league though. If you have to play these guys, or you had a lot of injuries for your team, but that's a deep one. So hopefully that was helpful. Let me know if not. Um, what do I got? All right. Hold Gainwell and Krosky. Other 2 are droppable based on who you are picking up. Don't drop them for no reason. And then I'd sit Chargers tight end just because of targets, but I would for sure start Tucker. Yeah. Hopefully that was helpful, guys. Thanks for questions. Anyone drop in chat any thoughts or questions? Well, share thoughts. Okay, so ending this game, wouldn't it be crazy if the Broncos could pull off a win against the Tush Push? That would be very interesting to see. So Broncos have the ball. They're down 10-17. So they have a shot. Right now it's 4th and 3 for the Giants. It is looking like they are going to have to struggle to win this game. They're down 12, so they're going to have to score quick and get like an onside kick. Carolina is up 20-17 against the Dolphins. So the Dolphins are going to have to score here. They are only down 3, so they can kick a field goal to tie. All right, and we got J.K. Dobbins running nowhere on 2nd and 5, swallowed up at the line of scrimmage. 4 down territory for them, though. They're past midfield. All right, so we got 6 minutes left. Miami has the ball on their own, like, 43-yard line. We got shotgun formation. Tua taking the snap, throwing, found his man for about maybe 6 yards. Who was that? Devon Achane, their 5th wide receiver on the field because he's a running back. All right, we got 3rd and 5 for Bo Nix dropping back. Passing, found his man. Oh, there was a flag. The defensive back is celebrating like that was off. Oh, it was offensive pass interference or something like that. Hey, the real McCoy. I know you gotta get some usage from Malik here. Hopefully he gets a target downfield or something. Right now, what's his name is settling for all these short area targets. Tua. Hopefully he can extend the field a little bit. All right. So we got first down to a play action going deep for the end zone. Jaylen Waddle for the touchdown. Let's go. I am so sorry, McCoy, but I have to celebrate this one because that is my guy. So Tua throwing the touchdown to Jaylen Waddle, who I did not upload on here, which I will have to do in a second. But holy smokes, Jaylen Waddle catching footballs and running them into the end zone with Tua. I am sorry, the real McCoy. I know you wanted either Darren Waller or Malik, but they hit Jaylen Waddle for the touchdown. Early bird, your team is somewhat stacked. You're replacing Bucky, Chuba, and Warren this week. Okay. You're fortunate to grab Tucker and Dowdle off the wire when the news broke. Oh, bro, you are doing good. Okay, so then this is like you and me. I feel you on this one. My team was okay too, but I literally had everybody on bye. And okay, so this week you just got a lot of injuries. And buys for your running back position. Okay. So that makes a lot of sense. I was like, dang, bro, you are reaching deep to try to play these guys week to week. Okay. Yeah. So I would play Tucker. How do you need two then? So that means, do you have like two flexes maybe? But it sounds like if you're playing Dowdle, then maybe you're playing. Oh, and then your second running back is going to be Tucker. Oh, okay, I get it. And then you need a flex, so that's where Gadsden or Rodriguez comes in. Okay. So this is just a week. Oh, no way. Denver just caught a touchdown against Philly, and then they threw a 2-point conversion instead of trying to tie the game. So they now have the lead against Philly. Holy smokes. We now have the Broncos up against Philly. Is the tush push gonna survive? Oh, you have a hyper competitive league. Early bird 3 flex. Wow. No. Okay. Honestly, I'm gonna say I low key like that setup with no kicker and no defense. Like, honestly, right? Like, I don't know if it feels good to win a league because your kicker kicks 6 field goals, in the finals of your league, and he scores 25 points and that wins you. Or the same thing for the defense, like you just randomly play the defense like the Colts this week and you score 1,000 points, right? I kind of like your league setup, right? Where it's like you get 3 flex, so awesome to hear. Sounds fun. I've never played a league like that. I do want to try that. So I appreciate you sharing that, early bird. I pray for you. Wish you the best this week. Having to start like bottom of the barrel, either tight end or Rodriguez. That's tough, but I think next week you'll be golden again. It does sound like you have a lot of good depth with Bucky, Chuba, and then I assume that's Jaylen Warren coming back in. Rock solid. It sounds pretty good. You're doing good though. Sounds like you're probably winning like 3-1 in your league or something like that. If you're that stacked. So Let me know if you got any other questions, trades, other start sits, or thoughts for next week. I really appreciate you, early bird, dropping all that. But wow, that's why they call this the witching hour, right? Both leads change in the game. Philly is now playing from behind. We had scores on both Carolina and Miami. So now the ball is back in the hands of Carolina, who now needs to score, and it cannot be a field goal because they are down 4. So we're looking for a touchdown here with 4.5 minutes left. You lost last year when your opponent grabbed Atlanta versus Desmond Ritter. Dude, see, I know, right? Like, that's so tough to like lose when just a defense goes off or whatnot. So I do like those leagues that have like, 3 wide receiver, 2 running back, 2 flex or something like that, or like yours where it's 3 flex. I think there's like where's the strategy, in kickers and in defense? It's kind of like fantasy football is all luck, right? But for sure defense and kicker is like way more. Way more. Let me know anything else though, early bird. I really appreciate your thoughts and everything. Jacob, how are you? You're 4-0 right now, projected 137, 12-man PPR, but your wide receiver is Wandale/DJ Moore. So who should I trade? Ooh, sorry if that like somehow whistled through my teeth. That was weird. Do I trade at all for a wide receiver? Your running backs are Saquon, JT, Javonte, Harvey. Wide receivers are Ibuka, Wandale, DJ Moore, and Cal. Okay. So you're 4-0 right now. And how many? So do you play your 12-man PPR, and then do you play 2 running backs and a flex? Is what I would assume. In this, or what is the Jacob? What is the breakdown? So how I'm looking at this, right, is you're 4-0. It's hard to change what ain't broken, right? It's hard to change what works and everything like that. But your wide receiver is pretty thin. You've probably been riding the 2 receivers, 2 flex. You've probably been riding that upside of Ibuka, right? But I don't like him as my wide receiver. Running back is, can you turn that into something where it's more what's the word, stable for your team overall, if I were going to make a trade at all, right? But right now what you're basically looking at is you have like solid running backs and a flex, and right now you're sacrificing at the wide receiver too. I would only make a trade if I could continue to maintain that value and then get a high upside wide receiver. You're thinking Javonte for Rashi type of trade, and the guy who has Rashi is 0-4. Yeah, so that is a good target, right? But like you said, Javonte is so good. So I would not. I think if I were to do that, I would want more than just Rashi from that team, right? But I don't know if, like you said, that guy is going to be willing to do that. Like, I would want Rashi plus something to throw in. What's the rest of this guy's roster? And I guess what I'm getting at is, like, is the question, you're not going to ever move off of Saquon and JT, or are those tradable values for maybe 2 players, right? One of those guys, tradable value for 2 players. But I would not, like, if you look at the points, right? Basically what you would be doing in your trade is you would be moving Javonte out, and now you're having to flex like Harvey or DJ Moore. And sure, you move Rashi and
Abuka as your receivers, but is that positive difference between moving, let's say Rashee Rice for DJ Moore, right? Is that positive difference enough to overdo the difference between that Javonte and that flex, right? And somebody else. And I don't think it is, because I think your positive difference by putting Saquon, JT, and Javonte is more than that Rashee Rice versus whoever that receiver change would be. So that's why I'm saying I feel like I would need a little bit more, right? I might try to trade Saquon for 2. That guy with Rashee has Jamar Chase, Chase Brown, Scatterboo, and Olave. Yes. So I would look at exactly something like that, right? I would trade Saquon for 2, which could be like, obviously your best is going to be Rashee Rice and Jamar Chase, right? But I don't know if I don't think he's going to bite on that. But Olave's not a terrible person to be having as that backup, right? So maybe he's willing to move off of something like that. If you could throw, like Saquon plus, let me see, what was the rest of your team? Saquon plus a DJ Moore or something like that. So I would be looking to, package something with this. This guy looks like he's your best. If he's 0-4, he's not satisfied with his team, right? So if you can get, Jamar Chase or Rashee Rice, I like that. And then, So if your backup is Dak, you could package that. So I think you're targeting the right guy, and it sounds like you do have the value that could mix with what this guy needs. Like Jackson Dart is nice, but you don't want him as your starter. What's his name? Dak just balled out 2 weeks in a row without CD. So people would be willing to see that as some value. I would be willing to see that as some value if I was, streaming. And then package it, like you said, with like a Saquon or something to try to get. Obviously, you want Jamar Chase plus Rashee. It's going to be hard for a guy to move off that unless you can backfill him with the receiver. So, he might be more willing to move off of like Rashee plus Chase Brown, right? Or Rashee plus Olave or something like that. So I think you're targeting the right guy, and then just let him know, like, hey, like, it looks like you could use some help with say a guy like Saquon, and I'm looking for some receiver if he says no, right? And these are the other positions that I'm willing to trade off. So I think you're at the right guy. Just anchor high with what you want, but let him know that you're flexible, right? Because you just don't want him to think that you're just trying to take his team if he says no, right? So thank you for those questions, Jacob. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if you have any other thoughts. But again, I would not just give like Javonte for Rashee and just hope for that difference. I think you would be losing if it was just that 1-for-1, but in a multiple person where you could split and get 2 receivers, that would be great. Or a receiver plus a backup. Bryce, Tony Pollard or Chase Brown at flex PPR? Oh, geez, bro. Oh, geez. Are you looking for upside, or what are you looking for in that situation? Here's where my head is at in that Spears is back, I believe, right? So they might start to work him in more, even though what's his name? Chase does not feel safe. If Spears is back at all, I think Brown is a more safe play, even though the Lions are a scary defense. They're probably going to be playing from behind. They use Chase Brown in the passing game. So I think, even though it's not nice, if Spears is playing and you need that, I would lean for Chase Brown there. But let me know if I'm off base, because I'm making a few assumptions just based off of what's it called? What it is. The game scripts are messing with your head. Yeah, but don't forget that Spears, I think I could be wrong. It looked like he was coming back. And Chase Brown, even though his game script is not good, he is a pass catching back, right? So he is, and it's PPR, right? So even if he catches 4 passes for like 20 yards, that's 6 points, right? Which is a lot. So I think I would lean Chase Brown in that situation. Andrew, you have to choose between Dean Mercado and Carter. Who would I choose and why? So there's this nice thing that I have in my drawer, and it's called a coin. it's a flip a coin for me for that question. But no, all jokes aside, we don't know, right? Like this is so new that like we're not sure. So honestly, like seriously, I don't mean to be a jerk and say I'm flipping a coin here, but I would lean Carter just like on that 51%, 49% split. No exact reason on why I'm down on Carter. Why I'm down on Mercado. I just don't think they'll need to use him that much. So that's who I'm leaning towards there. But again, it's a coin flip for me. So it just kind of depends on what you're feeling. But that's who I would lean. Let me know if I'm off base there, or what. And I guess I know DeMarcado might be listed as the starter, but we've seen what he's done before, and I haven't seen any breakaway potential yet, right? Versus Carter's an unknown. So that's why if I'm flipping the coin, I'm willing to gamble. I'm not happy with that offense, but that's what I would lean. Let's see. And then Dax, your backup. Andrew, bro, you already flipped. You already flipped what? So you flipped the coin too. You got Carter in. Comparing stats from the 2024 season, we'll play. Carter has more rushes and catches. You're welcome, of course. Appreciate you. Funny that we both thought to flip a coin. Praying for you, wishing you the best. Appreciate any other questions that you have, or if you have room for a like or anything like that, let me know. Thank you so much, Andrew, for your thoughts. Jacob, let me know if that was helpful for you, if you got anything else. What did I miss in this game? It looks like Carolina is dancing around, so they must have stopped. Oh, they did. 4th and 18, and Tua's looking real sad right now. So he get sacked or something? Oh, geez, bro. Yeah, they're way back there. So they're going to have to use these 3 timeouts and just pray that they're going to get the ball back. Which, if they get the ball back, that is hopeful for you, Mr. Malik Washington and Mr. McCoy there. All right, so what do we got here? Oh, we got Denver controlling their own destiny to win this game. 3rd and 2. Pass is good. They meet the guy. No, he doesn't stay on his feet. But maybe they'll go for it on 4th down here. We shall see. We shall see. Oh, man, this is crazy. This is crazy. What do we got? We got some close games here. Pulling hairs out for everybody. There's a flag out on the Denver game, but Denver can beat Philly, the tush push team. Pass. Oh, unnecessary roughness on Philly. It's going to be a 1st down for Denver. It looks like they're about to win this game. It looks like they can win this game. Oh, man. Late hit that came in. Oh, Philly, unnecessary roughness. Just might have lost you the game. Does the tush push survive? I don't want to be a hater, but I was not hopeful, but I was wondering if, Denver could beat Philly. Sorry if you guys are Philly fans. It's just I was tired of seeing the tush push without any false starts being called to win them, like 2 of their 4 games just off of the refs, like not calling. So, it'd be interesting to see Denver being able to beat Philly. Oh, man. All right, so 1st and 10. Philly's only got 1 timeout. There's 2 minutes, 21 seconds left, so they have to
get the stop here. And if they kick the field goal, then they would have to get a touchdown. So I feel like in this situation they would definitely go for the field goal. Andrew says this is the worst fantasy for Neighbors. You lost Neighbors, Hill, Connor, Eckler, Aaron Jones, and you have McLaurin. Bro, that's your whole team. Holy smokes. That is so unfortunate. What? How deep is your league? You drafted very well, I would say. Like, I don't have any problem with how you drafted. It was just an unfortunate way that the injuries fell for you this year, man. Holy crap, that is so unfortunate. Oh man, I am definitely praying for you on that one. Oh man. And so you lost Connor, and it's a 14-team league. Wow, you drafted phenomenally. You drafted phenomenal. I don't think there's anything wrong with how you drafted, and especially in a 14-team league. Holy crap! What did your league do? Just like draft like scrubs because they like certain teams? I don't know how you drafted like that in a 14-team league. Holy crap! That was a great draft. And then you lost Connor, so you're hoping DeMercado or what's his name is able to get you something for the rest of the season. Because wow, dude, that is, oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate. You lost everybody, right? You got Achan and Jacobs. That's nice anchors, but holy crap. Wow. All right, so 3rd and 5 for Carolina, backing up Bryce Young, throwing footballs to nobody, but there's a flag. Oh. Oh man, he is heated. That defensive back is heated. Pass interference. That might have just lost Miami the game. Wow. Not might have. That did lose Miami the game. They can't do nothing. But yes, that was pass interference. Or holding, whatever you want to call it. All right, 3rd down for the Broncos. They can win here. They could win right here. Connor, can I give you trade scenarios and you tell me what I think? Yes, of course. Of course. Give me the scenarios. Give me the scenarios of what you're looking to trade, and make sure you let me know the goal too, right? Like I'm looking for wide receiver depth. I'm looking for running back depth. This is PPR, just so I have an idea of like why you're looking to make a trade. I'm 0-4 and I need to make a change, right? So just so like I have reference to what I think the trade value is versus what you're trying to accomplish in your situation. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. A prayer. Team losing all starting trackers. Oh man. Let me see. Where's this crying face? I'm sorry for you, Andrew. That is so terrible. That is so unfortunate. All right. Yeah, let me know, Connor, what kind of trade you're looking to make, and I'll try to provide some feedback. Feel free, anybody, to drop any questions. But where we are at right now is the afternoon games are kicking off, and we are let me see. We are seeing all right. Let's see. Let's see. Wow. Is there a touchdown for Marvin Harrison out here? Is that what I just saw? There was a flag. So we shall see what the legitimacy of this is. Oh, and it was a defensive touchdown. So Marvin Harrison. Marvin Harrison catching the touchdown. All right, so where are we at right now? We are looking. It is looking like Denver has a potential to steal this away. If they can get a first down, they win this game automatically. They. Oh, snaps. Marvin Harrison was down a yard short. So they're just down. So the homie, Jacob, who had to flip a coin. Is it Jacob who had to flip a coin? Who had to flip a coin? Let's see. Who? Oh, Andrew was the one who had to do it. It's looking like a good coin flip for the McCarthy. Well, they're on like the 1 yard line. I don't know if they what's it called? I don't know if they scored the touchdown or whatever yet. No, 2nd and goal. Okay, so Carter's on the field for you, bro. So let's see. Let's see if they try to run this in real quick. Marvin Harrison looking real salty on the sideline that he didn't get that touchdown and it's half a yard short. Oh man. That is unfortunate, Marvin Harrison. That is unfortunate that you got tackled half a yard short. All right, let's see if they punch this in with Carter, what they do. It looks like a timeout. Oh, no, they were just looking at the eligible receivers. Looking like Carter's looking like the good part of the coin flip. Let's see if he could punch this in and if he gets you the touchdown, then you don't have to worry no more, right? Like that's all you could ask for at that point. All right, so there's a flag. Might be on the Eagles for encroachment or something like that. All right, Arizona snapped the ball, handoff. Looks like he got a touchdown, but there's a flag, maybe a hold. Man, flags in both games. And Tampa Bay is kicking a field goal. So Tampa Bay kicked a field goal. That's good there. All right. All right. 36-yard field goal for the Broncos. They kick is up, and the kick is good. All right, so Denver is up 21-17. There is a minute left in the game, a minute 11. All right, so they ran the ball again. They got it. You got it, bro. You got it. Touchdown, Michael Carter. Andrew, you got it. Let's go. We got the right side of the coin flip on that one. Let's go. Touchdown, Carter for Andrew. All right. You got the touchdown, bro. That is all you could ask for at this point, right? That's all you could have asked for. Oh man. Jets are kicking an onside field goal. Man, this game is still going on. Holy crap. Dallas is going to get the road victory, they said. All right, Jalen Hurts, we'll see what you can do. See what you can do. All right, you're 1-3, Connor says, in a 10-man PPR league. You're looking to add a better running back. Drake May is your backup. Lamar Jackson and Chase Brown for Dak Prescott and Javonte Williams. You also have other options. Ooh, that's actually a pretty... Let me see. Drake May's your backup. So you're getting Dak Prescott and Javonte for Jackson and Chase Brown. Ooh, that's actually not bad. That is actually not bad. So if we look at where Dak's at this year, right? This guy's going to be playing in a negative game script a lot of the times because his defense is so bad. So even though Lamar Jackson is for sure a better quarterback and you are taking a downgrade, I don't think it's like you're taking a massive downgrade. Jackson got injured, so we don't know how that injury is going to linger, how long it's going to linger. But Javonte over Chase Brown is like going from a guy that you want to bench to a guy that you're auto starting, right? So, and you're 1-3, so you need to make moves. So I would be willing to let go of Lamar in this situation, and I think that is a good trade. Let me know your other options of trades and we'll compare them, right? Because I think if someone offers you that trade with being 1-3, I'd be willing to take something like that. Or if you could push back for, I don't know if there's anything higher than Javonte on that team, but that's a pretty solid trade for your situation because Drake May and Dak Prescott are very good quarterbacks to be rotating between. So I like that one. Let me know any of your other trades that you got offered or what you're looking at, Connor. But that's a solid one. All right. I'm so sorry if I pronounced this name wrong. Yving. Do I start Monty or Chase Brown? Half a point PPR and starting Gibbs already. Down 20, but projected to win 70% chance. Okay. You're projected to win, right? So you're looking at what is your safest floor and option. If in a vacuum, I did not have Gibbs in this situation, I would think Monty is safer than Chase Brown. However, because you are projected to win 70% chance and you can split them, it's not the worst idea to try to split the value of Chase Brown. Because if you're down 20 right now, right, and you play Gibbs and Monty, then even though I am highly projecting Detroit to stomp all over Cincy, all it would take is like a game script to flip, right? Where now both of your bets are on the same offense, right? I think Gibbs plus Monty is the overall better play, but if you are projected to win and you want to split your risk, like Chase Brown is probably going to be playing from behind in that game, so he's probably going to get some passing work and some yardage. So I'd be okay splitting that backfield. But let me know if you disagree with that. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, Yving. But that's what I would do. RJ45. Oh, Fields got you 25 points, bro. Dude, high five. There you go. See? There you go. Because like I said, he was going to be playing negative game script for that second half. So there you go. That's all you're looking for. And that's what it's probably going to be like for Fields for the year. So it's going to be something you're not going to want to watch week to week, right? Because he's going to have some of those games where he's just getting stuffed or something, and then the Jets are probably going to be playing from behind most of the year. So it's not going to be pretty, but I think that's going to happen a decent amount where you're like, oh crap, Fields only has 5 points in the first half, and then he finishes with like 18 or something like that, So congrats, RJ, you got the 25. You held in there. Connor says Lamar Jackson and Chase Brown for Bo Nix and Kyron Williams. Oh, okay. So you're basically saying, so in that aspect, you're basically, to me, you do have a little bit higher of upside with Dak than Bo Nix, right? But you already have Drake May, right? So it's not like you're looking for craziness in oh wow, the Broncos just beat the Eagles. No way. That's crazy. That is crazy. Okay, I shouldn't be so happy for a team that lose, but holy crap. No more tush push undefeatedness. All right. So then what I'm looking at for you, Connor, right, is then look at Kyron in a like take everything else out of it because the quarterback's the icing on the cake. Do you believe that Kyron or Javonte rest of season is going to have better value? And that's what I would base this decision on. For me, Kyron has been here at this top echelon and been able to do that for an entire course of season. The Rams, good team, but they heavily rely on him. Javonte is having a breakout season, the best season he has ever had type of thing, and it looks to be continued that way. Where my hesitation with Javonte versus Williams is I know people would probably say at this point in the conversation, health of Javonte, which is slightly true. It's just year over year for me, Kyron has been here, whereas Javonte has been up and down. And I think Kyron's floor is a little bit higher than Javonte's floor. So I am a little more inclined for Kyron versus that trade. But for you, it's just who you ever think is going to, for rest of season be what you need there. Either trade is still okay for me. Don't get me wrong. Is there any other options that you're considering, or are these the only two trade options? And if so, I'm leaning Kyron. Andrew says, as a Lions fan playing against Amon-Ra, I'm probably cooked, even though I chose right on the waivers this week. Well, I don't disagree with that. But who knows, right? Amon-Ra is probably going to get a touchdown and 80 yards, maybe 15 points. But who knows? It's any given week. And just since you're a Lions fan and you mentioned Amon-Ra, I mentioned this to you, Andrew, is that one of my friends through work, he went to high school with Amon-Ra, so he was actually friends with him. And he gives me so much crap because it was a few years ago. I think it was like 2023. I'm playing fantasy football, but this is what changed my perspective to actually know the players at the time, because I knew the names, but I didn't match the faces. And I actually met Amon-Ra and was having a conversation with him for like 5 minutes, not knowing any idea, who he was. I know his name, right? And I know his on fantasy, but I didn't know his face. So I had a conversation with him for like 5 minutes. And then my friend comes to me later. He's like, yo, did you see Amon-Ra was here? I was like, no. And I was like, wait, I was just talking to him. It was so funny. It was so funny. I wasn't there. Oh, you went there for a year, modern day, right? Yeah, that's crazy. Let's see. Crazy ending to the game, dude. I know. Philly. I can't believe they did that. Okay, Juan says, would I drop? And let me get some likes, please, if I can, or hearts in the chat. Any of that kind of stuff really helps me. So appreciate any likes or hearts or whatever you can drop. I appreciate all you guys' questions and things like that. It's much appreciated. Juan, who would I drop for Stevenson? Njoku? Thank you so much, everybody. Really, really appreciate all you guys' help. You guys are 100. You guys are 100. Keep it up. I love you guys. Who would I drop? Stevenson, Njoku, Bourne, McCaffrey. You got Juwan Johnson, Kittle. I know it's IR. Oh, you have the same exact tight ends as I do. Hollywood, Krosky Merritt, Travion Henderson, or Nick Chubb. Okay, so when I'm understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Juan, you're looking to pick up either Ramondre Stevenson, Njoku, Bourne, or McCaffrey. And right now you have Johnson, Kittle, Gainwell, Hollywood Brown, Krosky Merritt, Travion Henderson, and Nick Chubb. Well, I would not be looking to pick up Ramondre if I have Travion, if I can. Njoku, you're going to be playing Kittle, right? Once he comes back. So if you're going to flip Johnson for Njoku just for a week, because I think Kittle might be out one more week, sure. But you're going to be playing Kittle once he's healthy, right? So I would not look to roster and drop somebody for Njoku unless it's just to fill in. Bourne is an interesting play just because of how he performed last week, and there's so much uncertainty still in that offense that, that might be a potential. So to answer your question, if I'm dropping anybody from your team, I'm dropping either Hollywood Brown or Chubb, or I'm flipping Johnson for like Njoku. But it's not like I'm going to drop Johnson to pick up Ramondre Stevenson, right? I am only picking up Ramondre Stevenson or Kendrick Bourne if and McCaffrey I think is a deep play, but once what's his name comes back, what's this guy's name? Why am I blanking on his name? Once McLaurin comes back, I don't know if that's going to be, as reliable. And so for your roster, I might be okay dropping Hollywood for like a Kendrick Bourne or a Stevenson, or a Chubb for a Stevenson, right? If you feel that's necessary. But Kendrick Bourne, I don't think over the long course of the year he's gonna have high value, because what's gonna happen is you're gonna get Kittle back, and then you're gonna be like, do I play Bourne and Kittle even if Bourne's playing well? Pearsall, Jennings are gonna come back. Eventually, Ayuk is gonna come back, right? And I think they all leapfrog Bourne. So I think he's more of a short-term play. And then Stevenson is only like, for me, like your handcuff if you're not so solid on Travion Henderson. But Henderson has more upside to me than Stevenson. So out of all those guys, I'd probably, if you're looking for a short term, Kendrick Bourne might be a nice play, plug and play in. Ramondre Stevenson might be a nice handcuff to have with Travion Henderson. But I would not be looking to really drop anybody else. And then I'm thinking about Kittle. When is he coming back? Right? Because at that point, Johnson then becomes somebody you could release easily. And with the usage of Johnson this week, if you were going to flip him for Njoku, that's okay. But again, I'm not looking to hold Njoku long term with Kittle, just because you're going to be playing Kittle every single week. I know that was a lot of ramble. Hopefully that helps you. Let me know if I confused you anymore. All right, Connor says Lamar Jackson and Chase Brown for Patrick Mahomes and Travis Etienne. Oh, I would do that in a heartbeat. I would do that. I would do that one. Justin Fields and Ashton Genty. Oh my goodness. How are you coming up with these? These people are down for that? Yes, I would do that as well. Now, if you're asking me to rank these in order, based on your roster build, which from what I remember, you need a running back, right? Your best running back here is Ashton Genty. And Justin Fields is a very nice, I don't think he's far down from Lamar Jackson. Patrick Mahomes would be nice in a vacuum if you didn't have Drake May, right? Because then he could be your plug and play. But since you have Drake May, that upside of Mahomes is not as attractive to me. Travis Etienne is a good play. For me, Fields plus Genty is your best. Out of all these. Kyron can prove his worth. Yes, that is true too. So I don't know, if somebody's really willing to move off Genty and Fields, I think that has your highest upside. And then I think Kyron would be my second. Third would be Javonte. Fourth would be Etienne. But all of those, if any of those hit, I think I would take any of those just to try to get you out of that rut. Do you think I made a good trade for trade Rice for Worthy and Chase Brown. Ooh. You're welcome, Connor. Appreciate all you guys dropping likes and those hearts in the chat. Hopefully that helped you, Connor. Let me know if that brings you any questions. All right. Oh, is your name Young Rula? Have I been saying this wrong the whole time? You could laugh at me if that's the case, because I've been calling you Yvung or something like that. But if you're Young Rula, I'm gonna feel really, really dumb. Okay, here's my thoughts on this trade, just straight up. I think Rice is the best player in this trade based on where Chase Brown has been at this year. But I think in my head, I don't think it's like Rice way up there and Worthy way down here, So I do think you gave up good players for Rice. Now, here's the caveat, right? Here's the caveat is that if you were if like those guys were just on your bench, Worthy and Chase Brown, and you were just looking to lock in, a wide receiver, I think that's fine, right? But I don't think Worthy is that far down where that gap to throw in Chase Brown, feels like overpay a little bit. But it's okay to overpay if you're going to lock in like Rice for the rest of the season or something like that. I do think you gave up a little too much on that, but you did get the best player. So it's just kind of like your roster build on it if you were okay consolidating to get that. Your name is Young Rula? Oh, I feel dumb. Oh, that's funny. That is so funny. All right. Well, that is it's a little embarrassing, but it is what it is. We roll with it there to keep going. So let's see. Real McCoy, all your players have done 89 points last. All you got up is a running back position. Travion Henderson or Ja'Cory Merritt. And you're down, I would assume. Travion Henderson is who I would play there. I'll let you know how it goes. Love the Bible verse. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord to you, Connor. Prayer for you out there. Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit for what was, for what is now, for whatever shall be. Amen. Appreciate you, Connor. Hopefully this was helpful to you. Praise God. So that's your current situation. Well, you're down, McCoy. Well, I will be praying for you. If you're down, Travion Henderson has the better upside. I would lean there. But if your gut's telling you Ja'Cory, go for it. I would play Travion in that situation. So Young Rula says, no, you got Worthy and Chase Brown for Rice. Oh, so you got Worthy and Chase Brown for Rice. Oh, I think you won then, bro. I think you won there. Rice is out one more game after this week, right? And it's not a guarantee that he is going to be this wide receiver one that everybody's projecting him to be. What's his name? Worthy, like, almost put up close to, maybe he did crack the top 12, but he put up very good numbers last week, and it's not like I said, it's not like Rice comes in there and he was Tyreek Hill, right? When Tyreek Hill was on Kansas City. Yes, he put together a good stretch of games, but who knows? Mahomes could spread that ball around. So it's definitely possible that Worthy, gets some usage and it's a little spread out. So I like that. I think you did come out up on that trade. I like it. But drop any other questions in the chat. If you like some of this stuff, give me some hearts or likes. Everything's appreciated. Right now we are rolling into the afternoon games. So drop any last questions, comments, thoughts you got going. I appreciate the hearts. I appreciate the love that everybody got going out here. I think towards later weeks, I'm going to figure out something to give back to the community. So that'll be something. McConkey, is that McConkey catching his first touchdown? It is Lad McConkey catching his first touchdown. There you go. Everybody who was waiting on Lad to hit, Lad finally hits. It looks like there's another touchdown. Kyler Murray running it in himself. So there you go. You got Lad McConkey hitting for the first time. I know people were down on him, but for those of you who rode out that wave, there you go, catching that football in the end zone. And then we had Kyler Murray scrambling by himself for a touchdown for Kyler. You got McConkey, Young Rula. Let's go, bro. Let's go. There you go. There you go. You got that usage right there. You got that usage. Oh crap. I think does my opponent have Kyler? Does my opponent have Kyler? I think he does. Which will be very fun if he does. Yeah, he does have Kyler. He does have Kyler. All right. Well then. Wait, did Jamar Chase catch a touchdown? He has 13 points already? Jamar Chase must have caught a touchdown already or something that I missed. All right. Oh, T. Higgins broken up. Wait, what is going on here? Is my thing all glitched out? Or am I tripping? Oh my goodness. Wait, what? No, wait, that is wrong. This has to be wrong. Yeah, this is definitely wrong. Okay. Okay. He has 2 receptions for 26 yards. That must be a glitch on my thing then. All right, good job to whoever held on to McConkey getting the touchdown. Kyler Murray ran it in. And we got 2nd and 10 for the Bengals. Somebody on who scored on Detroit? Sorry guys, I'm catching everybody up on all the scores. Had a few good questions in the chat. Feel free to drop some more. So what did we miss while we were gone? Jared Goff throwing to Sam Laporta for the touchdown. Okay, so Sam Laporta caught the touchdown. McConkey caught the touchdown in that game. Kyler ran it in for this last score. The Bucks been kicking field goals. Okay, so that catches us up with all the scores. There we go. There we go. So now we are back to live. We got the false start happening on the Bengals, so they're being backed up. We're showing Seattle, who's down 6-0, throwing. JSN catching for a first down. Man, JSN looking real solid this year. Very, very solid. And we got Browning 3rd and 15, down 0-7. So we got snap is off, pass to Brown, 0 yards. But there's a catch, so there you go. If there's a half a point for 0 yards, or a point, depending on your scoring system. All right. So we got the Lions up 7-0. We got the Bucks that were winning too. We got Jaden Daniels playing. He is down 0-7. Lad McConkey caught the touchdown. So Daniels is trying to answer back 1st and 10. He's got Debo in motion. Dropping back. Passing to Debo. Gain of about 8. Gain of about 8 there. So good to see Daniels back after being injured. Everybody's probably happy who drafted him. McLaurin's still out, so doesn't have his arguably top option. I know some people will argue Debo is his top option. We got Debo running in the back, run play for Daniels, and -1 yard. Nowhere to go there. Nowhere to go. All right. Drop any questions. Drop any comments in the chat. We got 2nd and 13 for the Seahawks. I don't think anybody's playing anybody besides like JSN and maybe Kenneth Walker. But oh, ball popped up. Nowhere to go. 2nd and 13, 3rd and 13 now. All right, we got Daniels 3rd and 4 against the Chargers. Let's see what he can do here. Takes the snap, drops back, finds his receiver, nowhere to go. That was McNichols, nowhere to go. So they will be punting the ball back to the Chargers, punting the ball. All right, Daniels maybe needs to shake some of that rust off after the injury. Maybe the offense needs to get clicking. 3rd and 13. Sam Darnold looks for the pitch. And it's got some open. Okay. Is that Ken Bone Walker making the first down? It is. Kenneth Walker making that first down, but there's a flag. Is that going to get called back? We shall see. We don't know. It looks like it's going to wipe it away. It looks like it's going to wipe things away. All right. Ineligible man downfield does wipe away the play of Kenneth Walker. So it's going to be, what, 3rd down and like 20? Oh, man. That's a deep one. That is a deep one. All right. So what do we got? We got ineligible man downfield. 3rd and 17. 3rd and 17. Here we go. 3rd and 17 for the Seahawks. Man in motion. Shotgun formation. Darnold looks like he's going to take the snap. Drop him back. Looking downfield. Fires underneath to his man. 4th down. Zach Charbonnet. Lions 1st and 10 on the 20. All right. Play action. Throw in. Finds the tight end, it looks like, for a 1st down. All right. So that was a good start. Let's see. Detroit's got, who do they got in the backfield? They got Montgomery in the backfield. Oops. They got Montgomery in the backfield. They got Jared Goff taking the snap, 1st and 10. Shotgun formation, man in motion. Handoff to Montgomery, who goes nowhere. Stood up, line of scrimmage, going nowhere. 2nd down. 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9. Let's see. All right. So we got guy in motion who's at St. Brown. 2nd and 9. Snap is off. Pass is connected to St. Brown, who gets the 1st down past midfield. All right. And they got, who is this? Cam Ward. Almost throwing the football to the other team. Man, I saw a stat somewhere that said like Cam Ward is like one of the worst looking. I don't want to say, I forgot what the exact stat was. Let me not talk sideways, but basically the stat line was something about how Cam Ward was not performing well for a number 1 pick quarterback in a draft out of like the last however many draft classes. Empty backfield for Jared Goff, taking the snap. Looking, finding his man, St. Brown, again for a gain of about 8. All right, handoff. Nowhere to go for the Titans. 3rd down. 3rd down. So the Cardinals are up 14-3. And you're definitely dropping Bond in Washington as soon as you can. Goff is going off. Yeah, I didn't think he'd be passing this much like this. Holy smokes. I thought that would be just running it up the gut. And he always goes off on your bench. Yeah, we love it. We love how we can, what's the word? You know, uh have our bench sometimes outscore our roster. I've had that happen before, so um well, hopefully, let's see. Who do you got left? You got Travion, right, McCoy? So that's tonight. So you don't got nobody here. Oh, as soon as you said that, Goff looks like he might have just fumbled. Oh, it's an incomplete pass. They're trying to say he fumbled it. Refs are refs are debating it here. We'll see what they end up saying. Oh, ruling on the field is a fumble. Dang, as soon as we talk Goff up, this man just fumbles the football. Let's see what happens. Oh, it is looking like a fumble. He got hit in the head though. Ooh, that's close. We'll see what they rule long term. You need them to sort of choke today so the other receivers don't get any touches. You're going against Williams. Okay. Well, I will keep that in mind for you. I don't foresee them needing Williams that much, so it is possible for you there. Let's see. They're showing Herbert dropping back, firing. It looks like he hit McConkey for a first down. Looks like they're trying to get McConkey going right now after he had a couple quiet first few weeks. So we'll see. You might pick up Tucker going into Tennessee next week. Moore will be back. Be a fill for a wide receiver 3. Okay. Yeah, Tennessee's not scary, so that might be a good one. So they got Quinton Johnston on some end arounds. I think they got the first down. Says Keenan Allen, that's how they got downfield. Man, he looks so slow out there. Holy crap, but he catches footballs, that's for sure. So maybe hard, maybe you get DK for more. Oh yeah. Hopefully one of your trades go through. I'll be praying for one of your trades to go through, man. That'd be nice. That'd be very nice. But yeah. Oh, you saw the same play, Young Rula, for Keenan Allen. Dude, I know he looked real slow. That was like it's like when I watch like Alvin Kamara or and then run, I'm like, dude, you guys are just veterans. So you know how to get open, you know how to catch the football, right? You know how to get the play. The offense trusts you, but dude, you guys look so slow out there. Oh man. All right, so we got handoff going for the Cardinals. Who was that? Was that DeMarcado? Got a handoff for the Chargers too, but flag down, plays blown dead. All right, so 4 minutes left. And going into Seattle's defense. Seattle's defense is pretty good. That is pretty good. All right, so Goff did fumble the ball. So that is a fumble. Goff did fumble the ball. They just confirmed it. So fumble for Mr. Jared Goff. It's so funny how we talk up a player and then all of a sudden they'll do that, or we'll talk down a player and then all of a sudden they'll score a 60-yard touchdown. Oh man, these players hear us talk smack and they're like, "We'll show you." All right, so Bengals are on the field now. 2nd and 8, marching up the field. T. Higgins in motion. Snap back, looking for Higgins, nothing there. Fires to Chase Brown, who's getting some yards. Ooh, he got cracked. All right, well, he got a catch and some yards. He's standing up, so looks good. But he got hit hard on that one, man. Chargers, they already used 2 timeouts. Really? Jeez, that's not good. You want a Chase Brown touchdown? Well, let's pray for you here, or hopefully maybe he'll get 5 receptions or something on this drive to equal the touchdown. Let's see. So we got 3rd and 4. We got Chase Brown out wide. He's got, oh, he did not catch the ball. Pull down, 4th down. 4th down. Sorry, man. I'll send you some hearts there, but sorry that it did not go your way on that one. Hopefully you can get him on the next one. As long as it's not Jamar Chase, because I'm playing against Jamar Chase. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, well, a close game will be good. Even if he's playing from behind, it should be okay because they'll use him a bit. Oh my God, Javonte Williams went off for 26 points. Holy smokes. Yeah, Garrett Wilson did good too. Man, that's good. That is good. You're playing against Chase too? Okay, we'll both be rooting against Chase. And hopefully instead Chase Brown, the other Chase, right? I know they'll be chasing points. Oh, terrible pun. Terrible pun. Hopefully it'll be Chase Brown instead. All right, Herbert getting pressured, throwing the ball away. Almost sacked. Oh, you are right. They did use 2 timeouts already. Holy smokes, that's crazy. All right, let's see. 3rd down and 4. It looks like Seattle got the 1st down. Looks like Seattle got the 1st down. That was Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp catching maybe his 1 pass of the game. Oh, I shouldn't talk smack. Now he's going to catch 10 passes. All right. 3rd and 5. Herbert, shotgun. Looking like he's getting sacked, and he did get sacked. Sacked, son. All right. I did not expect him to get sacked right there. All right. Anybody else got any players going that they need prayers for? Who do we want? Who do we want to score? Who do we want to win? What's the splits? What's the splits that we're looking for here, guys? For the rest of today, what do we need? How can we make it work out for all of us? How can we work out for all of us? Oh, my stream's ahead of you. Oh man. Yeah, so they're sorry if I'm ruining the game for you, but they're kicking. They kicked the field goal. All right, do you want me to tell you or not? Oh, I might have ruined it. Good field goal. Oh man. You're liking Chase Brown over Monty right now? Well, let's go. Let's go. We'll see how it ends the week. Hopefully, oh, there's no prayer hands I could do, but thanks for that, man. Dropping some hundreds in the chat for you. Hopefully, that's a good decision for the rest of the game. All right, looks like they're handing off to. Did Tony Pollard just fumble? Celebrate, young Rula. They did. They ruled it a fumble. Who was that? Tony Pollard? Oh, I think that was Tony Pollard. Oh, man. Oof. Who was asking me about Tony Pollard? Somebody was asking me about Tony Pollard. All right, so Kyler Murray is now almost automatically your opponent's Pollard. Oh man. All right, Kyler taking the snap, throwing the football to Trey McBride, going nowhere. That was like one catch for 2 yards. Oh, he got 4. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Well, let's go. There's some celebrations for you. I'm pretty sure that was Tony Pollard that fumbled it. Kyler in the shotgun, taking the snap, dropping back, passing to the running back. Who was that? Mercado? Or is that Tucker? Wow. Wow, that was 13 yards. Holy crap. That was good. All right, we got the Lions. Second down. Found his man. Who was that? Amon Ra? That was Amon Ra. All right. We got Kyler in the red zone. McBride in motion. Shotgun. Everybody settled again. Handoff. Oh my goodness. He got a touchdown. Who the heck was that? That did not look like that was Tucker. They're playing Bam Knight. Who the heck is Bam Knight? I am so sorry, Bam. I have no idea who you are. Oh no, wait, but he might have been down beforehand. The knee might have been down. So for some reason they're playing Bam Knight. I don't know if anybody saw. Did somebody get hurt or something? Why are they playing Bam Knight? Or are the Cardinals just we do not need a Kyler TD, please. I'm playing against Kyler. Why? I thought aren't you didn't you start Tucker? Or was that not you? Pass play to Emeka Ibuka, they just said. So he got a first down for his team. Man, he is looking phenomenal this year. Just holding on to the football, getting open, making his catches. All right, 1 yard line for Arizona. All right, handoff. I think Bam got in. They're saying touchdown. All right, touchdown this time for sure for Bam Knight. Man, everybody's probably pissed off who played these other backs. Why the heck they have Bam Knight in and he scores and vultures the touchdown? Awesome. Everybody loves the Cardinals for this exact reason. But geez. All right. Touchdown for the Cardinals. Who's this? Is this Seattle dropping back or is this Baker? Oh, it's Baker. All right. So the Cardinals are up. At least that wasn't Kyler, so I could give some hearts there. Touchdown, Bam Knight. Helps no one. That helps no one. That helps no one. No one started Bam Knight. Everybody was like, who do I play? Do I play Tucker? Do I play DeMarcado? No, you play Bam Knight. That is who you're supposed to play. All right, we got a flag down, but the Bucks are marching down the field. We'll see if that ends up being on the Seahawks or on the Bucks. But for those of you who played Bam Knight, you got a touchdown. And who played Bam Knight? Nobody. Literally nobody. Okay, no foul on the play. All right, so the Bucks keep marching it down the field. The Bucks keep marching it down the field. No sweat. Anybody drop those questions, drop those comments. If you need a touchdown or you need somebody to make a big play, let us know in the comments. We share love with each other to everybody could eat, right? Everybody can eat. All right, so we got 1st and 10 for the Bucks on the 22. Guy in motion. Baker faking, play action, finds his man, jukes 2 guys, gets about 5. All right, got about 5 yards there. Not much, but it's something. All right, and Washington is still down 10-0, needing to convert on a 3rd and 9. It's Jaden Daniels scrambling, and he slides to get maybe 5, 6, so 4th down. All right, here we go. We got 2nd down and 4 for the Bucks, marching in the red zone. Looking, found the man, gets the 1st down and more. Who was that? Is that Rachaad White? Yeah, it was Rachaad White for the 1st down. We are 3rd down and 12 for Jared Goff. And he hurries it up and he gets the snap off just in time, but he's sacked. But he is sacked. Wow. Did not expect that. Jared Goff getting sacked. All right, 1st and goal for the Bucks. Man in motion. Pitched backwards. Blocks develop. Touchdown. Who is that? Rachaad White? That's Rachaad White. Touchdown for Rachaad White. For whoever started Rachaad White there. All right. Drop anything in the chat. Let's celebrate that touchdown real quick. I'm going to use the bathroom, so celebrate these touchdowns. Drop anything in the chat while I'm gone. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. Let's get back in action. Back in action. Where are we at? What did I miss? What did I miss? Looks like Cam Ward getting sacked. Is that what I missed? Cam Ward getting sacked. All right. 21-6. What they say? A field goal was good. Sorry, guys. Missed some stuff. Let me catch back up on what's been going on. Looks like Herbert's way back to. Oh no, I just closed this by accident. Oh crap, I gotta reopen. All right. One moment, please, while I reboot this. I accidentally closed it. Drop anything that you're hoping for. A touchdown for who? Big play for who? Who do we want to win? I know we got Detroit fans. We got people needing touchdowns from certain players. Let us have some fun. That. Why is my thing not working? Okay, there it goes. All right, so we are back. Keenan Allen just caught a football. Third down, though. Third down. Wait, did Browning just turn the ball over too? Oh my God, they did. What was that, an interception? Oh my goodness. Dude, Jake Browning, there was so much hope for you. Everybody was hyping you up that, oh, the last time he was a starter, he was a top 10 quarterback. And holy smokes, he's looking like a top 10 quarterback for the other team, dude. Holy crap. This is scary. Man, I feel bad for you, Browning. They have the full screen camera on you after you just threw. Screwed up. It's like, give the guy a break. Give the guy a break. Jahmyr Gibbs. All right, Jahmyr Gibbs marching down towards that end zone. Hopefully he can get in the end zone. All right, we're back at the Chargers. Herbert, plenty of time. Finding the man at the line of scrimmage, breaking a tackle. Is that Hampton? Might have been Omarion Hampton. Oh, man. They put David Montgomery in. They decided to try to give Montgomery a touchdown for some reason. Not sure why. Oh, but there's a flag. Is that going to back them up? Holding on the defense. Okay. All right. Looks like David Montgomery is about to get a touchdown. Justin Herbert getting sacked. Justin Herbert getting sacked. Wowzers. All right. We got David Montgomery in the backfield, first and goal on the 2. I really don't see how he doesn't score here. Oh, he got swallowed up 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Look at that. That always happens. I talk smack, and the other team is like, nope. Man, I feel like they love teeing it up for David Montgomery. Just like line it out, on the red carpet. Be like, here's your opportunities. It's very interesting. All right. So they hit McConkey for like 12. David Montgomery still in the backfield. Looking like he got a direct snap and he tossed a pass. David Montgomery throwing the pass. throwing the touchdown to Brock Wright. Oh my goodness. No one expected that. No one expected David Montgomery to throw the touchdown. That is crazy. That is crazy. Wow. Touchdown for Montgomery throwing the ball. Bob Hope, you're trying to get Ertz. Oh, you need a touchdown from Ertz? Is that what you're saying? All right, well, if that's the case, we will root for you to get a touchdown from Ertz. Hopefully the Washington offense can start to put some plays together, because with where they are at right now, it has not looked very pretty. All right, so what is going on? Okay. Hopefully we can get you a touchdown for Ertz. If that is what you are saying. Where are we on the field right now? It is 2nd and 8 for the Chargers, marching down the field. 2nd and 8. Let's see what they do. Shotgun formation, takes the snap, looking upfield. Finds his man, Quinton Johnson, who fumbles. Oh no. Oh no. Johnston fumbled it. There you go. Here you go, Bob Hope. Here is your drive. Quinton Johnston just nicely handed the football over to the Commanders. So here we go. Let's see if the Commanders can put together a drive. They've looked a little stagnant on offense so far. Maybe they can get something going off of this drive, but here you go. I will put out some celebratory stuff for you. Hopefully get some hearts out there, get some celebrations if we can get a touchdown for Ertz. I know you want that touchdown for Ertz. We'll see what they can put together. We got Sam Darnold in the backfield, down 0-13. Throwing the ball underneath. Who is that? Cooper Kupp. Maybe 8 yards. They got 2 timeouts, 36 seconds left in the half. So Seahawks took a timeout, 33 seconds left. All right. So they're showing a game rewind to Sam Darnold. And he got Cooper Kupp. All right. So we got 2nd and 10 for the Cardinals. Kyler under center. Man in motion. Play action. Kyler throwing it. Ball was tipped. Almost intercepted. All right. Seahawks dropping back. 3rd and 4. Found their man. There you go. There you go. 1st down for the Seahawks. All right. We're marching near the red zone here. We're on the 20-ish yard line. 18-yard line. All right. So there's still a timeout left. 30 seconds. They're down 0-13. So I would imagine they're going to try their hardest to get in the end zone. Let's see what they do. Here it comes. Snap is off. Passes up. Man going upfield. Got the 1st down. All right. So you got 1st and goal. You got 20 seconds left. These guys are trying to hurry up to maybe spike the ball. Or should they just go for the end zone? They're just going for it. Ooh, he almost got picked off. Ooh. Ooh. That was close. That was very, very close. Oh, man. He just threw that too far to the inside. If he would have thrown that on the outside, there would have been a good chance for a touchdown, but gave the defender room to make a play on the ball. All right. 2nd and 9. 9 seconds left. Touchdown, or not touchdown, timeout on the Bucks. All right, we got the Bengals down 14-0. Taking the snap, Browning. Finding. Oh, man. Chase Brown. Targeting him. Caught a pass for like 1 yard. Oh, God. I need to pray for the Bengals. This offense is looking weird. The Lions are challenging the play, saying Chase Brown dropped it, and it should be a fumble. A turnover, so Lions challenge that. Well, the Seahawks trying to make some moves. 8 seconds left. Touchdown. Touchdown. Seahawks, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. This man is on fire. There you go. Touchdown, Jackson Smith. He just had that inside leverage on the defensive back. Just threw a stripe. Touchdown. All right, we got extra point opportunity here coming up for the Seahawks, who kick is good. Ooh, it was a little ugly, but it went through. All right, and now we're at Washington, 3rd and 16 on their own 20-yard line. Man, Washington is getting stuffed today. Jaden Daniels, though, found his man for the first down. Jaylen Lane for a 16-yard reception. Man, that was Daniels' only second completion of the day. They have a big donut. So, let's see. 2nd and 4 for Washington. Here we go. Shotgun formation for Daniels. Fakes the handoff. Looking to scramble. And he does. Cross midfield after sliding. Oh, and now we got a 3rd and 10 for Kyler Murray. Oh, and they're saying he got sacked. Justin Simmons with the sack. All right, let's get Ertz a touchdown. Oh. Hopefully we can get Ertz a touchdown here. Deebo Samuel. Maybe a gain of 5-ish. Maybe, if that. All right. So, 2nd and 4 for Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. Shotgun formation, down 10-0, just past midfield. Opponent's 45-yard line. Man in motion, dropping back. Jaden Daniels escaping. Found his man. Looks like Deebo. Breaking tackle. All right. All right. There we go. We got Jaden Daniels hitting Deebo. All right, and we got 2nd and 8. There's Chase. Oh, that's not Chase Brown. That's Samaj P. Ryan. First down. All right, almost at the red zone for now we're in the red zone for Washington. Washington is in the red zone, looking like they're about to score on the Chargers. Just got to take care of the football and keep marching up this field. But their offense looks like it's rolling right now. Some very good plays to open up the field for the team. Jaden Daniels scrambling when he needs. So we are now in the red zone on the 15-yard line, 2nd and 1. Got a man in motion. Shotgun formation. Takes the snap. Handoff. Coming around the end. Looks like he's going to make it. Oh my goodness. There you go. Touchdown. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. I hope my man McCoy ain't going to be too mad at me here. But there's Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt's getting the touchdown. Who would have known? Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt getting the touchdown. Oh, the real McCoy. There you go, bro. I'm so sorry. Not sure. Oh, man. He just happened to get the touch to get the score. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. All right, so Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt with the touchdown. Oh man, McCoy. My bad. Hopefully you can get a touchdown later today. Not watching the game right now, but what's going on with Browning not targeting Jamar? So, I mean, if you look at this game script right now, what's kind of happening is more of the same of what's been happening for the Bengals. They're just not like moving the ball well down the field. You know, it's like they're down 14-0, right? And they're lucky to get a first down type of thing. Yes, the on the positive end, they are taking some shots. He's taking some shots down the field, but they're not their offense is not gelling. So they're not, going first down, first down, first down. It's kind of like they're getting, 3 and out or maybe one first down on the drive. And it's just they're not moving it. And then Browning has turned the ball over a couple times. So within this first half, they haven't had that many opportunities, drives to make. And on the drives they are having, they're stalling out and they're not moving the ball down the field. I don't know if it's a lack of trying to target Jamar or if Detroit is just double teaming him and saying, let it go to anyone else. But it's just right now it doesn't look good in terms of the overall offense being able to like move the ball down the field. I think it might turn around. Detroit's defense is no slouch. They are decent. I just think they need a little bit of chemistry on Cincinnati. They look just out of sync completely right now. That's tough. I thought the game script would make Woody a start over JCM, so I have JCM on the bench. Well, Christian, the homeboy, the real McCoy, unfortunately listened to my advice, and he also has JCM on the bench on that one. I told him to start Travion, and JCM found the end zone. So we shall see. We shall see what happens rest, but I thought the game script too would have made Woody valuable. It's just fantasy football is so weird. Who would have thought they would throw 4 touchdowns, right? Okay, so let's see what's going on. Cam Ward is trying to make something happen. He's down 6-21, handing the football off. Who is that? Tajay Spears? It is Tajay Spears. So making his first game back from his injury, they got Tajay Spears in there. Tony Pollard fumbled. So yeah. All right, let's see. Where are we at? We are 3rd and 6. Tennessee is down 6-21. 3rd and 6. It's taking a shotgun right now. Let's see. Finds his man in the middle of the field, but he drops it. Tyler Lockett. Interesting. Off the hands. Amari Hampton trying to make something happen. Not much there. Gain of about like 4 or 5, maybe. Amari Hampton was looking very solid yesterday. Let's see if you can follow that up. We got 14-0 Detroit Lions going. Fake pitch to Jameer Gibbs. St. Brown doing 2 spin moves for a 16-yard gain, first down. All right. We got a guy in motion for the Chargers. Hampton finds some open space. Ooh, gets hit a couple times. Just shy of the first down. Gain of about 6, so it'll be 3rd and 1. It will be 3rd and 1. Let's see. Oh, they're saying... Okay, that's their right tackle and their defensive line for the Chargers. All right.
Oh my goodness. Is this working now? Christian, you're a G if you have helped me through this. Is this working again? I I literally fat fingered a mute if I did that. I hope nobody missed oh my god. Okay, you hear me? I'm so sorry about that. I literally like tapped the mute button up here. I was like, where is it going wrong? Everything looks right in there. Okay, so what did we miss? We missed what play did we miss? Um I missed something. I forgot what I just missed. All right, we got the Chargers 3rd and 14 not going nowhere. Oh, they were saying it's been the most oh, that's what we missed. We missed a safety. It was a safety that we missed. Safety on the Bengals. Jake Browning getting a safety. That was not the move there for sure. They said this is the most 40-point games in the first 5 weeks in NFL history. And what was the other thing I missed? Um, oh, they're basically saying intentional grounding for Tyler Murray. Oh, somehow Jake Browning didn't get the safety? What? They must have had a penalty or something and got bailed out because he got sacked in that end zone. Okay, so yeah, they hit Kyler Murray with the intentional grounding. They hit a false start for the Bengals. So yeah. Christian, you a real one for letting me know I was on mute. 100, you 100, man. Thank you so much for letting me know I was on mute. All right, we got 3rd and 15 for the Bengals in their own end zone, throwing deep. Oh my god, and he's just picked off. He threw it for Chase, dude. They need to get Browning out of there, dude. Oh my goodness. It's just it. I don't care who it is, man. At this point, you're gonna make Jamar Chase give up on you. It was oh my goodness. They tried to throw it to Chase, but geez, that was such an ill-advised throw, man. Like he was in like triple coverage. Oh, you thought it was on your end? Yeah, thank you so much for letting me know. I really appreciate it. You agree, Christian? At this point, they might as well try the other backup, right? Holy crap. He's thrown like what, 4 interceptions in like the past 2 games or something like that. Him and Geno Smith are looking like they'd rather play for the other team. All right, Jahmyr Gibbs, nowhere. Nowhere to go for Jahmyr Gibbs. Wow, Kirby Joseph, 20 interceptions. He's in the category of Ed Reed, Marcus Peters, J.C. Jackson, and Richard Sherman for most interceptions in their first 4 seasons. Wow, that's an interesting stat. And he already has 4 this season. Holy crap. Wow. Wow. That's some pretty good stats there. All right, so Seattle's in the 3rd quarter. And he made a catch. Flag is down. So Seattle's making some moves, it looks like. It looks like a defensive call. We'll see what they rule it. The refs are talking. Defensive holding. Penalties declined. They got the first down. So the Seahawks marching down the field to try to make it competitive in the first drive of this half.
second half for them. What a catch. What a catch. All right. And we got Cam Ward, 3rd and 10 on the edge of field goal range. 50 seconds left in the game, trying to make something happen. Balls popped up. Nothing. So maybe they'll try a field goal here because it's 4th and 10. Oh! Kenneth Walker breaking free and almost getting a touchdown. Kenneth Walker bringing it down to about the 5-yard line. Red zone alert for the Seahawks. Kenneth Walker. Nice moves, man. Nice moves. All right. They're going for it on 4th down, the Titans, or they're going to try to draw. Oh, yeah, they are going for it. 4th and 10. Cam Ward getting sacked. Oh, my God. That's terrible. Turnover on downs, you get sacked. So now you just gave them even better field position. Holy crap. All right, Seahawks just got a touchdown to Zach Charbonnet. That has to feel so terrible. Like Kenneth Walker, you get them down there all the way down the field, and then Zach Charbonnet gets the touchdown. Jeez, bro. That is unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. All right, so they got the touchdown. They can go up by 1 with the extra point here. Extra point is good. Seahawks are beating the Bucks 14-13 right now. All right, and it's 3rd and 15 for Jaylen Daniels in his own end zone. Ooh. Pass broken up for Deebo Samuel. All right, you got Kyler dropping back, throwing. No good for Marvin Harrison. We are on 3rd down. 3rd down. And 18 for the Cardinals. All right. 3rd down and 18 for the Cardinals. After turning them over on downs. We got a punt from Washington in their own end zone. Gets the punt away, and it looks like, was that roughing the kicker? McConkey scooped it up. And McConkey takes it all the way back for a touchdown. Oh, roughing the kicker. Roughing the kicker. Oh, man, that just wiped off the return from McConkey. McConkey returned it all the way for a touchdown. But roughing the kicker. Dang. It's a little sad. Oh, well. All right, so 1st and 10 for Jaylen Daniels. Dropping back, firing deep. And he got it. He got it. He got it. McCaffrey with the 50-yard catch. Oh, man. Penalty markers down, so we'll see what happens there. RJ45, what's up, bro? Good to hear from you again. Let's see. I actually got to get rid of Higgins, but he has no value, bro. Yeah, I know. Oh, it's so hard. Like, what do you got to just hope he catches like a touchdown or something this game and has some value to trade, or you're going to have to package him with somebody else as like, you know, that secondary value to backfill whatever value you're trying to get, right? Like if you're pulling like a Michael Pittman or a DK Metcalf or something, and then you throw him T Higgins as like a upgrade, that's the only thing I could really see the value in being in somebody is like, oh, this is somebody I could sit on my bench and maybe hope for it. But yeah, right now the Bengals look so awful. Jake Browning is just throwing more passes to the other team than his own team, and they just can't move the ball downfield. It's pretty bad. All right. So we're almost in the red zone for the Commanders with that after that 50-yard pass to McCaffrey. Daniel's got an empty backfield, dropping back. It's looking deep, slinging the ball, finds his man Deebo Samuel, connects. They got to hurry though. They got no timeouts. 9 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. They spiked the ball. So 5 seconds. That is terrible. I didn't know it was that bad. Holy crap. But yeah, I guess because he has two interceptions, right? Oh my goodness. -3. That's unfortunate. All right, Washington is going to settle for a field goal here. 5 seconds left on the game clock. They're down 7-10, so they're trying to tie the game going into the halftime. They got the kickoff. Kick is good. Kick is good. So one more play in Los Angeles before the half. Let's see. Baker's 3rd and 4. And it looks like he is going to take a shotgun snap, empty backfield, looking for his man, found his man, and first down. First down. All right, I'm just going to be on for a few more minutes. Going to try to catch this drive of the Lions, but I was here for the London game, this morning game, and now this, so I'm getting a little tired. Dude, I did see that lad punt return that called back Young Rula. It was so unfortunate. He what's it called? The guys just got a little too greedy and ran into the punter. But he ran it all the way back, juked everybody, like basically jumped over a guy, right before the end zone. So it does look like they're trying to get him started, right? Get his confidence up because Keenan and Q have already ate. So this week, the focus looks like it's going to be on McConkey to get him some momentum and some confidence in his game. But yeah, I know. Do I have? Oh, here. That's the face that I made when I saw him run into the kicker. 13-14, Bucks down, 2nd and 2. And there was a delay, handoff. Ooh, big hit. Oh man, big hit. All right, 2nd and 13 for Jake Browning, and stepping around. Nothing here. It looks like he's going to take it on his own feet. He gets like, what, 4 yards? Oh my God. All right. Bengals basically have to score here before the half, right? They got to get some type of momentum going for themselves. But it is looking ugly for Jake Browning so far today. Detroit is up 14-0, 47 seconds left. It's 3rd and 9. They're past midfield. All right, so we got 3rd and 9. Shotgun formation. Oh, somebody offsides or encroached, but he's trying to say somebody else false started. We'll see what they call. Oh, it's a delay of game. Delay of game on the Bengals. Quarterback management. Come on, Mr. Browning. Can you salvage yourself and get a touchdown before this half? 1st down and 10 for the Bucks on the 15-yard line in the red zone. Handoff on the end around maybe about 3 yards. 3rd and 14 for Browning. Shotgun formation. Chase in motion. Pressure came. They found someone short, 3 or 4 yards short of the first down. It's 4th down. Gibbs needs a TD. Yeah, I know. Or something. Montgomery's looking like he's getting all the high value touches. So maybe the second half will change things, hopefully. 4th and 4. Here you go. Are they really not going to snap this, bro? Oh my God, they're going to let it run down and kick a field goal. Wow. Wow. They're going to run this down and kick a field goal. And they just show the Bengals fans yelling boo. They show the Bengal fans yelling boo. Man, that is so tough when your own team is booing you. That is very tough. All right, so they're going to kick a field goal there. The other games are at half. The Bucks are 2nd and 7 on Seattle's 12, so it's possible. Hey, Schmitty. Yes, you can ask some trade advice. Go ahead and drop it. You caught me right before I was about to sign off, so let's go, bro. One more good question before we go. Yeah, go ahead and drop it, Schmitty. We got the Bengals trying to kick a 50-yard field goal. 4th and 4. Here we go. Let's see. Try to give them some confidence. Kick is off. And it's good. The kick is good. So at least Bengals get on the board before the half. All right, Schmitty, what are my thoughts on trading Hampton for 2 first-round picks, full dynasty PPR? So you give up 26th and 27th first for Hampton. So if I'm understanding you right, you are going to receive Hampton in this trade and you're giving up 2 picks. And if you're in contention this year, I think this is fine. I think the trade overall, if you're you're in contention, yeah. I think this trade overall is fine. And fair. The only thing I would say is that you're in a semi rebuild. Because here's the thing is that projection wise, next year, so was that the 27 draft? 2 drafts from now is projected to be a very, very good draft. This year was a very good draft, right? So, I see this more like you're trying to make, if you're giving up those 2 and you're trying to make this move, you are kind of trying to make a play this year, right? 2027 is the crazy class, right? So this kind of feels like to me you're trying to make a play this year, right? Or maybe even next year getting Hampton, but I would look at Hampton basically being, a first round pick that you hit, right? And we typically don't hit every pick. So I think this trade is pretty fair. I think you just need to make the decision on, because you're telling me you're in a semi rebuild, right? So it's almost like, are you trying to, go for something in this year or the next? And if so, then yes, you're Abuka with the touchdown. Abuka just catches touchdowns, bro. He just catches touchdowns. Abuka catching the touchdown. So, sorry, I got distracted. I would say, if you're trying to make, I think you're deciding, right? If you're trying to make a play for things, then this is fine, right? But if you're like scratch this year, I would, say, that I think you're going to be giving up some of your rebuilding pieces potentially, with this. But if you want to take a shot for this year, you have to. I think that's a great play if you're trying to make a play. It's just like when you have one foot in on the rebuild, semi rebuild, right, and then you go for Hampton, then your rebuild pieces are a little less. I'm saying if you're not going for like if you're like I'm out this year, right? If I'm completely out and I don't want to chase a championship this year, then I think your better value is like you said, going and holding the picks, right? But because the only reason I said that is you said semi rebuild, right? So I wasn't sure if like you make this trade and then you're going to take Hampton and then you're going to try to go for the win, right? That's essentially where I was a little wishy washy. But if you're like, nah, bro, I'm out this year, then I would hold. I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense, Schmitty? I hope that makes sense. But let me know if I'm off base here. You're projected to contend 2027. Yeah. Then I would hold it. You know, Hampton is looking like a hit, right? But you're giving up quite a bit for that. You're welcome. Wish you the best the rest of this week and the rest of this season. Thank you so much, Smitty. Appreciate you. I'm here all the time for whatever you need. All right, guys. I think I'm wrapping this up. So many hearts, many 100s to y'all. Wrapping up the stream. Any last minute questions? But been on since the London game, so I probably have made this room very hot. All right. Any last minute questions, guys? Appreciate y'all so much. I'm here before kickoffs, Monday, Thursday, Sundays. No Saturday games right now, but pretty much 30 minutes before for any start sit questions. Take care, all of y'all. God bless to all of you. Hope y'all have a great Sunday. Praise God and best of luck to all of you. Subscribe for more like this. Be sure to check us out tomorrow, Monday, if y'all need. But every Sunday here for y'all. So take care. Appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all next time. Wait, W stream. Sorry, Young Rula. Were you gonna ask something? Wait. I'll wait one more second, just in case you were gonna ask something. I just wasn't sure what W stream meant. Oh, win. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank y'all. I appreciate you guys. You guys are 100. I love y'all. And I'll see y'all next time. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Just a win stream. Appreciate you. Hopefully I can see you next time. Yeah, Young Rula. And I promise I won't get your name wrong. Wrong next time. Young Rula. All right. Appreciate y'all guys. Have a great rest of your day.